I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you step out the wood? Step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you step out the wood? Step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 77. And another week, another open mic. This time around is on Saturday, and because usually it should be on Saturday, but didn't do the Ukraine war reports earlier because I was out the entire day. I sleep very long, and then I went out immediately because I'm going to move house, so I need to do renovation, and I went to IKEA. So anyway, hello everyone. So we're gonna not waste time and gonna drop the link to join on the live chat of the DPA YouTube channel as well as on Rumble. This DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms, all DPA's platform on Telegram, on Twitter, YouTube Open Mic channel, the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, as well as DPA Twitch. So I'm going to drop the link now to join, and is now in Rumble and in the YouTube channel's live chat, and I've pinned it. Last week I forgot to pin, and then people was asking me where's the link. So this week some things happened. As usual, Ukraine is losing ground massively on almost a daily basis. They lose a lot of ground every day, and US got a shock because the Russian military is now housed in the same air base as them. And Yemen, the Houthis has announced that they're going to go for round 4 of their strike against the ships. And this time around, they are threatening all ships. It doesn't matter where they come from, as long as they go into Israel, they're going to shoot it. Hi, Maddie.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me put on my headphones, my earphones. Oh, Drew is here again. Dun, dun, dun.
Hi.
Drew is on again early today.
Hey, Drew.
Yes.
You have something to say?
Hi, Mehdi. I realize I get to say all the nonsense I want to say, and then I can just screw off, and then you guys can continue with what's happened.
And
Hey,
most
Vaughn.
people,
Strategy.
most people hear it because most people they will watch the first half an hour and then they give up because it's too long. But then they will hear your part. No.
Okay, yeah. So good. Okay, I didn't know that, but okay. So can I just say my 2 cents and then I'll let you guys carry on?
Sure. You can go on the monologue, no problem.
Yes, I have 2 things I want to say today. One was a follow-up on
Hey, Drew, before you go on, I just want you to know I'm in no rush, so take your time. Explain it as detailed. Take as much time as you need, bro.
Thank you, Vaughn. That's so kind of you to say. So I wanted to say carry on from last week. My monologue about China and the US pivoting over to China. And there was this big question about whether they can decouple. So I went to look at the numbers about US and China trade relations, basically. So it sounds like a lot. So China's trade with export to the US is about 500 billion in 2022. And last year it dropped to about 400 billion, low 400 billion. But this, if you look at the chart, it shows that from 2013 until today, it actually fluctuated around that level. So it hasn't been going up, even though US imports has been going up, basically more or less a straight line in that period. So US basically is diversifying its import sources, and China is basically not increasing its export to the US. And the interesting thing about this is that if you compare China's GDP, annual GDP, with its export to the US, the export to the US only accounts for, if you take the 400 something billion figure, about 2.something% of China's annual GDP. So China last year, because China's annual GDP is about 13 trillion now, so if you take 400 something billion divided by 13 trillion, it's about 2.something% only. So if you take the fact that China grew by 5.2% last year, if the China and US decoupled totally, like China just stopped all exports to the US, it won't even go into recession. its growth will just drop by half, and it's still growth. So China will even go into recession. So whereas the US, China accounts for about 15% of its imports last year. So the US would experience a lot of inflation because suddenly it has to go around looking for places to import its stuff. So if you look at it from that perspective, US has a lot more to lose in this trade relationship if it decides to. Of course, China also imports by about 100 billion from the US, but that's a drop in the bucket. You know, it will be able to find alternative sources for that. Because China also imports a large amount of things, but 100 billion is, I mean, at this scale, is like nothing. Yeah. So I just wanted to answer that question about the. I was also curious, like, what will happen if they just totally decouple? Yeah. So anyway,
I'll push back a little bit. It's not really a pushback. It's just like, maybe more things for you to think about. It's like, if US go into the decline, so what will happen is that many of the countries that earns a lot of money from United States market will stop to earn that kind of money. Then they will buy lesser from China. So it's not going to just be a US China clearly. Maybe the Chinese will still grow, but maybe not even the 50%, but maybe even lesser, like maybe 20-25%, but it still grow. I think they will still grow because the trade relationship with the rest of the world, I mean, they are trying very hard to open up new markets. And they're trying to, especially like Africa, they try to make Africa richer, and so that they can buy more stuff from China, So, but it may feel a bit early right now for them to decouple. So I think China, which is why China is not decoupling just yet. But I think the next 5 years they will.
Can I just say something real quick?
Exports, once again,
I mean, not entirely right now.
Like not entirely.
On the way. On the way. I think
you can see the lack of growth in exports already. It's already happening. It's just that it's not a total, and I don't think it will ever be a total. Even if they sanction each other, they will go through black markets to get.
It'll be like a Russia-Europe situation.
Basically, it'll be like that. But yes, you're right. The second and third level, effects of the decoupling is always more difficult. So this is just a very basic understanding of.
Can I point out one tiny thing, because I'm walking. I need to leave. Just one tiny thing, Drew. You said that the U.S. The Chinese exports to the U.S. account for 2.7% of China's GDP, and then you said that U.S. imports from China account for 15% of the U.S. imports, not 15% of the U.S. GDP. Okay, so you need to compare like to like here, right? You said 2.7% comparing exports to GDP, and then you compared 15% comparing imports to imports. Okay, that's pretty misleading, and I would encourage everybody to not think that it's 15% of the U.S. GDP. The numbers are actually, I'm quite sure, significantly smaller.
It's definitely not 50% of US GDP. But when you consider imports and inflation, you need to look at just the import figure. Whereas if you consider exports and GDP growth, you need to look at GDP of the country. So, for example, a country that has a really large export economy, right, versus a country that has a very small export economy, the amount of if you have, say, a country has 99% of its GDP generated locally and exports only 1% of its stuff. Even if it loses 100% of its export, it doesn't matter because its GDP is entirely local based, right? Whereas for a country that has 10% of its GDP local and 99% of GDP generated overseas, if it loses even 10% of that, is losing 10% of its GDP. So
absolutely. So I would be curious to know what percentage of America's GDP consists of imports from China, because I'm quite sure it's less than 2.7%.
But wait. But imports doesn't affect GDP. Imports is expenditure. You're not producing anything. Imports is imports. You're spending money. So like how much does America spend to buy things from overseas? So you need to compare that with the amount of
so the overall trade, if you look at imports and exports for both China and the United States as a percentage of GDP, not just for one country relationship, but in total. China's is much higher than the United States. The U.S. is a much more self-sufficient country than China. That's all I wanted to say. I don't want someone to present it as though that's not the case. But anyway, I gotta go. I just wanted to clarify that.
Exports for China and imports for US, because of their trade relation is so lopsided. China sells so much and the US imports so much. And that's the reason why you look at it from that angle. It doesn't really make sense to look at it from the other angle because China doesn't really buy that much from the US. Okay, Maddie.
So I actually wrote it down because I knew these explanations were going to get long, which I don't mind. Now, what I'm wondering is this: are we watching like a slow economic divorce happening where each side is kind of moving away from the other, expecting the situation to get worse? And it's like that couple, when they get married, they're going to be divorced. It's just a matter of how long it takes to get to the point, and you can see the couple start to go their separate ways until they actually announce it's divorce, which everybody already knew was happening anyway. That's the one thing I'm thinking, question I have. Are we watching them, each country actively doing this as part of an economic plan? And the second one is, so with the, say that does take place and we have to find alternate resources because say there's a declared war. Say that China and Russia together decide to make so that all the sea lanes are not a guaranteed thing to get your imports to come across the sea, which will leave us with the Canada and South America and us being basically the only ones that can safely supply each other. Are we going to start seeing that happening? And are we seeing it happening where some of these companies are starting to pull them out of overseas and slowly getting them here? Because my worry is everything that we use for steel, good percentage of it comes from Japan and China. And if we can't get that initially, where is it going to come from? I mean, we can dig it out. Problem is we don't have this. We don't have the steel industry we once have, so we'll have to build that up. Then we're going to have to also build up the power grid because they got to have power to run these things. And back in my day when I visited one, they could only run it after midnight because of the suck of power it had from the local community. They'd be all grayed out 24/7 if they did it that way. Didn't do it that way. So, there's a lot of things that are involved in this. That's why I'm wondering, do you see it as an economic plan? And is BRICS also setting signals that it is going to work in the same way?
Okay, I don't know about BRICS, but if you look at the US from direct, so you look at from the China perspective, they're selling less, not less, but they're kind of tapering off. So the last time at this level of exports to the US was in 2013. So for about 10 years now, they have maintained the amount of export levels to the US. So they aren't actually decoupling, but they are more like, not more is going out to the US. But if you look at the US foreign direct investment into China, it peaked in about 2019, and then it's slowly coming down from there. So we can see a slow, less money from the US going into China slowly. China selling less stuff to the US slowly. So it isn't a break, but there are signs that they are slowly, because the Chinese, they're also scared that their money goes into the US. Their entire sales funnel goes to the US. Once there's a cut there, they go bankrupt because they got no one to sell to. And the US, they're scared that if they invest in manufacturing in China and then there's a cut, and then like what Russia is doing now to the Western companies, they just take it over. It might happen. I won't put it past the Chinese government to do that. If the US starts to steal their reserves, they say, okay, we just won't pay back the loans that China has taken, basically pay back the treasury bonds. And China will just start, okay, Tesla is ours now, and all the factories is ours now. That could happen. just to get back, part of their money, their foreign reserves that were stolen. So,
well, the reason I asked is that, like, I was a machinist during the time, the early 90s into the 2000s. I was a machinist for 18 years, I guess it was. And I watched it happen and how our steel used to come from, Penn Steel, I've mentioned, the foundry. And that foundry, it wound up being that we were its only customer, which is a bad situation, to the point where China was offering us such a great bargain, which is kind of twisted because it had to come from overseas. And we were all watching it going, once we're relying on that to get our castings and stuff, because some of these castings actually get used in military hardware, which a lot of people don't know. If we lose that and sever it, we don't, I've all, mentioned the just-in-time manufacturing process we have now. We don't have anything like, no reserve of really much anything, because it's all because of the amount of tax and such it would be on the inventory. So we screwed ourselves so much that we're in this point now where many of us were saying, listen, but what did we know? We were just little people that work in the industry, and nobody's listened to us. And geez, we're going to lose it. Especially most of us were veterans, and we were in or just got out, and we're all working, together, and we're all saying, what the, we go to war, we are fucked.
Weren't they hiring a lot of retirees? Weren't they hiring a lot of retirees to go and make the missiles again? So maybe good for you, Mehdi. In a couple of years, if they try to restart the steel industry, they might hire you back as a consultant to go and tell them what the hell to do, how to do castings again. It might happen. You guys still have the skill set, so it's possible.
And the messed up part, right? The messed up thing about this is that we got rid of our steel industry because of green reasons, man. Because of environmental reasons. Because we have freaking retarded environmental morons that think that even though we live on one planet, if we go and make the steel in China, it doesn't affect global warming, because then our carbon footprint in the USA goes down. It wasn't all sent away for economic reasons. It was because we have idiots and faggots and retards that love the environment, but really just love their own fucking bottom line. And they've been screwing the country. And that's why America's in the situation it is. And that's why we need to get the fuck out of it. And we need to get people like Buttigieg out of, we don't need a person like Buttigieg in charge of the Department of Transportation. We need a better administration as soon as fucking possible.
This is why you need strong.
We have all the potential.
Leadership.
Exactly.
Control your capitalists. If you
absolutely
let capitalists run wild, this is what happens. It's just about money. You need strong political leadership to control them, so that when they try to move the industry overseas, you stop them and say, no. Yeah. And
it's a fucking travesty because we could do it. We absolutely could do it. We just don't. We choose not to because we're idiots.
Can I have a short comment on what Mehdi said, which were very interesting? You talked about the divorce we all are waiting for. If you view the situation in the Red Sea lately, are we seeing the transition now? Because you see the Yemenites start to let the Russian oil ships pass by, the Chinese oil ships pass by, and suddenly you can see that United States are kind of singled out almost in the trade there. So now then you say sent in their warships into the Red Sea, and now they start to make this threat that, hey, we're gonna stop the whole thing here. We gonna shut down every ship here, so that they can't continue allowing the Russian and the Chinese ship floating free while they have to drive around Africa. So that could be the beginning of that divorce that Mehdi was talking about. Perhaps.
Let me add a bit. So the whole concept of the global police, what the United States is supposed to do, maintaining such a huge military, is to deal with such a situation with Yemen. So United States, by right, if they are very wise, they are supposed to hold back the military, have a strong military, keep it advanced, and then when something like this kind of shit happen, like with Houthis, trying to stop the sea lane, that's when the United States should invade in, clear them out and then do regime change or whatnot in that region, making sure that that choke point is open for business. And the problem is the United States spend the military on the wrong things. They attacked Iraq when Iraq didn't really do anything. Afghanistan, arguably because the Taliban during those days, they are grooming the jihadis. Okay, maybe maybe there's, but Iraq has nothing. They didn't do anything. They are smashed. The economy is smashed. They're struggling to find a place in Middle East politics. Like they are nowhere. Saddam Hussein have no supporters. So there's no reason to really hit. Yeah, so
invade all these places.
Yeah, then they messed with Syria. There's no reason to do that as well. Then they went into supporting Ukraine right now. So now, because especially with Ukraine, the Marines have no equipment. They can't really even go into Yemen right now if they want to. Maddie.
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but the Marines, they just took all its armor away a year ago or 2 years ago. They don't have any tanks anymore. So they're relying on the U.S. Army to be able to provide their armor if they ever need it now. Which, that's what level we're at right now. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse. And I wanted to bring up, like you were, like Drew was saying, like Archimedes was saying, is when was the last time we actually really had serious, competent leadership at these key departments, and not some just politically paid off, idiot that knows nothing about the job, what they're supposed to do. They only pass it because the Republicans know when they want their guy to pay off for their political gifts, they won't fight it that hard because it's always been a game. So, we have to really start thinking, because we do not have even close to our best and brightest right in our countries, right, and anywhere in the West, really. I feel at least in North America, that's what I feel.
So to answer the super chat, yes, there's a Telegram channel for DPA. There, he created. He has a little line down there going off.
And so for the open mic, usually actually I want to do on Saturdays, but sometimes I can't do it, so I do on Sundays. Maddie.
Oh, I was actually, to the gentleman that was speaking about something I said, have up in front of me Slavengard right now. And CBS News: corporate cooperation between Russia, China, Iran possesses a major threat to U.S. national security. Right? I mean, they're acknowledging this now, but they're making Russia and China, Iran the villains when all they're doing is signing a security pact. If we don't fuck with it, it doesn't matter. That's the whole thing here. Is like we feel like we should be able to put our foot down anywhere we want to freaking go. Well, guess what? Other countries are finding better friends now. And they're bigger friends with military capability that's proven not to be the shit we were told it was going to be for years on end. We're facing a whole new dynamic now where our peer actually has shit that we don't have, and we're on the
Ukrainian
be
war
on the receiving end of that at any time. So, go ahead.
And the Ukrainian war probably sparked that. That was a spark that this situation was waiting for. And it's very interesting to see the development of the Red Sea. Imagine USA almost start to threaten, like, we're going to shut down the whole Red Sea. If we can't pass, no one going to pass. That's they feel the pressure here. Because if this situation continues, the United States will be bleeding out economically, eventually.
Now, and that's the one thing, we bring up Ukraine. It's the one thing about Crimea is that, and I've said it before, if they can put a Zircon missile station on Crimea and actually attack any fleet that we have in the Mideast. So, that's why I think they have this hard on for Crimea, because they want to own the Black Sea as well. And they know if they don't have Crimea, it ain't going to happen. And that's the truth of it. It's about power and ownership and trying to keep Russia and China influence out of places where they naturally should have the influence, and we shouldn't even be a part of it. We should be guests just competing with it. And that's the whole thing. If nobody, like you said, if we can't pass through it, nobody's going through, like little brats.
So I just want to add on a bit of just on my point. Why the US is the global police, which is always the title, and this is a very similar like the real world where you have real police. Imagine when the police fail, when there is crime, the police never come. They never solve the crime. They never solve the problem, and then what will happen? Mafia take over. Then you're gonna have eventually evolve into a Haiti situation. And now our world is starting to move towards that kind of situation where the so-called not the police people, all the different mafia groups are now forming up, and they're going to form into this BRICS group, which is exactly what happened in Haiti, where all the gangs are now up into one gang, one group, one alliance, and they are now negotiating. We are looking at it in the global scale. Maddie, you want to react?
Yeah, I mean, if we really think about it, that's how governments begin. There's a rebellion and there's several groups wanting to fight for the same thing. Next thing you know, they find each other, realize that fighting together is better than trying to fight each other at this moment. Work out their differences, take on the opponent, win. Now we got a different government forming. If you really think about it, it's American Revolution kind of was that. And it's the same everywhere else. And that's why I always say history matters, because if you read the history, military history, and you think of things just in that single context, it allows you to see a lot more than you can see the flaws in your own side's logic as well, I think. And the patterns are there. I mean, it may not be the same words and music, but it's definitely the same beat that happens over and over and over. If you just read history, you can see how what's happening in Ukraine unfolding. You can see if we tried to take on or defend Taiwan, how that would go. We've already seen how if you're extended way out beyond what your logistics capabilities are, you cannot win a fucking war that way. So
because the current financial system is US led. So you need everyone to trust the system, to buy into this financial system and everything, which is why US have this big military and help to ensure that the world continues to flow in this system. No one can deviate, which is also why there's all these US are messing up with certain countries because they are trying to deviate away from the system. But now when the police fail, then people will start to look for a different system, which is what you mentioned, forming a new government. Nunia.
Well, with respect to the police comment, yes, I agree that they're viewed as the world's police, but nobody ever asked them to be the world's police, or at least the majority of the countries never asked them to be the world's police. I kind of look at America right now and I wonder, they always had this reputation of being this big bad dude, and I just don't see any evidence of it. Who have they ever defeated? Iraq, after fighting Iran for 10 years. Grenada. I think after Afghanistan and that horrible pullout in Afghanistan, that's when everybody started to look at the United States a bit differently, and they started to say, these guys, they don't have much under the hood, and they're all smoke and mirrors. So what we're seeing now is, to Wyatt's point about the blocks and regional conflicts, that's what we're seeing now. Everybody's looking at this just failing thing, this blob that's failing in so many ways, politically, economically, militarily, culturally, and they're saying we don't want to have any part of this, right? So we're gonna, this international rules-based order that you've been telling us about for the last 30 years, we're out. Because we're seeing what you guys are becoming, and we're out. So I think you're seeing a lot of that in the world. And then you're also seeing, they're looking at China's and the Russias of the world, and they're saying, we've got other options now that we didn't have 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you to a point, but I'll push back and say, I mean, I've been saying from the beginning of the Biden administration when all this stuff started, it's not so much that America's weak and doesn't have anything under the hood. We have plenty under the hood. We just don't have the proper motivation right now. We don't have the proper leaders. And I said before, once everyone figured out what Joe Biden was about, that's why every little shit pot country in the world has made moves. If you got a beef with the United States, you got a grudge, you got some kind of dispute, some kind of argument, the last 3 years have been the ideal time to make your moves because you know the United States cannot respond very well, if at all. And they've proven themselves, that this administration at least, to be incompetent when it comes to foreign policy. So it's more to do with that, because you could say under Trump it was a little bit more stable. People were kind of put in their place as far as deals. You know, they weren't getting what they wanted flat out like they are now. You know, they had to actually negotiate on a honest basis. You know, but before that you had Obama. So I mean, the rest of the world's enjoyed a decline in American leadership at the top, not so much the country itself. I mean, all the potential's there. You just have shitbags running the show right now. And if you get the right person in there, or an authoritarian type person, or an authoritarian government, then watch out. You know, there won't be all this like running your mouth and getting flippant about the United States anymore. But you know, we made it the way it is, so it's the way it is right now, and people just have to accept it. I mean, Joe Biden has left us wide open, and everybody knows it. So why not take it? I mean, look at Yemen. Nobody's afraid because they know he ain't gonna do shit. I mean, look at Israel. They ain't even afraid of getting their money cut off. Don't do it. Don't go into Rafah. Fuck you, old man. We do what we want. That's what the whole world just said.
Well, and I agree with what you just said there too, with one distinction. I'm not so sure that the U.S. has the financial clout that they did like 10 years ago. So the money printer is coming to an end. And when that comes to an end, the ability to pay for all of this comes to an end. And when that happens, I'm not so sure that, well, I definitely know when that happens, a military conflict will be the least of your worries. You're just going to do everything just to keep the country together from this economic catastrophe. Sorry. Go ahead, Drew. Or Mehdi. Sorry, I think Mehdi was next.
Mehdi, you're muted.
Go ahead, Drew, while he goes on there.
He's panicking.
Lip reading the guy with no fucking teeth. How did you do? Anyway, I was looking for something, but I just want to. I'll bring up this because really this was all I was looking for. It's the Duran did something that a video short earlier today, where they were talking about the ICC and how the ICC basically is the world, just other than the West, really thinks that anyone that goes and brings like Israel or any Western, leader into that court is ever going to get a fair hearing. They know that it's bought by the West, and the judgments will always be what the West considers correct. And that's the thing about BRICS, is that I honestly think BRICS was formed before the Russian SMO, because they knew in the end it wouldn't be all decided in the UN, that there was going to be another entity where they could actually show the world the truth, because they had had enough of the UN. They had seen the UN just sit on piles of human rights abuses just because the West was the one that was incurring them. And that's and basically what we see is the big gang finally pushed so hard that all the people that they were pushing against decided to gang up and start beating up on the bully. And they saw that the head bully, that was a brain dead freaking idiot in charge. And like Vaughn said, let's put it this way: the Biden administration is the biggest national security risk facing our country right now. Period. It's the Biden administration, not global terrorism, not anything else. It's the Biden administration, people.
Real quick. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, to be fair, the Biden administration is an existential threat to the entire planet with the kind of stupid shit they fucking say all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I'm not being hyperbolic. They are. I mean,
Totally agree.
they're the only ones talk about throwing nukes around and shit all the time.
No, I wanted to actually push back on something that Vaughn said. He said that the world is actually enjoying watching the US come down and something in the matter. I totally disagree with that, because the world isn't enjoying this at all. All the world wants is the rest of the world. All we want is a set of rules.
I don't mean like enjoying it, but I mean, you have to admit there are countries and rivals that are enjoying the comeuppance that we're getting. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's a long time coming. They want stability, they want peace, but at the same time, they want a pound of flesh too, I think. And if they can get it on the ease,
I don't think they really think in those sort of terms. It's like everybody just wants a set of rules that everybody follows, including the people that created the rules. And the problem is that the US has created a set of rules, but it's not following them. It's applying these rules to everybody else. So everybody else is kind of going, what's this hypocrisy, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and now they're kind of eating their own words, and I think some of the world is kind of, I don't mean like they're enjoying it, because obviously they want the stability, but I just think, we have it coming and we're getting it, and some people are like, finally, there's some justice, there's some payback.
Yeah. But it's from the hypocrisy. If the hypocrisy goes away, and the US actually gets like good political leadership, and actually sets up a proper, fair, just system where they can call themselves out for nonsense that they do. If they do that, the rest of the world is very happy to have the US as a hegemon, I think, from my personal viewpoint anyway. Because at the end of the day, what's the point of swapping hegemons here and there? You're just creating chaos, right? All we want is peace, stability, a place to, have our kids grow up, go to school, work, be productive. That's what everybody wants. So nobody actually wants this change, but this change is kind of set upon us because of the hypocrisy, because of the way the US political elite behaves. So they kind of have to come up with a new system that's more fair, like everybody has a level playing ground. And this is the same system that the US can join. It's not like they are excluding the US. I think at the level of that level of politics, there's no like revenge or like comeuppance and all of that. It's about interest. It's about stability. So if there is a system that is equal for everybody, and everybody gets to join there into that system, and everybody trades with the same rules, the same, these are the things you can do, these are the things you cannot do, and it's clear. I think it's great that regardless of who is the leader, that's the system that everybody wants. Mehdi.
I just think, there's a lot to what you said, and I agree with it. It's just, even when we talk about like countries like Russia or China, it's always presented in some way that they are some enemy of ours, and that we are the bigger assumed person in the right every single time. So we got this moral authority about how we talk about things, and our leadership doesn't understand that the world doesn't necessarily see democracy in America right now. So they know coming to liberate, and you can't force democracy on anybody, because it ain't democracy if you do it, period. Yeah. Because once you're gone or your influence wanes, guess what? People are going to be like, fuck you, get out. And we're seeing it now, because now they got better friends. And, I hate this as an American to feel this way, because when I served, I really, really thought we were a force of good. And I think our intentions maybe back then were, but we got were to a point. We'll be fair about that. But once the Bush Cheneys got involved in all this, it all went nuts, because I don't remember, was it Colin Powell or somebody said, you know what, well, we have this army, why don't we use it? You know, and it's like, why did you have to? And the whole thing is that who is actually benefiting from this? Because all it is an avoidance of having to compete for resources with other countries by just claiming it as ours. So by doing that, who is it that actually benefits? It ain't me, right?
Yeah,
It
so
ain't any of us watching this show, probably. What
yeah,
it is, it's all those in charge that are the only ones that see the benefit out of it, because it maintains their stability to stay in charge.
The MIC.
this process.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. This process we are discussing now, it's probably a temporary thing, and we must never forget that there are a lot of things we can thank the United States for. I mean, in historical perspective, I mean, the USA could have crushed the earth times over if they wanted to earlier. They haven't. After Second World War, they have kind of tried to be honest. The United States, seen all over, they have been good to us. I mean, but as long as we try to, but they have become too powerful and they have misused their power in many ways. They should pull out of Asia, they should pull out of this and just become United States again. But after that, I think everybody should welcome USA back into the club, so to speak. And just one last remark on this process: we are seeing how United States actually are being singled out, it seems. And for example, the strategic petroleum reserve, the SPR reserve, it's interesting to see how it seems like they're cooperating with the oil price, so that United States can't fill up their oil reserves. Now it's like as a historic lows. They are like 350 million barrels on. If a war starts, the United States is on empty tank. They need to fill that oil reserves up quickly, and they can't, because the oil price dances around $90 these days. And as long as the oil price dances around $85-90 per barrel, they can't afford to fill up their reserves in oil.
Well, we probably could. We would probably just take our stuff that we sell and just keep it.
Yeah, the United States is a net exporter of oil. The so-called strategic reserve is just a pricing mechanism. It's just there to sort of buffer price shocks. The United States doesn't have the kind of flexibility in production that Saudi has. But if the United States needed, say, petrochemicals to go invade China or something, they would just go get it nearer to the source. So that's not an issue at all. There's nothing really strategic about that reserve. It's the same reason why Canada doesn't have to have gold stockpiles. Canada's full of gold mines. They don't need any gold stockpiles. Most of the gold in the world is probably in Canada somewhere. So there's just no real need to have these idiotic reserves. In fact, usually when you hear the word reserves, you're going to hear some kind of wrong argument associated with it. The word reserves has always been an accounting fiction. Where it does refer to an actual measurable physical stock of anything, the need for it is usually some kind of abstract economic thing. The kinds of things you actually need to have stockpiles of are generally things that you can't avoid using. Like there's no substitute for microchips, and you can't exactly, build a motherboard without, all the chips you need for it. So you kind of have to have a stock of that kind of thing. But regardless, to get into all these economic stuff, I think honestly, economic issues, there's a billion opinions on them. Where I want to agree with Vaughn strongly, I want to raise the idea of different American exceptionalisms. Biden views American exceptionalism as the United States is the referee and has to have the monopoly on force. He has actually a very neocon view of power. Trump has a more commercial and quantified view. To Trump, an effective monopoly on power, 85, 90% of the world, is fine. He's okay if he doesn't control the Caspian Sea. He's okay if he doesn't control the Black Sea. He's even okay if he doesn't control the South China Sea, because everywhere else the United States will still be able to put pressure on and control. So that's a much more realistic idea of the type of power the U.S. can exercise today. And if you look at RFK or at Jill Stein, I could characterize, they also view the United States as exceptional, but in different ways. Jill Stein looks at it as a technological innovator, and RFK looks at it as a broker of variant views across, say, different religions or things. He looks at it more as a convener. And there's reasons why he ends up as an ultra-Zionist because of that belief, right? I think all the beliefs are wrong except for Jill Stein's belief. I think she's correct. The United States can play this powerful role as a technological innovator, and it can still control 80, 90% of the world's trade if it behaves properly. And it's unclear. I do not believe at all that the protests are in any way temporary. They represent an absolutely permanent breach between this generation of educated people and the neocon strategy of world order. I don't think Trump will make the world any more respected, make America any more respected in the world, but he will manage it better, because if you know you can get into a negotiation, even if you are the Houthis or Kim Jong-un, you're far, far less likely to start shooting. And with Biden, you're just either shooting or obeying. Those are your choices. So I think Trump is somewhat better outcome for president. I do not believe the Republicans are a better outcome as a ruling party. So there's a tension there. But let's differentiate the different ways in which America is exceptional and where it continues and should continue to be exceptional, and where it has misused its claims of exceptionality.
Can I have a quick response? Just a quick. Yes, but no matter the reserves, the petroleum reserve, the function of it, we can discuss. But no matter what, it's a sign. It's a sign that the USA is under pressure. But so the point was, it's a sign, no matter what. It's a sign that USA are under pressure, and it seems like they are getting manipulated by the other countries.
There's no sound from your microphone, my day. There's no sound from your microphone.
Go, Mehdi. You're
Mehdi, have no sound.
muted.
There's no sound. Your mic is off or something. There's no sound, Mehdi. So we'll let OGK introduce himself first. OG, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is OG, and I'm from the United States, and I came to so like 1989, somewhere around there. And just looking at this war, I would say that as the United States, we are funding two countries at the same time, because all those tanks that Ukraine receive and Russia captures them, and I'm sure they're going to parade them on May 9th. So that's the thing, what's going on. And recently I found out that in Zaporozhye, there's a lot of people that are Ukrainian that don't want to fight. They don't want to even be enlisted, and they're forcing people to go to the front lines when they don't want to fight. And so that's also the case. And also that's why I'm saying we gave so much money to Russia in the 90s, and now we're giving money to Ukraine thinking that there's going to be democracy and freedom, whatever that is. But like, even those people that don't want to fight in Ukraine, they're being tortured as well. Like, I just recently saw one video where this woman, she talks about that this guy, he was electric shocked and actually strangled one time, and dogs were basically pushed on this person. So and then they also lower them, like they lower those guys that don't want to fight, like saying that you're not a man because you're not fighting the Russians and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. It's this war is really crazy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, since you did your intro and you kind of talked about Ukraine, I mean, we could switch topics into Ukraine, but I kind of want to go over Niger real quick because somebody asked about it, and there's really not a whole lot to talk about it. It could be pretty quick. I mean, we don't need to get into all the what if stuff. I mean, the facts that I know of that I've read are, the story came out the other day that Russian troops entered a base that the United States, is on or owns, I guess. And it may be part of like an addition to an international airport that's already there. And they made it sound like it was a big deal, but apparently the Russians have already been on this airfield for several weeks. There's been no incidents. They don't mingle, according to the U.S. commander. The majority of the Americans have been moved to another airfield called Airfield 201. So there's still a contingent there with the Russians. There might be some Italians and Germans there. The Russians think it's funny that the Americans wear body armor and run around in their helmets, and there's been no issue. So I would say there's really nothing to say. They're probably just there to babysit the airport or just troll the Americans until the Americans leave. I would assume at some point there'll be a negotiation and the Americans and their equipment will leave Niger, and then the Russians will operate the airfield after that, and that'll be the end of it. I mean, for now, I just don't think there's really anything there. Since nothing's going on, they're just basically standing there staring at each other.
Yeah, I just want to add that. And Zelensky is basically like when he tells, "Oh, the Russians are coming. The Russians are coming." Like right now, Latvians are making trenches there. It's like he's just doing that to get more funding for this war. I mean, he himself or the people that are elite in Ukraine, they're not going to fight. It's the poor people of Ukraine. The lower class is going to have to, spill blood. All of them, they're going to get richer and richer. And so, I mean, I don't know. Like,
And one more thing on the Niger thing, they were quoted. I think they quoted as saying they were Russian trainers. So that's Wagner.
yeah.
And they obviously all went to Africa and Belarus. And the other thing is, you got to realize there's professional soldiers on both sides, so they will probably just hang out and maybe they'll end up talking to each other. Maybe they'll sit down and have a drink and shoot the shit, trade stories and patches. That's what should happen because they're leaving. The Russians are coming to take it over. Everybody knows that's what's going to happen, so I don't think there'll be any fight about it. It's just, they're probably, like I said, they're just babysitting the airport until the Americans leave.
Yeah. Well,
Nunya.
I just wanted to say that, and I need to go right now. So,
Thanks for coming on. Do check
Yeah.
your email. I will send you the link to join the
Come
lounge.
back on.
okay, you guys have a great time. Bye-bye.
Nunya.
Yeah, the whole Niger thing. When I read that they had stationed the Russians in that base, I just saw it as being probably an attempt by the government in Niger just to add a little bit more pressure to the Americans to take off. So that's all I took from that. And it's just another indication of how badly Western influence in Africa is collapsing all around. Like you look at Chad, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, it's an epidemic now where they're all just, kicking France and the United States out. And that, I think, will be something that in future years, we probably don't understand yet how important Africa is to us. I know I don't. But I think it'll be a lot more clear in the coming years once we realize how much more expensive things are. Go ahead, John.
Oh, yes. Two things. I wanted to comment. Can you guys hear me all right? Is my...
Yep.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on something that Craig said regarding these protests. I think I forget how he expressed it, but I don't think there's really anything really unique about them. We saw them before, and as someone who's in America in an extremely liberal city, most of these people can't find, you know, Israel on a map, let alone Ukraine or anything else. When you talk to them, which I have, by the way, because I can't help it, they don't know what. Most of them don't have no idea what they're protesting for. They're literally mental midgets. I'm not kidding. It's hard for people like us who pay attention to the world and are, you know, a little bit more older and seasoned to comprehend just their lack of comprehension. I don't think people fully grasp that. When you talk to these people, it's quite frightening how little they know and how even less they understand. They are, I mean, it's shocking how dumb that they are. So that's my point as someone who's actually experienced it more than once, by the way. And I'm old enough, well, I don't really remember this, but Craig, I know about it. Craig would remember it. Like, you know, in the 70s, this wasn't new. Like, there was all sorts of fire bombings going on in the 70s in the US, and like, you know, things that were, you know, really violent that was going on. And most people, so people think like this is unique, a bunch of morons taking over a college campus and screaming, you know, people who are, you know, total morons. I mean, you can imagine these people trying to make a bomb, right? They can't wipe their own ass. So you'd be shocked if you spend some time actually talking to these people. Maybe you guys wouldn't, I don't know, but how dumb they really are. And other than that, I was hoping we could get back to maybe talking about the situation on the grounds. But that's kind of what I'm interested in, because I know there's been a lot of movement over the last week to 10 days that's going on. And I'm curious about, you know, especially guys with military experience, or people have been, you know, and people who've been paying attention to this every day, like Wyatt, as to what they is the Russians just doing targets of opportunity, or is there this method behind their madness, the situation, the territory that they're grabbing? That's kind of what I'm curious about. I believe Mehdi is actually next. Vaughn, sorry. Mehdi? Mehdi?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to get back to what my response was. The thing about a Trump administration is that Trump is going to have at least represent some form of stability internationally with people that they can talk to. Right now, no one trusts the Biden administration. Nobody can predict what these scared assholes will do to stay, because their corruption's unraveling it before them. You know, what happens when this all ends and they're not in power, and the president will have the ability to form an investigation and look into them like they've tried to do to him. You know, so that being said, a lot of movement going on. John, I think that they do it. They are targets of opportunity, but also there's a strategic method, and they're probably most likely, I think, right now, are even going to start moving even quicker as they get beyond these initial phases of coming through, because there's a ledge that it looks like, I wish I had the map. They have actually gotten into a possible place where I thought that maybe the Ukrainians would put up a secondary line, or at least try to hold off, but they have already went above it, and that is the one that is north of Adivka, I believe. If you look at it, a topo map,
were they evacuated? You're talking, is that the area that kind of circular perimeter, that entrenched perimeter where they evac from? I think that's where you're talking about. Wish I had the map up, but
yeah,
maybe.
I wish I could. Yeah, because I put it on the map. I think I dropped it in our chat, but you know,
there was a pocket that they withdrew from.
Yeah,
because they moved up on the side and they had to get out, or they would have been stuck.
Exactly. In the map I was showing, it is Germany's box. I'm going to keep on bringing this up. Simple, tactical, freaking maneuver, been around for years, but that's what you're seeing. They will initially go for the corners and try to get the flanks and set a base. And once they have you in that box, like Germany said, once you're in the box, you own the box. If you have three sides of that box, you own the box. And you can see it. They're doing this place after place because, like when they were securing Bakhmut, they were doing it sector by sector. It's kind of how they operate. They go and they chew a bite out, then they go and they chew another bite out. But there's going to be times when there's nothing to chew on, and they got to extend and start getting to these places, and they're going to be moving quicker and quicker, I think. And when we're going to see the main force come through, and maybe, I don't know, do you think that they're going to just go and just take Chazayar, or will they go around it and just let it dissolve with the forces that come afterwards? It all depends on what the major force is going to be.
Like questions like that. Like I'm not just talking about specific tactics, like in these one areas, which I appreciate insights into, but I'm thinking more like, what is the grand strategy here for the Russians? Or have they decided on one? Maybe not. Maybe they're just.
I think they do, and I think they're trying to shift the forces to the north, getting the Ukraine to the north of the Dnieper, on that sector up there. And I believe, and I've been saying this forever, there's going to be a crossing attempt in Kherson, because they can move those forces so far away that there's really nothing down there that they can keep legitimately there, because there's so much more needed to the north. I think that they're gonna hit in a couple places, and it's gonna be extended further out and a lot quicker than we did. It'll be more mobile. You see that the aircraft now, the Gators are working right up on the Dnieper line now. They don't fear any type of air defense, or they don't. They still have to be aware of it, but there is definitely a significant change in what Russia operationally is doing down there right now, especially with you have the helicopters, which are available to army groups where they assign them where they want them. So, I think the South, there's going to be an opening, and it could possibly kick off, and they may go for Kharkov, but I think they may just go around it and keep going further down. And then we'll see if they go up my beloved MO3 in that map that I make mashed potatoes on my fucking couch that I keep showing everybody. They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say one more thing on Niger. Given Biden's track record of technology transfers, the only potential bad thing I could see coming out of the Niger airport is if the Niger government doesn't relent on allowing the Americans to leave with their equipment, and then they just make them get on buses and drive to the border or fly out on commercial aircraft, and they're forced to leave all the drones and equipment behind. Because they did attempt to damage and destroy stuff, but if we look at the Kabul airport, that was probably a failure as far as preventing stuff from being repaired by the Taliban or whoever. So that's the only downside I see with Niger, that there might be something like that happens, but I think more than likely we'll just leave with all our toys and go home. But on the Ukraine thing now, since we can just go into that, I mean, I don't really argue with you on that, Mehdi, but the middle is where it's at. It's all in the middle. You get everything between Kupiansk and the Donetsk city is wide open. That's where all the action is going to be this summer. Donetsk is going to be a big front. They're going to, Avdiivka, all that area right there is going to bloom out. I mean, Pokrovka is probably going to be gone by the end of the summer. They're going to probably be past Kupiansk. They'll have Izium. They'll have Seversk. They're going to be everywhere. It's all going to be in the middle. That's where it's at. They got too many guys. They got too many guys up north and too many guys down south. And if they try to move people in between, those guys get hit, so they don't even go anywhere anyway. And the middle is I mean, you can see what's happening. They can't even turn around and stop right now in Avdiivka and stop the Russians. If they stop, they die. I mean, they could try to fall back 10 or 20 kilometers, but that's not far enough to get away from drones and some of the artillery. I mean, they're just in a really bad spot right now. The ground's drying out. The Russians have all the momentum. Every day, the fabs increase. They hit everything they want pretty much whenever they want. Ukraine lashes out with bullshit hits on stuff that don't matter. I mean, if they killed 100 Russians, big deal. The Russians probably killed 500. So, and the 500 they killed mattered because they were holding a position. The 100 they killed were learning how to dig a trench with a shovel. You know, I mean, it's just going to start picking up more momentum. I mean, I'm not saying anything won't happen around Kharkov or Zaporizhia, but I really think all the action is going to be between Donetsk City and Kupiansk. That's just going to be red hot.
Question for you guys. At what point do we see the troops who are stationed in Belarus, because there's a lot of them, at what point do we see them enter the fray, or will we not? And they're just there as a buffer.
I think they're just there to stop the Polish to get in.
Yeah, I think so too. Like I think they were initially put there just as like I said, a buffer against the Poles. But at what point now? Because I don't think Russia cares about the Poles anymore, to be honest. I think Russia.
I mean, it depends, though. I mean, is there really a reason for them to go in?
Yes.
I mean, they'd have to cut. They could cut Poland. You know, they could cut down straight to the border of Hungary, and just cut. But how much fighting would you have to do? We know there's tons of troops held back. That's probably where a lot of the good shit is. That's where all these guys have been hanging back, trying to ride out the war. And now you're going to give them a reason to fight? I mean, I just don't really see a reason for them to do anything other than sit there and keep people.
Vaughn, you know these people that run in Poland, they want the same attention Ukraine is getting. So don't be surprised if they get in. Because once they get in, everyone's going to talk about Poland and forget about Ukraine. Poland is going to be the next best thing ever happened since the sliced bread. So don't be surprised if they get involved. About the super chat from Norway, I know Norway is not part of the EU, but there's one thing. Every country in the EU is trying to make a law that every Ukrainian living in EU to go back. Don't forget, Norway is one of the biggest problem of this world. They definitely gonna make sure these 50 people, military age, get sent back to Ukraine for sure. Okay, Mehdi.
I like what Vaughn said about the middle. If they get over to Zaporozhye, all bets are off, because for the Ukrainians to be able to transfer military equipment now, if they take out all the bridges that are all the way up to Kyiv, they gotta logistically go all the way up to Kyiv and then drop down to the south, and that basically cuts their army in half. I mean, it on both sides. I think where you're talking about up towards Poland, I think it's basically a troop magnet to drag up as much as it can, to put a force there to let things operationally open up down, in the middle or in the south. Like, I think it may be both. They may, right now they say there is an operation on it. Maybe just an entire front, and they're just going to go where the momentum is. And like Vaughn said, right now in the center, they have the operational momentum. They may have plans to do an attack up on Kharkov, and they may have had plans to do what I think would happen down south. But because of the advantage that they have right now in the operational momentum, they may change their plans and just go with where it's heading. We don't know. I mean, we're just armchair generals, and we don't have all the information about where it's actually penetrate, where they're really getting penetration, think they can move to, and where their correlation of force and means is built up enough where they really can go and do a pounding and head logistically out to an objective that is notable. Don't know. But there are so many things that could happen, but they keep on going to the same thing. I keep on saying, Germany's box. When they're doing it, this is how they move. They section you up, and then they put you in a box that you cannot get. You have to either retreat out of, which is the cauldron, or you just get crushed within it. So, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick, the whole box thing. Pull back a map. Look at it up close. You see the little boxes. Pull it back farther. You see the bigger boxes. Then you see the theater boxes and the front boxes, and then you can look at the box that Ukraine is in. And it's just ironic how that something so simple. I mean, you can see it at the local level all the way up to the strategic level. The boxes that are forming around Ukraine and in Ukraine. And right now, the center is where all the boxes are, really. I mean, that's the big box and a whole lot of little boxes and medium-sized ones. I mean, it's a freaking buffet of boxes right there.
It's kind of classic Soviet doctrine not to have too strong a preference about where you push, but to let the enemy's mistakes and weaknesses decide where you push. So you just set up a strong enough resistance along your whole front, and where the enemy collapses, where you get a big surrender, that's where you go in. You've got a lot of reserves. You pile those reserves in around whoever's making advances. That's pretty classic Soviet behavior. It's not tactically, yeah, they do the boxing. To address Nunez's point about the troops in Belarus, that long speculated death blow from the Belarusian border down like Kitimer, Vinnytsia to the northern tip of Transnistria, maybe even potentially link up to Hungary and Transcarpathia, that is a threat that just sits there. It just sits there. It requires attention all the time. It means you can't leave those areas completely undefended. It draws off troops. It takes up tactical thinking time. And I think that Poles in Lvov is a big concern for Belarus, but it solves a bunch of problems for Russia. So having those troops sit in Belarus makes it more credible that they'll attack, because the Belarusian military would come in with them to go and attack, say, Poles and Lvov potentially. Whereas the Russians don't really have any motive to kick the Poles out of historically Polish territory. So it was only really a credible threat because it is sitting there in Belarus, where there is a motive to keep the Poles pushed back and prevent them from making historic Polish claims on Brest or other potentially Polish or Belarus's parts of Belarus that were once in Poland. So I think they'll continue to present credible threat in at least 4 or 5 places, and they will choose which they attack based upon opportunism. I wanted to throw one word in response to John, is that the actual cognitive capacities and knowledge of the protester doesn't really matter at all, because to the degree that they show up to learn about the conflict. And there's a primacy effect here. If the first place they really understand about the conflict is learning from people at a protest, they'll tend to carry that belief about the events for the rest of their lives. We saw this in the Ukraine protests as well, where people showed up who knew nothing about Ukraine. They just mirrored some narrative they got from the media. And it's been very hard to pull them off of the beliefs they got about this is all being Putin's fault and etc. So likewise, if people show up with a poorer notion of a conflict at a protest, learn from the protest leaders who've had 6 months to refine their story on things like TikTok, and they can really put a strong primacy effect in mind, then that amounts to a generational change in thinking about the conflict and about American power. So I'm not saying that the average person who shows up at these protests has any capability at all. I'm just saying that they are representative of a broader, maybe it is emotional, generational shift in attitudes, and it will probably tend to stick over the long period of time, precisely because it is kind of, emotional and based upon what they heard first.
Today, if you noticed that Russia put an arrest order on Zelensky today, officially. So he's now a wanted criminal. So if Zelensky are caught in Belarus or on Russian soil, they're going to arrest him. Just an interesting fact.
Well,
Is that a signal?
I think Russia done it as a joke. There's no way. They
no, I took it as being kind of a thumb in the eyes of the Ukrainians, just to say that Zelensky is no longer a legitimate president, because They canceled the elections. So basically what the Russians were saying, my understanding was the Russians have always promised not to go after Zelensky, not to target Zelensky while he's been president. And they made that promise at the very beginning of the conflict. So I think what the Russians are now saying is, this guy is no longer a legitimate president. Therefore, all bets are off when it comes to taking him out. Now, does that mean they'll take him out? Probably not. Why would they? But I that's how I kind of took that, as Russians are saying this guy is no longer legitimate. It's more so for the Ukrainian population to hear than anybody else.
I love
Go
the
ahead,
way.
Manny.
Well, before we go there, internationally though, does that allow Russia to be anywhere internationally, and whether, especially like in air travel, because Zelensky will have to travel by the air. If he winds up being in a coach, he'll never be in a coach flight, but he's not always going to have the ability to move around and visit all these freaking countries because, let's face it, we pissed off the world. Imagine your plane landing for gas. They know he's in there, and it's a country that's kind of okay with the Russians, and Russians say he's there, and they go, yeah. They go, apprehend him, please, for us. They do. Now what?
I agree with Nunya, though, that it's kind of a signal to the Ukrainian population, but also to the American population. If an American president had delayed elections and hung on without the mandate past an ordinary inauguration day, which is exactly what's happened with Zelensky, then nobody would consider them a legitimate president in, say, February of 2025. If Biden canceled the elections tomorrow and tried to hang on, but in February 2025, nobody familiar with the U.S. Constitution would think he was still the president. Now, the American Constitution is a much longer tradition than the Ukrainian, but that's very helpful. You can send a simultaneous signal to both the Ukrainians and the Americans that an unconstitutional process of deciding who conscripts potentially 1 million people and gets them killed is not acceptable. It's not democracy. That is a rhetorical point entirely in the Russians' favor that will resonate, I think, with Americans. So I think it's a very canny move to say he's no longer legitimate as of the ordinary inauguration day. It certainly would work if an American president had hung on past inauguration day with no mandate from the people.
Let me ask you this then. What if they do the same for Joe Biden? I always wondered why. Well, hold on.
He's not going to cancel the election.
Hold on. What if they had evidence that Joe Biden was not elected? What if they presented in BRICS or in the UN actual evidence that showed the election in 2020 was rigged, and it was not, Joe Biden did not win that election, or at least it needs to be redone.
Draco!
Oh, hey! Forget what I just said. Bring him
Oh
on.
my freaking God! It's Draco. The legend is back.
Can I answer that before we go to Draco? Because I think there's a short, sharp answer, and it's in Trump's interview with Tucker Carlson. When Trump gives his interview with Tucker Carlson,
thank you.
The only 2020 election rigging thing he mentions in the whole interview, he doesn't go into anything that happened on election night. He refers specifically to his strongest case that he rarely makes in public. He made it to Tucker. Go watch that interview. What Trump says is Blinken hauled out ex-CIA agents, who are never really ex, to claim that the Hunter laptop was Russiagated, amplified the Trump-Russia claims, and denied that Hunter was involved in corrupt ways in Ukraine, and pretended that Russia was making that whole story up. And according to a poll, I forget the company, but Trump cites a poll that says that swung anywhere from 5 to 15% of the vote, that Russiagating factor. That is by far his strongest case for election rigging in 2020. It's far stronger than the 60 different claims about election night that judges have dismissed. And in October, I think that claim is going to reemerge because it fingers Blinken, who's probably the world's single least popular person, and ties Biden with that sinking boat anchor. So there is how he comes back with a claim in October that most of his supporters aren't really that aware of, and they'll all start saying, yeah, that's what we were saying all along. That's what we were saying all along. They'll forget the fact they were talking about election night and start talking about that. And that's actually, I think, his ace in the hole for October.
Totally disagree with you. All Trump has to say is, you know what, the 2020 election was never investigated. So we're going to open an investigation now, and all the evidence that was suppressed is allowed in, as long as it's certified. You know, they've never even shown the public.
If it even exists.
They've never showed the public, even in the public, they haven't shown us the chain of responsibility to be able for the ballots from one to another, from process to process. They haven't even showed us the people that were responsible for it, let alone who signed it, because that's who they should have went for right away. They never even did any of that. So there's never been an investigation. So, you know what? We're going to open an investigation. We're going to end it now. Whatever we find out is what it is.
Yeah, but Mehdi, he's talking about getting elected. What you're talking about is after Trump gets elected. That was not CH's point. Was this is what could get Trump the election? I believe. I don't want to speak for you, but I believe that's what you were saying.
And I could have totally missed the point.
But no, both things can be done, right? You can go to your base with their belief that the election was rigged, but then you're asking them just in October to take this very credible Watergate-like case for weaponizing of the CIA against the Trump campaign with the Russiagate claim that Blinken makes through the Ashland Institute, and to focus all of your official messaging on that, because that targets Blinken. And honestly, Blinken is the biggest boat anchor Biden has. He's botched the entire planet. Everybody hates him. He gets greeted by minor officials in China. He's destroyed the unipolar moment. Go ask John Mearsheimer, Jeffrey Sachs what they think of Biden or of Blinken. Honestly, that's kind of how that goes. But we're agreeing that this will be re-raised. Now let's get to Draco.
Well, I just quickly, I don't think that they think Blinken is evil. I think they think he's a moron. And no, I'm serious. I mean, you look the way he was treated in China, and
I know.
I think he's a moron. What do you think, Draco?
I think he's lunatic.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
It was escorted to the plane by the janitor.
Everybody,
because I have a new headset, so
sounds good. You sound way better than
me. Thank you. Hey, how are you guys?
We missed you. We missed you.
I was very, very, very busy with myself.
Wanking or fucking?
Both.
PG-13, gentlemen.
For the new people that are in the chat or watching the show, Draco is the one that did the opening. That you hear that's got that good classic DPA Army fucking beat to it. That was his baby.
Yes.
You're talking about Trump. I'm glad there's free American here.
For Europe, there is only one conclusion. Europe is fucked up. So
I know that. Everyone knows that. So, do you guys feel let down by the Republicans that voted to approve the money?
Yes.
And Trump, because he approved
that he backed up the he backed up the what do you call it, the censorship thing, that bill and all that. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in Trump. Trump is the evil of two lessers.
Yeah, I'm real sad about it, but I'm still voting for him. So,
but let's wait. Maybe the Republicans will bring some new candidates.
There'll be some new people. It just won't be enough. I mean, they need like 20 Rand Paul types in the Senate and probably 30 or so Madison's or Tulsi Gabbard types
in the House. Yeah,
I would still think Trump is the best option for United States right now, even though he just proved he's part of the.
But if Trump is coming and if he's respecting his promises, then the war in Ukraine will be ended. Then I don't know what the USA will done because they invested so much there, so they will have a lot of losses.
You know, Craig was
They'll probably
saying
raise
about
taxes.
the last election. The way the Democrats are behaving for this next election, it looks like they're thinking something. They know something we don't know. They are really, really confident that they're gonna win the next election. Everyone outside, I don't live in the United States, but from here I can see the elections is already won by Trump. By the way the Democrats are behaving, they know something we don't, because they are really confident that they're gonna win.
Yeah, you're right. Boss.
Hey, Drew, nobody said GDP 3 times in a row. Come on, man.
No, I have a question. I have a question for the Americans. If Tulsi Gabbard actually get like the conservative vote, like would Republicans vote for Tulsi Gabbard?
I'm just saying a mix of people like that. I mean, I don't like her on a lot of stuff, but she's a more reasonable person. You got to be realistic about the kind of people that can get in. Tulsi Gabbard types can get in, Nancy types can get in, Rand Paul types can get in. You can't be too crazy. You got to be flexible.
The biggest hurdle Tulsi Gabbard has is with Republicans. I mean, is she's a gun grabber, and there's most conservatives. That's the hill they die on. So you come to grab the guns. That's it. They just won't tolerate that.
Okay. So she's trying to get rid of all the guns.
I think that the MAGA base is
She wants
just
to
too
keep guns
cynical.
for the military. She doesn't want any of the people to have it. She doesn't want the government to fear the people.
I don't know that matters though, because I can't see anyone who would vote for Trump not voting for him because Tulsi was the VP. But I think there are a significant number of, especially independents, who would vote for that ticket for Tulsi, who otherwise would vote RFK.
I don't think that would ever happen. I mean, my understanding is that Trump offered her a position at some point in his administration, and she declined because she was still, I think, in Congress or maybe thinking about running. But that's a rumor. That's not even a proven rumor. But I mean, he would pick her. I'm just saying, somebody like her, she's somebody you can compromise with and work a deal with. Like, she's probably realistically knows I can't get all the guns, but maybe I can pass some kind of legislation to restrict some kind of gun.
I personally think that she's the best VP that Trump can find, because she can kind of breach the two parties, kind of, right? Because she used to be a Democrat, and then
the Democrats really hate her because she came out and renounced them.
But all the swing voters might be happy with her.
Trump was a lifetime. Trump is a lifetime Democrat voter.
I've never even really never stopped to listen to Alex Jones properly until he went to Jimmy Dole show. That guy is a fucking lunatic.
Hey guys,
he's not wrong.
As an American and MAGA American at that, I think many of us are just too cynical of what even the Republican Party would offer them, other than Trump right now and who he picks. I don't like all the shit that Trump is doing and saying, but right now he's the closest thing to anything that will attack and eliminate the Washington, D.C. establishment, at least try to put a crack into it. And that's how we look at it, is who is going to do that job. Don't care about Democrat or Republican, black, white, woman, man, don't matter. Who's going to attack it and change it, I think, are what a lot of MAGA people are just stubbornly going to be locked into, and I'm one of them.
They should probably.
I don't know if you guys remember when Kamala Harris was Congresswoman, whatever she was, elected. Everyone said the first Indian woman in Congress or House of Representative. And when she became VP, she became a black woman. Have you noticed that? Before she was
Yes.
an Indian.
Yes.
Before she was an Indian, and then she changed. This is the kind of bullshit
And,
the
and now,
Americans
and now
love
neither
doing.
want her. Now
Well,
neither
she
want
does.
to claim her.
She does actually have both parents,
I
but
know,
you know,
I know, but you can't change. Oh, you are Indian or are you black? You can't just change. You know.
sticking
No,
to the VP thing though. Hold on a sec. I think we don't get too far off topic so fast. I think Tulsi's the best choice he can make too, but as long as his VP choice is a solid anti-neocon, JD Vance is pretty good as a solid anti-neocon. You just have to be voting a clearly anti-neocon ticket and you're secure. As far as the Second Amendment's concerned, with the conservative Supreme Court and long-standing agreement on what the Second Amendment does not say, I don't think that's at any conceivable threat. So I think voting on that based on Tulsi, it's kind of crazy because the Second Amendment's such solid law at this point and has such a solid conservative court. Unless you want a new Second Amendment that doesn't actually say what the current one says, in which case you're not going to get that out of Tulsi, but no one's getting that anyway.
How about our Vivek? How about Vivek? Vivek Ramaswamy.
I think Vivek he'd be good, but he
I
might
would prefer him.
overshadow Trump. But what I will say about Gabbard is, whatever you say, positive, negative against Gabbard, she's way better than that woman who disclosed that she killed her dog. Did you?
Oh yeah, Christy, no.
Yes,
no.
I don't know. I mean, she's a good governor, but I honestly don't know why they ever took her as a candidate. I mean, it's like she's a good governor. Let her run South Dakota. She doesn't need to come to D.C. and get corrupted and turn into a piece of crap.
Well, now
She's
she's
good at
like
running her
Catwoman.
state. Well, you know what I'm saying. I mean, and then the dog story just made it even more apparent. It's like he doesn't need to pick a woman. He just needs to pick somebody competent like Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
I think she doesn't want the job. That's why she came up with that story.
I think you want Vivek in a more offensive position, though. In my mind, thinking in sports metaphors, your VP is a defensive position. You put them into difficult files to try to prevent damage to you, but in actual play. But in Vivek is more of an offense guy. He's a guy you would send out to negotiate a trade agreement or something. And I don't think you want them in the VP slot. You want them focused on that, like a trade.
Yeah, but you could designate him like the trade czar. Make him the point man.
Someone in chat say Mike Pompeo.
My problem with Pompeo is that you got, again, back to this problem. The Christian Zionists are becoming less popular. And Mike Johnson, Mike Pompeo, and Mike Pence, all three of them, have been 1, 2, and 3 heartbeats from the presidency. And a lot of Americans have big concerns about that, what they actually believe, and what they actually think.
The other thing is, too, with Mike Pompeo is he was one of the named people in the story the other day about people who withheld information and intelligence from Trump. So there's no way in hell he doesn't exist to Trump. I mean, other than an enemies list.
I think I said this before. Wherever Trump picks up, make sure he's not one of these people. Mike Pompeo, John Bolton. Trust me. Because if that
John Bolton as his VP, that would be pretty funny.
One of these guys,
can't be a neocon. It's got to be anti-neocon.
Trump is gonna die.
Destroy his administration, man.
Trump is gonna die in office if one of these guys get in.
Well, this is the thing. The Christian Zionists, Mike Pence, Mike Johnson, Mike Pompeo, are pretty much a unity with the neocons. Like, they are neocons. They're a branch of neocons whose neocon beliefs come out of crazed Bible prophecy. So, like, you can't distance yourself from the neocons and have those people in your cabinet. So I think Pompeo is out for that reason.
CH, may I ask you something, because I don't know what that means. What is the meaning of Christian Zionist? Because
it means a person who wants everybody Jewish out of their country into Israel in harm's way. When nuclear war happens, they rebuild the temple. A third of the Jews die. 2/3 of them get converted to Christianity.
So
Judaism ceases to exist, and Jesus comes.
Let me follow.
But that's what they believe.
So Christian Zionists are against Jewish people.
They are very anti-Jewish and anti-Judaism, and they are very pro-Israel.
How can they be pro-Israel
Because
If they
Zionism
were
and Judaism
anti-
are opposites. They have nothing
yeah,
to do with each
but
other.
the state of Israel is based on the Zionists.
Yeah, it is now.
It's
not a safe refuge for anybody, in case you haven't
the
known.
rabbit hole.
Ever.
Don't try
The
to don't
state
try
of
to understand.
Israel.
Don't try to understand Christian Zionism. It's based
Yeah.
on some sort of weird biblical interpretation.
Yeah, but
okay, it's not something we could cover here. There's all sorts of wackos on YouTube. You can download.
You can find out all about Christian Zionism. It's not hidden.
Like when an American
maybe I can simplify.
But you cannot be pro-Israel if you are against Jewish.
Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. You can be pro the state of Israel. You can want the state of Israel to do crazy and insane things and start nuclear wars and anger 300 million people by knocking down the Al-Aqsa Mosque. You can want all of that and be utterly anti-Jewish, utterly anti-Judaism, and pro-Netanyahu, pro-state of Israel, pro-settler. And that's what Christian Zionists are.
One thing Israel to do a nuclear war is not pro-Israel. It's anti-Israel, actually.
No, it's actually pro the current state of Israel, and it's anti-Jewish people to do that, in my view.
Okay.
Yeah,
very interesting. Very interesting
This is why you see a lot of, at least here in London, you see a lot of.
It is crazy. We can't explain it better because it's crazy.
On the Palestine side, they keep saying free Palestine, and they are Jews.
So let me try.
This is the kind of trouble you get into when you think that a state can have rights. This is the trouble you get into. Populations and people have rights. But if you start thinking that a state does, a country, like if we had thought that the USSR had some kind of right to stay around, we would have ended up with a nuclear war. If we thought that Yugoslavia had a right to keep existing, all those places would still be at civil war. If we thought Czechoslovakia had a right to stay together, then we would have each side would arm the Czechs and the Slovaks to fight to control the whole thing. States do not have rights, and as soon as you think that they do, you're a fascist. And then you start arming these states to stay on the map when they shouldn't. And that's how you get into a disaster. That's what fascism is.
Like Palestine, right?
States have rights.
So sounds like Palestine, right? Because people think that Palestine, have a right to exist, which is why it never ends.
Well, it's no, that's different though. That's saying that the indigenous people there whose DNA has been stable for 3,700 years.
Yeah, but who's to say how many years is the stability of the DNA matter? Like, that's
no, that's not the argument. The argument that's not how it works. The state of Israel is founded on a principle that they have an exclusive and primacy of genetic of indigeneity. We're not saying that anyone else has that primacy. We're just countering that claim when we talk about the DNA of the Palestinians.
Yeah,
you're not making a positive claim. You're just defeating one.
I would just like to draw the distinction between a nation and a state. So I do believe nations are simply collections of individuals. So just like an individual has rights, a nation has rights. So yeah,
that's a population of people. Yeah, a population of people.
And a nation you can have a state with many nations in it, and you can have a literal nation state. Like the Czech Republic, for example, is a nation state.
Sure.
So, and then
really?
As long as you know the rights belong with the population and not with the currently drawn set of borders, and that there's nothing holy about constitutions or borders, they are negotiations, then you're fine. But like keep the population has the right, not the thing that they're currently expressing.
Rights are kind of like this nebulous, ethereal thing, right? I mean, you can't see it, taste it. It doesn't have any physicality to it. It only exists in. It's really a thought. I mean, what is a right?
It is a thought, but it's a very viral one. Like if you notice, the whole international legal thing looks ineffective, but they've gelled the language. Like everyone's talking about genocide and apartheid as factually real things, even prior to the ICJ ruling. Colombia just ejected the Israeli ambassador and stopped all trade with Israel. That is a material outcome of these legalized deliberations about rights. So never say it's not effective just because there isn't one obvious entity forcing it like a court. It's acting more like a kind of meme or virus, getting into a whole lot of decisions all over the world and causing countries to recognize Palestine as Colombia just did.
But that kind of falls back on my argument is it's the futility of it because it just can be clearly redefined as like a meme. And or whatever a group of legal scholars happen to be sitting in some court where they're self-appointed, where they're given dominion over individuals and nations.
Yeah, nobody denies human rights are absolutely a human-created concept. We invented them.
So it's literally, and just if humans created it, humans can take it away. So this
They
idea
can.
of rights is but
But if 8 billion humans decide it's real, then it becomes real pretty quick.
Until they're wiped out by the other billions.
And I wanted to back up John's point because that's how I think of it. Because it's society that chooses what laws exist. They don't just float out in the ether, and everybody has them. They have to be agreed upon concepts that will be followed by most of the community. Is it not? And that's how they, it forms a government that are formed off of those laws. As long as the people agree to allow that to remain, it remains. But ultimately, it's down to the people who create all this stuff and choose to either follow it or not. It's all mental constructs, just like John said.
Yeah.
I got to take off for about 20 minutes, and I'll rejoin if I can get back in. And I know we'll swing back into Ukraine at some point. And I know a lot of people probably have questions about the M1, or they might want to talk some shit about the M1. And that's all well and good, but you can at least do Wyatt a solid, and you can ask a question with a super chat, or super chat your insult, and pay Wyatt a little respect since he works his ass off to put up the maps and make sure we have a place to come hang out and talk. So I'll see y'all in a few. But seriously, think about it. You got a question or an insult, throw Wyatt a few bucks on a super chat.
Yeah.
This poor Asian man needs to buy some rice for his children. For God's sakes, can you give him $5?
Come on, insult me, please. Insult me with super chat.
The next super chat of $5 or more will dictate what we discuss.
Please don't tell me that Singapore buy their rice from Belgium, like Angola do.
No, we buy from
Super
Thailand.
chat of $10 or more. Wyatt will give you his children.
Yeah, it's fake news. Draco, what have you been? What really have you been so busy with? Like I email you, but you have no reply.
No. I was sick of about everything. It goes on my substance, and I just took a break because I was in the situation where I saw me getting so real sick, about the old thing that is happening on the fucking world right now. So it's not like I am better in a better situation, but because I took this break, I am now capable to face again this because I am really it really hurts me when I see what is happening all over the world. So I don't know how to put that away.
Right.
So you're depressed.
Draco, I had to do the same thing for PTSD management, just to get it out of my head, because you got it constantly spinning in your head, and that's all you start to see of the world. I had to back off for a little bit just to let my brain settle a little bit, to be able to talk normally instead of screaming and shouting like I was starting to get. So I feel what you're talking about.
I'm same way.
Thank you.
The super chat. Like even now, like the stuff that's going on in Palestine, I can't watch it. I've just completely given up because I think it mentally broke me. That's a great super chat.
Yeah.
Okay, Rhodesia. I think I know nothing about Rhodesia except for
I think none of us know anything about Rhodesia.
Blood Diamond. He was from Rhodesia.
It's called Zimbabwe.
It's called Zimbabwe now, but when it was a functioning country, it was called Rhodesia. Now it's a failed state.
That's the British name.
Yeah, and it was a functioning country as long as South Africa was functioning. Now we see South Africa is fucked up, so everything around South Africa is fucked up. Yeah, that's the sad situation.
South Africa looks better than Romania.
Who?
South Africa is better than Romania. Looks better and is
You
better.
forgot who you're talking to.
So actually,
Let's
you know,
not talk about Romania. Let's don't talk about Romania. No.
Black hole alert. All subjective.
We love Draco, we love Romania, and we love vampires.
Me too. Me too. Me too.
So even though I also report on all these things now, like Israel, Palestine, actually also makes me very sick. Like there is, like, you know, I can't even reason with people, which is very hard. It makes it like impossible to talk at all. So, and then a lot of people confuse their emotions. Like they actually don't care about the Palestinians. They only hate Israel, and they confuse these two emotions together. And then after that, they'll be very willing to sacrifice all Palestinian life just to show that Israel is a bad guy. And when I call them out for it, they got triggered, and then they don't know what to do. Then they start to accuse me of being Zionist and whatnot. It's like, come on, I'm not even pro-Israel. I totally disagree with whatever Israel is doing. But it's just that I know what is happening, and there is a cause and effect to every single thing. So that's why even my coverage, I don't cover a lot of Israel and Palestine anymore, because it's like, what's there to talk about? No, it's the same shit, over and over again for the past like 70 years. It's just a repeat of the same thing over and over again, and both sides are behaving exactly the same way over and over again. So it's so boring to cover. Super chat. How many M1s does it take to defend Bidaichi?
Where is Vaughn? That was Doug.
That's for
Good one, Doug. Good one.
Now, let's keep that for when he comes back.
Yeah, later we will ask Vaughn when he's back.
Bookmark that one.
I'm sure he has to take the piece, because we talk about this in first chat so many times.
So, Coping is back. Gareth.
Are you in Africa or back home?
I live in London at the moment.
No, it's not Gary.
Coping is back home, I think. Coping
Well,
is
if I
back
could
home,
just
right?
say some briefly,
Yeah, go on.
I just think it would be a good idea to limit discussion of American internal politics. I don't think that's terribly appropriate for this international audience. I mean, some commentary on it is certainly welcome, but I think if the discussion gets bogged down into that theme, it can go on for a good long while without being very interesting to a lot of people. I came on because we thought people were going to talk about Rhodesia, but if not, I'm happy to yield the floor for anybody else.
Oh, if you have something to say about Rhodesia, I'm happy to talk about it.
What for fuck's sake?
Let's do it.
It was kind of a joke, but
I know.
Well,
if you really want to talk about it, I guess, Garrett, you do understand that super chat was a joke, right?
I know.
Here's the thing, though. Zimbabwe is actually making moves lately. Like they announced a new currency maybe a month ago. I don't know enough about it to speak to it intelligently, but I've read some headlines here and there that, this little country in Africa seems to be getting a lot more press than, it normally does. Maybe that's why the person was asking about the super chat.
It's not supposed to know.
What about Niger?
Well, the thing is that Rhodesia doesn't exist anymore. So
you already talked about. Okay.
So surely the question can only be about whether it was a good thing that Rhodesia fell. I mean, that's surely the only topic that can be discussed about it.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it personally. Before my time, I think.
Well, it was better for the average person living in Rhodesia than what happened in Zimbabwe. Because now it's totally a failed state. We could go on.
That's only true if you are.
Well, I mean,
that's only true if you are white.
Basically, UK put sanctions on Zimbabwe when Mugabe was the president, and the United
As they
States,
always do.
yeah, and the United States did the same. Mugabe is no longer alive, but the country is still under the sanction. They can't do fuck all. You know why? Because Zimbabwe go one of the best, is one of the best place for producing tobacco and things like that, you know, things white people love.
So
And
why?
they want the land for that.
So why is Zimbabwe such a basket case? It's always been a basket case for as long as I can remember, and but I've never really understood why. Like their currency is always there. There's inflation going out of the yin yang, and it doesn't seem to affect the countries around it as much. So I've never really understood what their deal was.
Nunya, this is the situation in whole Africa. All the lands of Africa are in the same situation. So it's not Zimbabwe now a special case.
No, I get that Africa has been shit on for its entire existence. I get that.
Someone can name an African state which is stable.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is Zimbabwe seems to be less stable, right? If that's possible, right? Than even the other countries. And I've never understood why.
Hey, Draco.
You know this thing.
I can answer to Zimbabwe.
If you see a black guy say, "Oh, I'm British," they're gonna say you can't be fucking British because you're black. If you go to Zimbabwe, you're gonna find a lot of white people that sound like Gabbard, and they say, "Oh, I'm Zimbabwe."
Yeah, because they are born there.
Yes.
So, Draco,
they still think
Draco and Nunya, to answer both of your questions, Draco, you will kind of have to be a little bit more specific what you mean about stable, because when we talk about unstable, it's usually internal security issues that are significant.
Stable means for me a state which is capable of his own to survive and to make good life for their citizens. This is stable. Which is this African state? Please name me one.
That's prosperous. That's prosperous.
Yeah, prosperous. No, prosperous is Europe. I don't talk about prosperous. I talk about stable.
Okay. So just without getting caught into definitions, I kind of use stability as a different thing. But Nunya, Zimbabwe is a bit different because it has been very consistently under sanctions for. I'm not going to get into a lot of history because I'm also not like an expert or anything like that. But in the last, I think, 20 years or so, they have been under some very strict sanctions, which has held them back quite a bit. But because they have been under such sanctions, they've also built up quite a lot of their own indigenous industries and stuff like that. So the agriculture in particular. So Zimbabwe has made many strides due to many adaptations. They have made many fuck-ups, many fuck-ups. But they have managed to get to a point where now they're driving quite a lot of interest because of the new methodologies, both in economical structuring as well as just technique. Furthermore, they're actually using the gold as a currency. So that's why the Zimbabwean thing is not... and this ties also a bit to like Russia, why they can become easily good friends. BRICS, like they are very Zimbabwe will not be like a major partner, but they may be getting like a Singapore sort of, you know what I mean, like an intermediate position there. I'm not sure about this, but I've heard some talk about it. I just don't personally understand like the exact connection. So that's just but finally, just one thing I wanted to point out. Which here you can find a correlation. Countries that are under sanctions, right, who are cut off, they will tend to make deals with each other that are notably different from other countries. So if you look at Zimbabwe compared to the other Gulf states, now the Gulf states are coming in maybe when it comes to like carbon credits and stuff like that, or nominal investments that the West would otherwise come in with, but are not willing to do in this case. Whereas Iran, by contrast, they are coming with more like, let's build some mutual industries, tractor factories and stuff like that, because they need to have an expansion of their own industrial capacity in a variety of ways, and also need to exploit the disparity. So Russia being sanctioned, this is one, I think, what was Belarus, I think, who delivered like a whole ton of tractors.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, right. And so you see, like when the West has been sanctioning, when West was sanctioning Zimbabwe in the early ages, most other countries that were taking the sanctions, they were pummeled into the ground pretty quickly. But Zimbabwe, for whatever reason, managed to stand it to such a point that now that when the amount of sanctions have become so encompassing so many big players as well, this is actually opening up quite a lot of peculiar opportunities for them. But
Yeah,
also,
the most interesting fact here. The most interesting fact here is
one moment before I leave it to you. Yeah. There's a guy in the chat here, a Norwegian, I think he presumes. I'm not sure what gender you are. I cannot really tell because you don't even get on the open mic. You fake Norwegian. You consider tilfelling. Serious. How do you do that? Let me guess. You fell trees with chainsaws like a pussy, don't you? I use the axe, and I'm not joking, by the way.
So the most interesting fact about Zimbabwe is
nearby. So if you want to get on the open mic and swing it, please get on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gareth.
Yeah. So the most interesting fact about Zimbabwe is why is Zimbabwe under sanction? Voz told us it was because of the Robert Mugabe.
Yeah.
But now Mugabe is gone. So why is Zimbabwe still under sanctions? Which is the reason?
The land, because the British want the land.
We know that.
That part of Africa is like the south of Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Tanzania. I'm not gonna say Namibia, not Namibia. Yeah, this part of Africa is really good for agriculture,
Yeah, because we know that.
This place was supposed to be producing all kind of shit they buy from Europe. So the British want Zimbabwe back, and they will do anything to make sure that country never ever be a stable country.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gareth. Hey guys, I want to hear what Gareth has to say.
Okay, thank you. The real reason that Zimbabwe is under sanctions is because of the land reforms that it undertook. Property ownership is a right guaranteed by the United Nations. So any country trying to undo the property relations of colonialism runs afoul of that and comes under sanctions from the West. The West has a great deal of interest in keeping the bad news coming about ex-colonial states. Contrary to what John said earlier, the average citizen in Zimbabwe is much better off now than they were previously, precisely because of that land reform. It considerably reduced the amount of agricultural products that Zimbabwe exported, and therefore it's seen as a basket case by Western investors. It's no longer as useful commercially as it used to be. But the people who got small parcel farms out of it had been starving before under the old arrangements, and so they're much better off than they used to be. And Zimbabwe is actually an interesting case of the way that the Western media narrative reveals itself. Thanks, I'm done.
Interesting. That's interesting. So Zimbabwe began to do something for itself, and they now are under sanctions.
There's a super chat for copy.
Can I have a thing here? So, because this is my field, actually, Head Biotech, we are a helping organization.
Wait. The super chat is financing us, and what he wanted to hear was Northern Norwegian cursing, and so I'll have you translate this one. This one is to Mr. Trefelling down there. Du kan ta og tre hodet ditt opp I din egen ræv og trill fort og som faen til helvete.
What the fuck is going on here?
Totally north.
About the African situation, because Head Biotech, actually, we are a helping organization who try to help Africa in a new way. And because I've been following, I just want to tell all Africans that they are doing the right thing. They're like it seems like they understand it, they can feel it, the evil, they can feel it, but what it boils down to every single time, because I'm following their helping effort towards Africa, they always try to remove their chaos. The best weapon the countries or areas as African has, that's chaos. Chaos is your ultimate weapon. And if you look carefully how they operate when they are coming down to stabilize you and help you and take comfort you, they always boils down to the question of chaos and stability. In my point of view, chaos is your deadliest weapon, and they do whatever they can to remove the chaos in one way or another. Just 30 seconds here, because as I told you, Head Biotech, we are trying to help poor countries and at the same time sustain the chaos, give them their freedom while we are helping them. Because if you watch the Norwegian government, for example, they are totally globalist. And I follow their activities. For example, in 2012, for example, the Norwegian government donated $200 million for women's freedom to free the African woman. Do you know? I follow their money. Do you know what
how terrible.
spent? Do you know what they spent those $200 million on? Contraception pills. They actually indirectly killed Africans with contraception pills. The argument was that if the African woman
That's completely ridiculous.
No. If the African woman have a lesser child, fewer children, they will increase her freedom. So, but basically, what it boils down to, they remove the chaos. They remove chaos by decreasing the population in Africa and try to stabilize it. So, your chaos is your best weapon.
Okay, interesting. Biotech, head biotech. Are you something like a radiation of Monsanto? Yeah, because head biotech, it sounds so really technical agriculture thing. So this is there is Monsanto. You know,
No,
I
we help the
just
poor,
want to stress, I fucking hate Monsanto.
You need to help yourself, you know.
But we don't remove their we don't remove their chaos. Yeah, because we're fucked.
I know. I can see copying. He always in Africa. There's a reason for that.
Copying is surviving.
Sorry, what? I didn't catch that.
You are on a survival trip.
There is a reason you're always in Africa, because
always in Africa. I was there this year, and there were 2 years before I was there the time before that. So I mean, I wouldn't say always.
That's always.
But I have been there. Hey, I recall one open mic. You said you were never going to be British, but when the fuck are you going to get back to Africa, Vaughn?
Last time I was there was before COVID.
Hey, so it's even a longer time since you've been back there, dude.
Yeah, I love.
People should super chat or give Wyatt so much money that he can sponsor Vosh a trip back to his homeland and me a vacation.
Who want to sponsor Voss air ticket, please, super chat.
I've got my own money. I've got my own money, you know. I don't need help.
Okay, so I think the Zimbabwe run is cost. So this is the. Do you notice a shift of the mainstream media coverage of Ukraine? If so, why?
Yes, that is the new directive from Team Biden has been to move away from Ukraine because apparently Ukraine does not sell well with the electorate in the United States. They don't want to hear about it. They certainly don't want to hear that they're funding it. So Team Biden has basically said, change the channel on anything but Ukraine. So that's what we're seeing now with the news cycle. We're seeing a lot of nonsensical stories about children having sit-ins in university campuses and getting beaten up over it. We're seeing lots of stories about, Trump and his trial. You're not seeing a darn thing about Ukraine, and that's by design because it's an extremely unpopular topic in the United States. Always has been, always will be.
Yeah, but the U.S. is still investing.
Well, that's why they're changing the channel, right?
If your country is fucked up because of this war, and you keep talking about it when your people need help, you're not gonna win. Fuck all. You see what happened? There was local election in UK, in England.
Vaz's country.
On Thursday, in England on Thursday, and if you see the way the Conservatives lost, they go right because all they do is talking about war. They've been in power for 14 years, and people always crying for help. There's no help, and they always got money for Ukraine. Even though the Labour's gonna be the same shit if they win the general election. It's gonna be actually the same. Nothing's gonna change when it comes to Ukraine. So
yeah, Voz. So yeah, just a moment, please. I want to ask a question in Voz because he's living in England, and there is a topic that I never heard talking about which is the opinion of the English population about Ukraine war.
They don't give a fuck. They just want to eat.
It's the same as in the US.
They just want the price of tomatoes to keep going up, free bread and things like that, Before it was all right because everyone was talking about Ukraine, and then they started seeing that guy in green t-shirt saying, I need more money. Everyone was like, fuck off, mate. You're done. No one cares about you anymore.
But as from the super chat, if I can chime in, the super chat was referring to the media, and I would like to just specify a bit because it tends to be a bit difference between financial media and MSM. I would imagine the financial media would still be quite inclined to report on it as there will be so much money involved. Like I can just tell Norwegian arms industry was, as soon as the announcement came that, oh yeah, we're just going to send a whole ton of weapons and money to Ukraine, the war is going to be going on, going up again. So yeah, I mean, the Financial Times I would assume would perhaps be reporting on the Ukraine war a little bit more, albeit, of course, very favorably. No.
Yes.
No, you've seen it drop.
Okay, Medigo.
I live in America, and I can answer this question. God damn it! And I've had my hand up for a while. So, what I want to say is, it's dropping off. They're removing anything about Ukraine in front of the people's eyes because it's a complete shit show and a failure. And there's an election coming up, and the major news sources that are all out there are back end funded by the U.S. government. Anyway, they've been giving grants, all sorts of shit, how they control our media, and they're gonna black hole the Ukraine now because they couldn't get the American public behind it. None of us, those that they counted on supporting it didn't. People realized what was going on, and I think it's the alternate media, like sites like Wyatt, like Military Summary, the other ones that are out there that people are starting to pay attention to, because if you're like a historic, a guy that likes history or military, you're kind of going to go look for these things like I did. And we get the truth through that more than we've ever done from our media. I mean, look at its audience. It's minuscule as compared to some of these others on YouTube and on the internet. They have lost the propaganda war and they know it. And the only thing they can do is black hole it out of necessity and keep funding it as long as they can, because the real end thing is that once Ukraine falls, there's so much shit that's going to come out that hopefully the world will only want justice from those who perpetrated it and not the countries themselves, and that is my concern.
But we must never forget that, for example, Africa, they have been colonized before, brutalized, captured. But this time around, I'm afraid it's going to happen again. It's about to happen again. And this time, they're going to take the whole globe. And now it becomes my problem. Because for every country in Africa that is under the so-called Western stabilized control, that means more attention towards us, other ones on the planet. So to sustain the chaos is extremely important. That's the key. That's the key here.
I don't fucking get it, but it's no problem.
I agree with one thing you said.
If I could.
Okay, go.
Thank you. I don't think that there is any reason to think that the change in news topics is a result of anybody pulling strings. I mean, the news is by definition about the new. Ukraine war has been going on for a long time. People get inured to anything. It just isn't that attention grabbing anymore. The hobbyists who want to follow it can. I can see good reason why news media would want to cover other subjects. And the fact that it's an embarrassing failure certainly adds to that. But I don't think there's any reason to think that this shows some sort of backroom manipulation. I think that's just normal, the way that the news media shifts its attention normally. I mean, it's similarly true in the UK. It's clearly not because of anything the Democrats are doing. As to whether, I don't know, I actually haven't seen any polling recently about American public attitudes to Ukraine, but I don't recall them souring that badly. I think most people probably still buy into the mythology of plucky Ukraine defending itself against a larger aggressor, and that sense seems to still be pretty strong. And
I can
lastly,
tell you
I think
right now, Garrett, that
if I'm just going to finish off in just 1 second, that I just want to say that I think the Colombia and other protests in the US are very politically significant and not a distraction or anything along those lines. Thanks.
Garrett, just to argue the point against that people still have, are all right with what's going on in Ukraine. I drive around all this area. When Ukraine started, there were Ukraine flags everywhere. Now the only ones that are left are a few here and there, and they're all raggedy and faded and shit like that. I don't understand, how you could say they still have America's, blessing. I mean, we never got asked for it in the first place is the problem. And a lot of us realize that because we declared a proxy war that our Constitution in no way provides a method to do. Yet our DNC, or well, not DNC, our Washington D.C. establishment, some call the Uniparty, decided it was the right thing. The Neocons went for it, and right now they're stuck. And the last thing they want before an election is to see Joe Biden fail, and because they can't afford it. Because if Trump comes in, he can investigate all this shit. Will he do it? Who knows? We can battle that back and forth. But there were days when reports would come out where every news agency was reporting and using the exact same phrases. Like it was it's hard to see all these coincidences, like I can say it, coincidences, and they keep piling up. So a coincidence of a coincidence of a coincidence of a coincidence, sometimes that leads to a pattern. And as far as I could tell, when they all say the same shit just after an event happens, you can't tell me that they're somehow not coordinated and somebody's not providing that information to them all.
Yeah, but Mehdi, you seem to have a hope that some situation will be cleared if Trump is coming, but you seem to ignore that no ever scandal in the US was ever cleared. No scandal, no situation which was ever like not very clear was ever cleared. Like JFK, like 9/11, like other scandals. Never was something cleared. So why you are hoping that now there will be clearance? It will be the same shit.
I hope that at least there's gonna Draco. I hope I get it, and it's all hope. I know it's hopium for me. That this is all I have in my country is hopium. Because I thought we'd be marching in the streets by now and we would have gotten this government corrected a long time ago. Like I heard somebody speaking about that in spaces. Like they always thought, well, no, none of you. You were the one saying it. You always said Americans walked around with that swagger. They'd never let their democracy get stolen from them because they got the guns to defend it. What have we done?
I believe in poison.
Well, look how far they've gone, Draco. All I have is hope. Trump is the only thing out there that represents any penetration trying to find, at least investigate or at least expose some of it. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But this state of affairs is not going to continue. Eventually, the boiler is going to get too hot in America.
Yeah, Mehdi, you seem to ignore a fact. The fact is that the administration, I mean, the real administration in the U.S. is Democrat. I mean, the cities, the villages, all the administration is Democrat. So they will not work with Trump administration. That's why I think Trump is not will not do big shit internally. The only thing that Trump can do is externally, international. I think that's my opinion.
You're wrong.
I agree with you, Tim, but I'll finish with this, and Drew, you can go. Trump will be able to remove and get rid of and name newer heads of department. And if he goes in there and says, well, I'm going to let's bring up General Flynn. What if he puts General Flynn back in place where he was supposed to be? Now, there's the one thing that I noticed, because I had a brief look into how DC works. There's families that basically run DC. And if you can get them out of their positions, that's when you can start removing all the favoritism and cronyism that happen in there. And that's the problem, is that it's not a group of Americans that actually work in DC. It's a small group that works within all these agencies. And that anything that penetrates that and exposes it, to me, Draco, is a good thing. I understand what you're saying. I know this is hopium, but as an American, there's many that feel like me. We're just sick of it. And we're just waiting for anybody to do something or lead in any direction that we can follow. And it's sickening to me because we follow or get the fuck out of the way. And I don't know if I need to follow somebody or get the fuck out of the way. Because I'm not the leader everybody needs. I hope somebody pops up that can get some clout and start changing things in America.
Okay. I came on to answer the super chat about what has changed in the narrative, and I think it's very clear how this is the narrative, our the new narrative. It was going very, very well. The Ukraine war, we were beating the Russians back. We took Kherson back, half of Kherson back. We beat them back in Kharkiv, and the war was going fantastic. And then China came in and then started supporting Russia. So instead of shooting shovels at us, now they have this fantastic new Chinese logistics chain and all these new Chinese provided weapons. So it's all China's fault. So anytime on the campaign trail, somebody asks, where did we, how come we invested so many billions and we got nothing in Ukraine and we lost? Oh, it's China's fault. We have to hate China. So they're riding on the hate China train, and they're saying they are just going to redirect the whole thing and say, well, now we forget about Ukraine because China screwed us there, so now we have to go and screw China. It's so the whole campaign trail is going to say China's fault, China's fault. Not our fault. Our plan was perfect. Russia was going to collapse. Its sanctions were going to work. If China hadn't traded with them, the sanctions would have worked. If China didn't supply them, the armies would have collapsed. They were shooting shovels at us. You know, they had no ammo. They had no chips. China was providing them chips. It's all China's fault. So we need to take out China. That's the new narrative, and and I think a lot of Americans will believe them because there's a lot of people in the West that hate China after decades of
I don't think so.
One guy that hates China is next to you. You know why? He hates China.
I don't buy the whole argument that there's a lot of hatred against Chinese people. I just don't see it here.
We have you muted.
I don't see it here in Canada. That's for darn sure. Like, you know, when I think of, you talk to most people about Chinese people, they're hardworking. They don't get in trouble. You know, they assimilate well. Like, I just don't see that level of hatred here day to day. And I've got a lot of Chinese immigrants in where I am in Toronto. And I'm telling you, you just don't see it. So if they're trying to gin up some sort of war against China, and if they're trying to gin up some sort of hatred against Chinese people, it will fail. It will fail.
They are not going to have a war against China. They're going to save the Chinese people from the evil CCP.
Yes.
You see?
Well,
right? Evil communists ruling over China.
Yeah.
They're begging us. They're begging us to go and save them. We have to save them from the oppression of the CCP.
Drew, but that's exactly what it is, because what most people know about China is what our government has told us China is. Nobody going out and researching this for themselves like we did with Ukraine. Nanya, I get it, but more people, it's a growing number that are starting to question the China narrative. And because me, myself, I was always told China's trying to steal your job. China took all your industry away. China did this. China did that. When we sold it to them for a quick gain on the market at the time. Now it's come back to hurt us. Now we've made them the enemy because now they're doing what? Overproduction now? I mean, seriously, they point the finger at China like they did at Putin in Russia over and over again. It's starting to lose its effectiveness, I think. You know what I mean? And none of it's and I'll finish with this. Most Americans feel sorry because they believe the Chinese people are victims of the government. So they don't directly hate the Chinese people, but they're trained to hate China as a whole, as its government, I guess you would say. And that's what they really hate, and we're supposed to save them from.
Here's the difference, though. I think that with the Soviet Union, right? Nobody in America knew anybody from Russia. They couldn't. People in the Soviet Union couldn't travel, blah, blah, blah. Same thing like with the Iraqis, like very small Iraqi population, small Ukrainian population. You can create boogeymen, right? Through those populations. The number of Chinese immigrants in the United States and Canada and Europe or whatever, they're everywhere, man. You can't vilify them because we're all friends with them. We work with them. We know how they are. So it's much more. I think it'll be much more difficult to make an enemy out of China than it will some of these other.
Whoa, Nunya, you know what the real bogey is about China? Is the success of China being communist. This is the bogey. This is the threatening which the Western civilization is. It has to accept, because China, as a communist regime, managed to get one of the most successful countries in the world, and that's the bogey. That's the buggy. The problem is that a lot of people my generation and younger than my generation are trying to manage their lives in a most freely possible way, and they see the Chinese way is not that bad, because we see the we see the communist tourists. They are coming to Europe and they are coming to the US. I mean the tourists. I mean not the immigrants, and they have money to spend. They can afford to take a fly from China to the US and back. And this is a very, very strong example for success.
No, I agree. And you know, and I see that like the governmental narrative, like our government officials, they're towing that line that China's you know, all evil and whatever. But day-to-day people, like everybody on here, do we honestly believe this? Of course we don't.
No.
Right? Because it's just not, it just doesn't make any sense.
In heavy industry,
get me wrong. Sorry, I have to. I have to make a clearance. I never thought and I never tried to say that communist regime is good.
It is.
I didn't want to say that. No, for me, I didn't want to say that.
Okay. Good. But people, you know, but here's the thing: people from the U.S. in heavy industry go to China all the time. I know people that have lived there. They live on and off because of their jobs and shit like that. They come back and tell us what China's really like, and they tell us it's fine to live there. You're not so throttled as they show on TV. You don't live the life that you're getting projected.
Mehdi, sorry for cutting you off there, but before we move there, I would just like to answer on the 2 super chats before it goes lost. And also, Head Biotech has been having his finger on for a very long time. The super chats were basically the MSM. Hold on. So the super chats were basically the MSM media changing on the Ukraine narrative, and you know the blackballing. That was the part of the discussion we had. And then the following one was that, well, our only choice, this was referring to the United States, was Trump. But Trump has also made it clear that he's not necessarily going to be hell-bent on ending the support for Ukraine or anything like that. And also, the media can also still be, you know, the people will just be listening to the media anyways, right? Just like many people have already alluded to countless times, if you know, because people don't really have the time and headspace to really pay attention to anything else, if they hear it on the media, that's true, right? So like the super chats are very relevant. Like back to like you know, Mehdi, you were saying like they were going to root out all the people who are going to try to get into the institutions, and that is just because institutions are precisely like that. They are like clubs. They will filter out people who do not fit in, and if they get thoroughly consolidated, then you know, depending on the institution, you will have a certain effect. And you know, I think this kind of ties a bit into like the media and the geopolitics. You see, they will usually not necessarily sync very well. So that was just to address the super chats, and I sorry for interrupting. Otherwise, Head Biotech, you had your focus for a very long time.
Thank you. I'm just gonna finish. No, hey, it's my turn. Respect the finger.
You've been here a long time. Carlos, be waiting.
Respect the finger, brother. I'm gonna finish with the
Nigeria situation. That's why you want me to finger you.
Oh, shut the fuck up! I'm gonna let me finish with the Niger situation. Hey, let me finish with the Nigeria. I don't care. I don't care.
I do care.
Let me finish with the Nigeria situation.
If you want people to respect the finger, it's Carlos stop. Wait to talk.
No, but I have had my finger up for quite a long time.
So
Okay?
that
Let me
means-
just finish. Give me one more minute and I leave the fucking thing. Okay? I'm dropping out.
Mosh, if you have had your finger.
We finish off.
Come on.
Now, so in
let him
the
biotech
Nigeria
finish.
situation, yeah, the Nigeria situation. So I just want to give them very credit for choosing the Russian side. And I understand it must be very frustrating when another white guy gonna tell them what to do, like they are kids. Okay, I understand that, but I just want to give them a lot of credit for making the right decision. And I said that before. But and the problem is that it becomes our problem our white conservatives in the West, because we just sit and watch. We know these people. They're coming. They want to cater you in. And whenever we see that you are actually doing the right thing, we're very. It's not. I'm very impressed. But I just want to give you one other weapon here, a tool, a weapon, and that's viewing everything in terms of chaos. If just think about the concept of chaos, because that is one thing they try to remove. And as I see it, try to repeat the whole colonization thing once again. But this time around, there is no way back.
You know one thing we African love when Europeans start fucking talking about us.
Yes.
I understand that.
Don't help Africa. Don't help Africa. Leave them alone. They have enough. They have enough there.
Yeah, leave them alone. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Leave them alone.
So don't create chaos. Don't mingling. Don't make your sorrows about Africa. Just let them alone. Just let them alone.
Leave them alone. I would leave them alone. But
you're the only one here talking about Africa, you know? I'm African, but you're the only one here talking about Africa.
Because it's important.
Okay, can I go?
It's very important.
All right, let's take fucking turns.
Okay, I just wanted to because Draco mentioned that the Western politicians actually have an issue with China because China is a successful communist country. That's actually not correct, because China isn't communist. Okay, so the reason the Western countries want to demonize China, apart from the fact that it can grow big and powerful, is the fact that the current Chinese government is actually a result of popular revolt. The guys in Taiwan, they were the original rulers in China. They were the elites, right? So, but from the communist revolution, they basically threw out all the rich people, all the elites, and they tried to create this egalitarian society where everybody was equal. So communism was the ideology that best fit that objective. But communism is flawed because in itself, you cannot guarantee everybody having the equal outcome. So communism failed, right? But when communism failed, the people who revolted against the elites and kicked them off to go and live in Taiwan, they still managed to, using capitalism and socialism, create this egalitarian society where everybody had an equal opportunity, more or less, right? So the West is worried that you guys would realize that it's possible to create this society where everybody is kind of given the equal opportunity. So not communism, but the whole idea that you can revolt and create this society, and kick them out, kick out all the rich people, kick out all the powerful elites, So that's what they're worried about. Yes, they're worried about China's success, showing this example to the world that it's possible. And no, it's not about communism. It's about the whole getting rid of them. Yeah.
Why are you kidding me?
I just call it communism because it's the way how it is called in the world politics. I understand your point. I understand. I lived in the communist country, so I know the system very good. So and I know there is no communism. Communism is just utopia. But you pointed out what I was trying to say. You explained it very well.
Apparently, Mehdi looks like Fidel Castro.
How China became what it is actually by copying Roosevelt's program, New Deal program. Basically, it's all it's almost pure copy, except the ownership of the banks. But it's used the existing banks to provide the credit for any program that's beneficial for the country, for the population. It's pretty much it. It's Roosevelt's program, New Deal's program, and that's what
it seems
works.
to be good.
And it would still work in United States. It would work in Europe, anywhere. It would work anywhere. It's basically only thing that communist is in China is Communist Party and banks.
Okay, you're stuck.
CIA
Oh, CIA got him.
CIA got him.
Again.
Try to
Like, you know,
say-
So just,
he keep revealing secrets, you know.
just a moment, guys, because I'm gonna go. I promise to come to come again.
I
Sometimes,
think
but
I
now I
was
have to go.
my internet was a little bit.
Yes.
Just a moment,
Yeah,
Jules,
so,
because I just go now.
we need to game.
So I was pleased to meet you again, all of you, and I am happy to see you are good, and I'm happy to see the discussion is continuing. So see you guys, and
Draco.
Later.
Your email is still the same email, right?
yes,
Okay.
Still-
So we can keep in contact. So cool.
yes. So see you guys.
Thanks for coming in,
if
buddy.
you ever remake your Telegram, let me know. I send you the link.
I
to
don't have
the
a
launch.
Telegram anymore.
In the future,
if I'm gonna
I'll send
go,
you the link.
I'm gonna tell you.
The only place in Telegram worth going is the lounge. So just come to our lounge.
Okay. See you guys. See you.
See you, Draco.
Bye.
Thank
Yeah,
you
we
so
can
much.
talk
See you
in our
again.
lounge. There's a voice chat in the lounge, so it will be
What happened to
good
Euro's
for
face?
Draco to join in.
I think
So
why your-
the super chat here, I'll take a stab at it.
Jordan, you need to
I
sign
think-
out.
I
You
think
frozen.
with
What's
respect
happening?
to
You
with
frozen.
respect to
Broken up?
And trust me, the picture is not look good.
Oh, I
You
don't
look
look
like
good
this.
anyway. It's not
Nah,
up to
trust me,
internet.
that one
I
doesn't
don't
look good.
Okay.
What happened to
Okay.
your webcam, man? Okay.
With respect
Okay,
to the
Nunya,
super chat here, eventual Russian victory, consequences follow at Europe won't die, but it'll certainly take a big hit in terms of their standard of living. They're not going to be getting that cheap Russian gas. They're not going to be getting the Russian minerals and everything else that comes from Russia right next door to them. So that was kind of stupid. But no, I don't think that'll be some sort of European collapse. But yeah, I think everybody in Europe should be prepared to have a standard of living lower than what they're used to. It's just the way it is. Over to you, Maddie.
I think we're going to find out what happens when Uncle Sam, the realization that Uncle Sam can't be there to protect you. The only thing that protects them, they felt, is the nuclear weapons that we brought to the table. But as you can see, that is escalation-wise is the top of the line. You have no other way or option to be able to influence the battlefield, and there's the problem. And because we have no way of going on the ground and taking on Russia, and neither does anybody in Europe. They have recruiting shortfalls, they have retention shortfalls, they don't have the equipment. Look how small the British Army actually is. And they're the ones that kick the beehive and poke the bear. So, they should be thinking about, be a little scared about events and what's going on, because maybe it'll make them think a little bit more before they start doing this shit. Because America, we're going to find our influence is dwindling everywhere. And I don't want to see our soldiers stuck out in these isolated bases getting attacked. We got to bring them in. And, NATO's going to be gone. The UN. And I said from the beginning, and I'll keep saying this ends in a battle between the UN and BRICS of who is the one that actually has international influence and can provide justice around the world. Who will the world turn to? The UN or BRICS? And I always thought it would end there. And that's why I think BRICS had to exist in the beginning, because Russia declared an SMO because they were collecting evidence for a reason, and it wasn't for the UN or the ICC, which are Western controlled.
What
And I'll end my rant.
Yeah.
Okay, so Wyatt, if I may go before you, because your word is the greatest, and so it should be the last in this round. Oh, and Vosh is also between me as well. So, okay. As for Europe, I don't think Europe will be dying. There's a little bit more that will be necessary for that. But in the same way as I think that the war in Ukraine will end with basically them begging for surrender, essentially. They will follow Russian diktats and do as they say under the architecture that the Russians want, and to be proceeding because the political directive from the Russians seem to be basically that they are at war with NATO, not just Ukraine, and this is pretty self-evident. So they will probably go to the Baltics, which is the most easiest target, where they will be able to compel the Europeans. They will give the Baltics an ultimatum: leave NATO or we invade. To which, of course, NATO will have because Article 5 is actually optional; it's not obligatory. So, if the US will try to force it on, what will happen is likely that the domino effect will occur, and a new security architecture will ensue, though, because the Europeans are very weak, so they will need to be kind of staying together in some way, shape, or form. Also, because they're quite integrated. There's also a couple of other consequences I just want to touch on briefly, and that is Sudan and Israel-Iran specifically. So I think in Iran, I don't think Russia would necessarily, because once they have been liberated from Ukraine, and if the issue with NATO seems to be getting somewhat a foregone conclusion with the Baltics, if that is the case, it's a big if, right? But as for Iran, if Russia becomes, with their increased military production, just that alone is going to probably make them capable of assisting Iran further. Now, I don't think they will care to escalate or intensify that. It's just enough for them to keep the pressure boiling and keep the United States in particular embroiled. And one of the main reasons I don't think they will want to escalate is because this will be very problematic for China and their Belt and Road Initiative. This is already a mess for them as far as the Chinese are concerned. Now, not to belabor that too much, the Sudan civil war will be lasting, will definitely be lasting longer, but it will most certainly intensify. What will probably happen is that it will be linked up through up to Niger. So Chad is going to be a very important priority for the Russians in order to link up their whole control of the Sahel, which is essentially replacing Africa, the American biggest, what have you. So I think Vosh, unless you forgot what you had to say, Vosh, then it is Nunia, and then I guess Wyatt. Because Wyatt, you're great, so you should be the last.
I'll be last.
Just to follow up on your point there.
Vosh, it's your turn.
I'll be last because I just want opinion from Carlos, because he's in Israel. So.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I just wanted to put a pin into the question about.
Wait. I should address Wyatt here. Wyatt, your rule is that we hand actually over the word here. So actually, you have to abide by your own rule, kind of, in a sense, if you know what I mean. I decide who gets the last word, right? So who is the dictator now? Cool. Okay, Nunia.
Just to put a pin into the last super chat question about what Macron was saying, I think the biggest loss for Europe, and Mehdi touched on this, it'll be influence. It'll be global influence of Europe, global influence of America in being able to go into countries and effectively dictate, what resources we want and at what price. So if you read between the lines of what Macron was saying, that's basically what he was saying. We, Europe, France, however he was framing it at the time, we won't be able to influence all these poor countries the way we have been for all these centuries. And that's going to affect us economically in ways that I don't even think I don't think any of us know yet. And this will be, we're going to see an erosion of our standards of living over the next several decades. And we're already seeing it now. Like, you read the financial reports, you see, homelessness everywhere. Walk down any city street and you can see just the urban decay. It's dangerous now. So, we're already there. And, this is a journey, like I said, that's going to take a while, but I'm sure we'll get there. And I'm sure we won't like the result. So that's the biggest loss of in Ukraine, is that influence, because people now see, what, this whole G7 thing, it's not that great. And the people who are part of the G7, they're all nuts. So, I'll just end it that way. There's been several G7 meetings over the last couple of years. Do we know anything about it? You never hear about it anymore. So that's telling, right? I'm going to pass it over to Wyatt.
Thank you. So can you hear me? So I think the question. So I showed people the question in case people already forgotten. Yeah. So what will happen to Europe? So depending on how Europe reacts to Russia. So if the Europeans continue to want to continue this Cold War with Russia and not buy energy and buy stuff from Russia, they're gonna have very high costs and everything. Then I don't think they will just collapse into failed state or whatnot. But there's a high chance that they will be more like Japan. Like if you look at Japan right now, the economy have reduced or stagnant for so long to the point where now they become a top tourist spot because they are so cheap when compared to the historical record. Like so many Singaporeans went to Japan over the past few months. Like everybody goes to Japan because it's so cheap compared to the Singapore dollars. And I think that will become what will happen in Europe, where Europe will just become a tourist destination. Everybody will just go there because it's so cheap, because the economy has become so strict down, and then the government will become more and more dependent on tourist dollars because they are deindustrialized. So there's not a lot more kind of income, and they can't compete in manufacturing because everything goes to China, and whatever that's worth it is bought up by Chinese companies. And yeah, so the only way is to trade with Russia. That's what I think. So that's but the best thing. Hopefully they will not be so stupid and go to the Cold War with Russia, because there is no good outcome coming from that, because everyone in Middle East, the non-West countries will all side with BRICS countries. They will all join these BRICS countries, and they will make it. They put so much tariff on Europe and USA. They will just kill off Europe competitiveness. I was gonna give to who's next? I think Euro, because Euro just now dropped off.
Yeah, I was having bad internet, but Similian, you can go before me, because
Okay, I'm going to leave a question, and actually, Euro, you can respond to this, because this question is mostly for the Europeans, and it is just to answer whether Europe would die. What do you consider Europe being alive to be?
I cannot comprehend the question. I cannot comprehend people who said Europe is fucked, and that's not really a descriptive word, right? But it all depends on Europe. It doesn't depend on other countries. So Europe has been declining since 2008. Actually, it happened in 2010, mostly for Europe, with all the Greece and all that shit, and try to learn what proper job is for the central bank, European Central Bank. What is the proper way to work it? So they're still working on it. They don't want to implement the proper central bank that helps the economy, that provides the liquidity as any normal central bank or Western central bank is doing. So they're getting there, but very slowly. And as Wyatt says, Russian victory is not going to change anything, because Europe already lost the clout that it used to have. What Nanya is saying is actually Western view of the Europe. It's not the rest of the world view of the Europe. Europe has been losing the clout for a while now. It's just on the same trajectory. It's not going to increase with the Russian victory. It depends what Wyatt says. It depends on how Europe is going to proceed. Are they going to... Well, my guesswork is because they put potency on Putin, not on Russia, right, per se. They always talk about Putin. So as soon as the Russia wins and Putin is out of the leadership, which is probably he's going to retire in the next 5 years, right? So it's going to be hiding. Everything that was said before is become quiet and start to normalize the relationships. That's my prediction. So that's not going to help Europe, because the European issue is not external, it's internal. The policy for the poor, economic policy. It's not about tourism, it's not about industry, it's about establishing normal wages. They want to privatize health. They want to put more expenses on businesses. It's all about that. By privatizing health, you put more expenses on businesses. More businesses need cheaper infrastructure for them to compete with China. That's how China competes now, has a really cheap infrastructure for the business to work in. So that's most crucial point. Well, when you privatize health industry, just like in US, you put expenses on the businesses, not on people as it's in Europe now, because we pay from our wages, we pay the portion. Everyone pays the same. So, but that equalizes with the inflation, and the prices adjust to that. So it's not basically a cost, it's just provided. So that's cheaper for the businesses. But their trajectory is, let's go more neocon, more right, the conservative way. Let's privatize health, let's privatize this, let's privatize that. That's the way for the destruction. It's nothing about Russia, nothing about China, nothing about industry in Europe. It's all about who takes the income vault. It's all about that, how the system is set up. There's nothing external, it's always internal. So Brexit didn't do nothing for Britain, for Little Britain, didn't do nothing.
It did.
It doesn't matter. It's all about how they decide to act after the Brexit.
What Euro is saying is basically what Euro is saying is the decline of Europe has been ongoing for many decades, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict wouldn't have mattered. That the decline would have happened with or without the Ukraine conflict. So I agree with that totally. Yeah.
So, Euro, I have a question in that regard, because as far as I can tell, Europe doesn't have sufficient energy sources to be running any industries. So even if its wages were to plummet, there would not be many who would like to kind of invest there just for kind of, offshoring industry or anything like that. But I can kind of imagine that Europe, at least for a period of time, can find itself due to various financial reasons in debt, in particular due to this Ukraine war, where it will find itself, the dollar may not be worthwhile taking loans from anymore, unless the inflation is actually making it worthwhile, but then the interest rates are increasing then. So, maybe these things may come to a head where China may find its way to come in, because it provides commodities after all, what Europe is already buying. And so, do you imagine there being like something similar cycling effect, like the West often has with other countries, where they will be the investments they put in there, they ultimately siphon the money back to home base, and then you will have the client dependent through financial instruments, but here you will also have clear commodities, just like we mentioned Zimbabwe and sanctions, right, being barred from having imports. These kind of things can be like, okay, well, do you actually want to have a prices for these things we can produce so cheap, and you're the only ones because of all these other things that you have, these all protectionist things of yours? No, if you just remove them and put some, deals with us, we will let you have them to a price that you can actually afford, despite your economies having been down. Like, do you to me, that doesn't seem too unlikely that over the coming decades, being how it transpires.
Well, Europe is doing a different economic policy to help the businesses, which is almost zero interest rate for the businesses. But that's done through the, let's say, the each nation's developed bank, the development bank. So when the crisis happened in 2010, Germany ordered their National Development Bank, EFD, to provide 80 billion euros additional loans instead of country doing it, instead of state doing it, because that's kind of prohibited by EU rules. So they ordered their development bank to issue additional 0% loans, right? So this is the way the Europe does, comparing it to United States with different. That helps businesses doing cheaper business, right? But considering the energy, you can also transition to add more electricity production instead of using natural gas and oil. That's getting more expensive, right? And coal. So you can go with electricity. You can provide, build more electricity by doing more solar, more wind, more nuclear, right?
And
You
here,
can do that.
95% of solar panels are already in also 95% of all solar panels in Europe are already provided by China.
Yeah, what's I think I've been bothered the last week with 2 previous weeks with that destroying nuclear power plants. The only logic to do that is if you plan to have a large war in the future. So because the nuclear power plants are dangerous spots to have if you're in a war, right? The enemy can start radioactive explosion with or radiation fallouts using conventional weapons. They don't have to use nuclear weapon to cause you to have nuclear. It's not a dirty bomb. It's a reactor explosion, or that's different. It's a radiation fallout. So dirty bomb is something else. It's a small scale radiation fallout. But this is a large scale radiation fallout. It's uncontrolled and so on. So this is dangerous. So you would want, in a case of war, you would want decentralized power generation to have multiple small spots that generates power. So in a case one huge power plant is destroyed, you have small places that provide electricity but cannot be destroyed because they are decentralized fully. So the solar is very good for that, right? So that's my thinking. Is like they like planning to have a huge war in the future. It's crazy, but it's like they plan for it. So that's what I'm thinking. But they should, everyone who plans for a long-term peace should build the nuclear power plants, right? They don't have to be huge. They don't have to be on one spot. Like they put 5 to 6 reactors in one spot. Well, you can build them with just one reactors over. Yes, it's not economic, but it will be decentralized.
But wouldn't Europe be kind of dependent on other countries due to the lack of their own uranium reserves?
Sure, but you will never get like a really enemy of every country in the world. Then you have multiple sources of the. But depending, if you, it's all about those uranium rod fuel is created. What's the reactor?
Well,
So
the easiest way
each
here is
different reactor has their own shaped nuclear fuel, right? So you would have to use the manufacturer of that reactor.
But the cycling for Europe is done mostly in France under the corporation Orano, and they pretty much have cornered the market in Europe as far as I know. I think some competition with Britain, but that's pretty much it. And then the source of the uranium here would be, of course, we talk about Niger and Kazakhstan, and maybe let's say they are off limit. Canada is still one of the biggest producers, so well within the sphere of where France can be supplied. So I imagine that basically means that at least France, for all its bluster, is just even more likely, especially if we're referring to using nuclear power and having no fossil fuels anymore, right? And then you are actually more positioned to actually be more tied to the United States and Canada, because both of these two countries are pretty kind of net, if you know what I mean, economically.
Yeah, you would see again re-networking, just like happened with oil and oil products from Russia, changing the routes of the supplies, right? So now Russia doesn't supply Europe so much; it supplies another country, let's say more China. While China is not buying what used to buy, now the Europe is buying what China used to buy. So it networks, right? Switches so that will happen too.
Burkina Faso and
about
Mali getting Burkina Faso and Mali getting nuclear reactors is very unconventional to be doing something like that, but the Russians are doing it. And maybe the Ukraine war, not just for geopolitical reasons, but maybe like, hey, okay, now how are we actually going to be offloading some excess here? Because Russia also is one of the refiners. So even if they allow the uranium to be mostly favorable to the Nigers and the power plants to be there, the cycling and the enrichment of the uranium will still have to be done in Russia, right? So like this will kind of keep Russian, because the enrichment industry is so niche, right? It cannot take a lot of alterations. There are not that many nuclear power plants, and there are even fewer who do enrichment. So if one go bust, then you have a chain reaction that is okay, no pun intended, but a chain reaction that is kind of having a ripple effect, right? That is. I can imagine the Russians would be like, okay, these small modular nuclear things are quick enough for us to maybe keep our other thing going. So they could be an ancillary thing to keep that, right?
Yeah, but also with enrichment, you can actually provide more. There is, I think, uranium is everywhere, all over the world, but higher concentrations are, I think, also in Argentina, in Chile. They are in the United States, over there in Alaska. There are even in Canada. So because let's say nuclear reactors, once you provide the fuel for them, you have it for like 5-6 years. You don't have to change the fuel, right? You have it longer. So that's the case where you have enough time to get a new sources, right? And also you can actually use the spent fuel. I mean, you can extend the use of the fuel, like they have it maybe up to 60% heating capacity of the fuel, and then they remove it and put it in cooling ponds because it's more efficient, right? To get a cheap new 100% capacity fuel. So you can still use it, extend the usage of it, right? It's technologically possible, everything. It's just who's going to organize that? Are the power plants in a private maintenance, and are they in a private control and ownership, or in a state always can do it, if it wants, if when it's decided, just like they can always finance to send weapons to Ukraine, but if they don't have it, they have to produce it. So the state can always order to produce it, but not if it's in a private hands. So there are like natural monopolies. It's been always known, but it's always been pushed, to privatize natural monopolies. You cannot privatize natural monopolies. You get the destruction of your own businesses. But they keep doing it because conservative projects keep going. Similion,
Carlos, you wanted to talk about Israel when you returned.
Yes.
So, what do you want to talk about in that sense?
Before we go
Yeah.
there, I want to hit up on what Yuri was talking about. So from my understanding, I don't know, maybe somebody can correct me, I don't know, but from what I heard, the way that the pipeline for refining uranium is really like it's very bottlenecked, and part of the reason why the U.S. continues to purchase uranium from the Russians is not because we don't have our own reserve, we can't mine our own uranium. It's because of the refining process that we end up. It's hard to cut the Russians out of the pipeline for nuclear fuel for our nuclear reactors. That's what I've heard.
Sorry, it's just like basically here like 1 a.m. Like I'm gonna go sleep at some point. So I just wanted to just I know like for Wyatt it's probably like I don't know like morning time or something. It's probably sunny out there. No, so I just wanted to ask you guys basically if you think that the actions of Israel right now, whether they're gonna seriously hurt its reputation for a generation or 2 generations, or whether you guys think this is just another conflict and it's gonna stay like this, and after a couple of years we'll be fine. So whatever you guys want to say.
Yeah, I'd love to hit up on that. I guess Nanya, you go first, and then I'll go after you.
Oh, I think the reputation of Israel is it's going to be hard to overcome this one. And the scary thing is the worst of it has yet to come. So think about that for a second. We haven't even seen the worst of this yet. And Israel has, in the last 6 months, 7 months, whatever it's been, it's effectively become a global pariah. And in my lifetime, I can't recall a country that has flipped like that quickly. So to answer your question, I don't know how they overcome this, and I don't think it'll be something that can be achieved overnight. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'd say to that is I
Same.
100% agree with Nanya, and I believe that Israel's reputation is shot for I mean maybe a generation. I'd say maybe you can even see there's a rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. You go to Twitter, it's everywhere. Before this massive wave of public outcry against Israel's genocide, what I remember being on Twitter, and you'd write something about Soros or Schwab or something like this, right? Or Netanyahu, and you would just get pounced upon by many accounts, right, that are saying, well, come on, that's there are other people that fund NGOs. Why are you focusing on particularly the Jews? There's a lot to go around, a lot of blame to go around, and that's a fair point. But what's happening right now is it's such a waterfall of a shitstorm that whoever these people are that that sit in these call centers and troll farms, and they can't handle this massive just the massive outpouring. So you have people out there very prominent accounts, for example the MMA fighter Jake Shields. He's just going out there and being really almost barely contained, sometimes not contained at all, with just anti-Semitic tropes. And it's there's so much going on that you don't have those people don't have the ability to focus on those accounts and focus on the really anti-Semitic stuff. You have people talking about the particular events in Palestine. There's this huge debate going on. Well, is this a genocide or is this a sloppy war? All this stuff. And because there's so much material to work with, a lot of the really anti-Semitic stuff is getting through. And I think that's dangerous. I think that not only Israel's ruining their reputation, they're also raising the general level of anti-Semitism in a lot of these places. I mean, a lot of Americans they're not very informed about these issues, And if you're going to tell them, oh, guess what? It's the Jews, there's going to be some takers. Somebody's going to hop on top of that, and I think that that's what's going on. I think Israel has a deep public relations problem. that it's going to take a long time and a lot of effort. And there's going to be some heads that roll, you know. Somebody's going to have to take a fall. Netanyahu or somebody, you know, is going to have to look like they publicly really got spanked or something. Somebody is going to have to be punished for it. That's what I think. I don't think that the general public is going to accept anything less than that. That's just my view. I don't know who was first, Yuri or Similian. Go ahead, Similian, I guess.
I'll let you Arrow because he probably has a lot to say. Then I'll go myself because I have a question for Carlos before I give my answer.
Okay, go ahead, you, I guess.
I also just have a question to Carlos. So my first, the Pasek time is coming. Did they sacrifice those red heifers that they asked for permission to do it on April 29th? Do you know anything about it?
Jewish. All I know is that on Pesach, when they do this, there's no bread, no beer, nothing with like legumes or things like this. Like wheat is actually very weird. Some of the things they do. Maria, what's your question, Semillon?
Okay, so my question is, seeing as Israel, even before the spark of this conflict they had, was already a very divisive topic, what do you consider, or rather, who do you consider when you say damage their reputation? Do you mean the leaders of countries, or do you mean the people of countries, or do you mean both? Because the answer would be very different depending on who you're talking about.
Yes, so I mean more like how in general like people see the country by itself. The leadership is different. Like I mean, I distinguish between the Iranian leadership and the Iranian people. You know, like most people, like maybe in the United States or in Israel, in some places they think everything is the same. But for me, the way what I want to ask you guys as well is like the outrage with the conflict right now in Gaza. Is it because before the war we used to think of Israel as a like-minded, Western liberal democracy, or is it because of the actions itself on the ground? Because I don't see like 10% of the outrage that we had with Israel, with let's say with Russia, and I know the conflict is very different how it's being fought. It's a conventional war compared to like fighting in an urban environment against someone that is not a country, it's a terrorist group. Like, so it's apples to oranges. You can't compare directly, but like, let's say Russia's killed like let's say 50,000, 100,000 civilians. Like, and we are not giving it the same attention. Or like in Yemen, how many people have died in Yemen? Or in Myanmar, how many people are dying now? Or in Rwanda now, there's like Rwandans are crossing into Congo. Like, but Israel seems like the end of the world. And I wonder if it's because of what happened on the ground that is really tragic, or because we used to see Israel as a more, I don't want to, like more like, I don't know, like-minded nation. I'll just put it like this.
Drew, could I jump in before you? Just to answer this one real quick. I think that to answer your question, yes and yes. We saw Israel as being Western, Israel was like us. So you guys in Israel, you should have known better and you should have done better and you didn't. So that's one point. The second point is, unlike other conflicts, like I can look at a conflict, let's use Ukraine, for example. And I can look at that and I can say, this is a Russian government action, or this is a Ukrainian government action, but I can separate out the actions of a government with the people. With Israel, I can't, because every poll I've seen, 80-90% of Israelis agree with what's happening. So I now need to associate every Israeli person I see as a sick piece of shit. You understand? And that's something different than any.
But one second.
I'm serious.
We already
That's
have like
something
80-90%
different
of
than
the
any.
people here are against Netanyahu. So like, how can
Well,
you
yeah,
say
but
people
you're
are
not.
against
You're
Netanyahu?
not
Yeah,
against
but
what
you're not
he's doing
against
in
what.
Gaza.
Yeah.
You're not against what he's
It's
doing
not
in
about
Gaza.
Let him finish.
Netanyahu,
Let him
man.
finish.
That's
Please
the
let him
point.
Nothing
finish.
to do with Netanyahu.
You're not opposed to what they're doing. You might hate Netanyahu, but you're not opposed to what they're doing in Gaza. And that's the distinction that I see. So you should have done better. You didn't. And I need to paint you with the same brush as your shitty ass government, unfortunately.
It's not Israeli, it's Spanish. It's just
I know that,
Me
but
too.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. Yeah, Carlos, I know you're Spanish and stuff, and I get that. But you're in Israel now, and you asked the question. There's no other Israeli here to pick on. I'm sorry.
I just came on to kind of point out this other. I think it's a point of view that a few people share about this whole anti-Semite and Jewish and Israel thing. There is a point of view that Israel is actually not good for the Jews. It's actually a trap for the Jewish people, because I mean, they could have created Israel anywhere on earth. They could have made a small piece of land in the US and the Jews could have lived there happily.
Not good for anything.
Why did they create Israel in the middle of all these other Muslim countries? Is to use the Israels, just like the Americans are using the Ukrainians, as a battering ram to create chaos, to create problems in that region, so that the US has an excuse to come in to take the oil. That's why they created it there, for that specific reason. So to say that somebody is anti-Semitic because they disagree with what Israel is doing is not right, because Israel itself isn't, it's a trap for the Jewish people who believe in their vision of their own country. It's the forces that be. They are trying to use this group of people to actually reach their economic end goals, which is to take the oil, take the resources from that region. So people who say that you're anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel, I think is missing that the whole point that Israel isn't. There are a lot of Jews in Israel, but Jews isn't Israel. There are a lot of Jews everywhere else too. Yeah. Just came on to say that. Okay, I'll disappear again. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you, Drew. Bradley,
Yeah, you didn't call it, but I was waiting. So I would say it's numerous causes that this actually came out. That this negative view of Israel, what is doing with the clashes. This has been going on not on this scale, but pretty close for many times in a past with Israel and Gaza. I don't think it's something new, but what's new is disunity of the West. Basically, the clash of the right and the left, and the disunity basically mostly of the Americans, and also the problems of Europe. That's the initial that causes exaggerated every other point. Let's say the speed of communication is much better. Now everyone have the phone. The Middle East, let's say Iranians, Palestinians, all those enemies of the Israel learn to importance of the social media also. So they activated, social media in more points when this happened. But I would say the biggest impact is this surprise of taking hostages by Hamas. This is the biggest, I think, shock for everyone that actually get attention to the Israel. So now that when the attention got to the Israel and they kept doing this, it's what caused it that it became such a negative view of the Israel. And of course, the people that solve the problem, human problem of having enough food in the West, and then trying to solve the animal problems, the mistreatment of the animals, and now they're shocked again. We didn't solve the problems of human, surviving and having decent life in other places. So now they want to do that. So that's also another part, right? Just multiple parts from all sides coalesced into this one point. But I would say the taking hostages is what struck most of the people, shocked them into paying attention to Israel. But Israel is keep doing this for a long time, did it numerous times, bombed the Gazas numerous times. It kept happening. But I would say taking hostages is what Iranians probably Hamas knew that's gonna get them attention. They knew that's gonna get them attention, and then reaction of Israel is gonna be as usual. So they knew how it's gonna affect. This is, to me, this is what was going on. They knew they literally they cannot do nothing, but they can shock the world. So this is what plays in, and of course, I think Russia is also helping to place this into media, right? So, but initially, it's disunity of the Americans, the clashes of they always want to use it as, you know, oh, you see, the policies of the sitting president is bad, and our president will be better. This is, you know, what's initiating everything. That's my opinion. So, Phil, go ahead.
I guess I'll go. So I would say Americans aren't educated about Israel and Palestine. People like Israel because they're evangelicals, and you know they think that this is the way to bring about the end of the world, or they're reggae fans and they like Bob Marley, or they like the idea that we have like an underdog good guy in the Middle East who militarily punches far above their weight. Americans love winners and hate losers. The World War II Holocaust, which was perpetrated by our enemies, the Third Reich, helps. And because like in the minds of a lot of Americans, we think that we saved like a poor puppy from Hitler. And, you know, now it's a vicious wolf or something like this, right? And it's on our side. And this is one of the reasons that the Israel genocide framing, you know, saying it in that way is so dangerous and so damaging to Israel. Here, Hamas punched Israel far above its weight. So in the minds of many Americans, that alone puts them in a good light. Like, oh, they're the winners, you know, they're like the small boxer who punched out Ali, you know, or something like this. We look at the world, and we're trained to look at the world from a very early age in a very black and white, good guys versus bad guys way. There's almost no room between being a good guy or being a bad guy. It's like any story, the first thing that any kid asks is who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. That's how, like, Russians don't look at the world in that way. There's not even a word for bad guy in Russian. That word doesn't exist. Like, so the Americans always look at it in that way, and this is an event, right, where Israel looks like the bad guy, and they look like the loser, like the big bad loser kind of, and that's really, really, really dangerous for Israel because people that don't think deeply about these issues, which is 99.9999% of Americans, they're going to look at it in those terms. So it's that's one of the reasons why this is going to be damaging, I think, for a long time, for years to come. Go ahead, Simeon.
No, I'll leave Gareth because he was before me, and then I'll go. Gareth,
okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that it's not really true that there has been a change in attitude to Israel, in the sense that there has for decades been a campaign in the West on behalf of the Palestinians, and that has not been able to cut through as easily as the quite substantial sort of media political establishment sympathy for Israel. But that arises because of its utility to the United States as a strategic outpost. It's not really driven by sympathy for the Holocaust, although that is an element of it. The huge element of the evangelicals is certainly important, but America's strategic decision-making could still be separate from that. But what is really going on is that the West is doing what it always does, just as it did in South Africa. If you are an opponent of one of their clients, then you're bad and terrible. And so even though the West will allow that its clients are terrible in some other way, it will always be pitched that we must support this lesser evil, these friends of ours who are unsavory, but they are at least our friends, as opposed to these enemies. And for that reason alone, Western public sentiment, or at least as that is expressed through respectable channels, the sort of political media and so on, is always pro-Israel. We hear all this time that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, when in fact it is a brutal apartheid state and not a democracy at all. But that is the conventional pitch. And you know, as to whether it's breaking, again, the polls don't seem to show that. A sizable fraction of Americans still think of Israel as the underdog. I mean, I think that thing that Bradley mentioned about Americans being trained to think of the world in terms of good guys and bad guys is correct. And Israel has been presented as this good guy, underdog. I mean, like in the 1980s, if a character showed up on TV and they were Israeli, they were coded as a good guy, just implicitly. So this whole thing isn't really a case of a sudden switch in public perception, so much as it is a case of different currents rising and falling in terms of public perception, or in terms of how they present themselves to the public and force the public consciousness to pay attention to them. Thank you.
Okay, so what I want to say is that, just like I said initially when I made the question, Israel was already a divisive topic even before the conflict sparked fully. Over here is the only thing that I can talk about because I live in Argentina and, well, I only know the opinions of Argentines. I don't know about the people in US, though it seems like Bradley already explained what's going on there, so I'll leave it to him. Over here, what happens is that there are some people that are anti-Semite. So there you go. For example, there was the attack on the AMIA, which was the building for the Israelis or the Jews here. Quite a few years ago it was, and that was considered a national tragedy. But some celebrated that. So there is already this divide that existed. Now, the reason over here it sparked as well is not so much because of the conflict itself, but due to the political situation that exists here. Because people started taking positions based on their political perspectives. So you're either left or right, you're either pro-Israeli, you're pro-Palestinian. For example, the labor unions here and the more left-wing political parties are pro-Palestinian in general over here, and the more right-wing people here tend to incline themselves towards a more pro-Israeli stance. So the whole outrage here was just purely due to the political situation. Back when Israel was already bombing Gaza, even without the conflict existing as per the intensity that it is right now, people weren't in an outrage because the political situation wasn't quite the same, so there was no reason to just go out on the streets. That's my response.
Thank you. No, I think it's because many people that are positioning themselves against Israel.
1 second, Carlos. Bradley wanted to say something, but he was muted. You are still muted.
Sorry, thanks. I just wanted to add a quick short point just to build on top of what we were just saying, that it's important, and I think it's crucial for Israel to regain and retain the good guy image. And part of that, there's a lot of ways for them to do that. I think that being able to set up somebody like Netanyahu as the fall guy to say, well, this is not us, this isn't, yeah, maybe if you look at the polls in Israel, a lot of them have complicated and challenging views towards Palestinians or something like this. That's something that you can still fudge, and you can both sides it a little bit. But once you drive it into the good guy or the bad guy camp, it's hard to have any gray area there. And so Israel's got to make it look like, whoa, it's not us. It's we don't represent these policies. Look, how we were protesting against this as well, our media was also like was duped us or something like this. I think that's going to be crucial. I think they're going to need to do something like that, have somebody take the fall, and say a big we're sorry, and that's not who we are. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry, go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, no. That's what I was gonna say. That, like, to distinguish between the government and, like, because all the outrage against Israel. I mean, here they were like protests for like literally like over a year, like every week, peaceful protest. But I see why I want to speak, and this is open mic,
Wasting your time.
Michael?
Yeah, you go first. Okay.
You're wasting your time.
Well, yeah, I think that what's funny about the protests over Netanyahu and Israel, and I agree with you, they've been wanting to get rid of this guy forever. But the funny thing about it is, we never hear about those protests over here in North America. Like, we never see it, we never hear it, because it's counter to the narrative that Israel is, all united and whatever. So it's kind of a contradiction in terms when you think of it that way. You've got this leader that everybody seems to hate, but I go back to, I'm not so sure that the Israeli citizens can just simply kick out Netanyahu and rebrand themselves. I think this one's going to stick. I think people see the video. They look at the stuff on Twitter and other forums like that. They see the carnage and the absolute brutality that's going on there. And, you can't blame that on Netanyahu. You particularly when you look at those polls that Bradley's mentioning.
Yes, but if Hamas gave up the hostages, this would stop. So why do they not release the hostages?
Yeah, if you believe that
why doesn't Israel release the thousands of hostages it has?
Yeah.
You see, that's such a completely dishonest.
Israel should open the jails and send everybody.
You can't defend Israel anymore now. You can't defend Israel anymore.
Nobody believes it anymore. Nobody believes that crap anymore.
There's no more defense.
But wait, one thing that
history did it again on October 7th.
I want to say that Americans will buy the "we were fooled" thing. They will buy that because Americans don't think of themselves as the bad guys, right? If there's only good guys and bad guys, and we're the good guys, that means that you're the bad guys, right? And if you can say that, whoa, we're the good guys, but in Vietnam, for example, the My Lai massacre, we had a couple of bad apples, but we dealt with them. You look at others like, the Abu Ghraib or something, right? Oh my goodness, yeah, there were a couple of people. Well, but I understand that, but in the minds of Americans, in the history that they have, the historical narrative that they have, you're not going to convince them that they're the bad guys, right? That's the point of dividing the world like that. So I think that Israel can still regain a lot of the negative attention and negative press and negative sentiment that they've managed to step into here by doing that, by saying, we were fooled and we were duped, and good people and good soldiers that were trying to do their best and just trying to protect and were confused after October 7th or something like this. These are good people that were misled by, the evil Netanyahu. And if you can do that, if you can say Netanyahu is the bad guy, we're the good guys. That's who's the bad guy. I think that you can really do a good, that scapegoat maneuver would work quite well, I believe. Anyway, go ahead.
If they thought that was going to work, they wouldn't be so worried right now. They know it's not going to work.
I think it'll work somewhat.
So
I don't see it working because of social media. You can't hide from this anymore. So it's a different world now. So the old playbook doesn't work.
Yeah, but people want to
ban TikTok.
It's not Netanyahu. It's 75 years.
Yeah, but people want to believe that, right? Think about this. It's been going on for a long time, but it's not become a public outcry until the images, right, and the statements and all this other stuff. So people still want to believe,
and the scale of the atrocity.
Yes, of course. There's no doubt, of course. But still, you're gonna have people that don't want to let go of that narrative. And all you got to do for people like that is just give them a good enough excuse. It's just got to be enough for them to buy it and believe it and convince themselves. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Yeah. So I just want to answer so how long does it take, or how about will it ever able for Israel to change this terrible image and branding that already applied on them right now? Without a doubt, their reputation is now in the drain. Absolutely in the drain. I mean, you have Singapore, which is like a military ally with Israel, totally throwing them under the bus now, because it's not even defendable for Singapore to say anything positive about Israel right now. So that is gone. But we have to also look at history. You look at Japan. Whatever Japan did in World War II is horrendous. It's Hitler level of bullshit. So, but then what happens to Japan right now? They are very, very well loved all around the world. But if you look at China, most of China still don't like Japan. Generally speaking, they even though they actually love the culture, they love a lot of the thing about Japan. But politically correctnessly speaking, they don't like Japan. You're going to see the exact same thing apply on Israel as well. In 20, 25, 50 years from now, maybe Israel, try to do this rebranding. They try to do a lot of humanitarian aid, exactly like what Japan is doing. They give a lot of free money, a lot of aids, help in rebuilding, war-torn countries. Let's say Israel do all these things. The Arab world or the Muslim world will still hold this grudge forever. And they already hold this grudge even before they even was a country. They simply don't want a Jewish state appearing in Jerusalem. So that is already the history. And Japan, and just like Japan and China, they never liked each other, because Japan was always that pirate that always raided the Chinese shores. So the hatred is always been there. Similarly, between the Jews and the Muslims, is always there. So they will never support the Israeli state, and they will never like it. And even if they don't really give a damn, like many of these Arab states leaders right today, they will still politically correctly speaking, they can't really say positive things about Israel or whatnot. Even if in actions, they still do with the Abraham's Accord, they try to normalize relationship. But when Israel does shit like this, everybody has to hand off. Even if they don't care, or even if they hate Hamas, because all the Arab leaders don't want militancy to happen in their region, because it's very dangerous for them, because militancy will eventually overthrow whatever rulers there is. So they also have to keep quiet, because it's just untenable for them to even say anything that is remotely seemed like it's pro-Israel. Like for me, I'm not even pro-Israel as well at all. But when I try to talk reasons, people think that I'm pro-Israel. On Twitter especially, it's very irritating. It's just like when I say practical things about Russia, about the Ukraine war, the pro-Ukrainians will think that I'm pro-Russia. Yeah, they will just think that I'm pro-Russia, even though I'm just saying the truth. The same thing happened in the Israel-Palestinian issue. You say the real issues, the pro-Palestinians can't take it. They think that you're pro-Israel because you're defending. But the reality is the reality. People like to bring up, like just now, someone, Deuce, in the chat, talking about the apartheid states in South Africa. But they did not fight in the war. Eventually it's through legislation. Finally there's some good leaders appearing, then they decided to run a vote and then allow all the race to vote, and then they ended the apartheid. This is something that Israel will eventually arrive at. Eventually there will be a parliament, there will be a leaders that will grant the Palestinian the right to the state or something eventually. But the problem is how they get there is another story altogether, because the politics in Israel is extremely complicated.
Fell off a turnip truck.
It already happened before, but the Palestinians rejected the deal. Even the Trump deal was actually a very decent deal for the Palestinians. They didn't even read the plan. They straight away just rejected it because they wanted the borders.
You're not even wrong. You're not even wrong.
No, because they wanted the entire of Palestine before the Arab-Israeli war. They want something that they can't even win. They lost it in the war. So that's the difficult thing between Palestine and Israel, because the Palestinians refuse to accept that they have lost any wars, and the Israel refused to allow the losers of the war to gain more than what they deserve, at least in their brain. You never get the end point, because how you ever reach the point? Is imagine South
Oslo
Africa, the
Accords.
whites. Imagine Israel. In South Africa, the whites forever don't want to let the blacks to have any power, and then the blacks insist all the whites must leave South Africa. How you ever solve the problem in South Africa? It would never solve. Then you will have a continuous war forever, or conflict in South Africa forever. There must be an end point. So it's easy to say that it's an apartheid state and whatnot, but if you look at South Africa, even though there was,
an end point,
they
a final
allow
solution.
everyone to vote.
There's going to be a final solution.
Yeah, but that didn't happen in South Africa. Eventually they have a political agreement. They let everyone vote. The black Africans get into the power, but then they did not go around and massacre the rest of the white people. No, they try to live together. That's what I hope for Israel and Palestine. And I hope that the best deal is for them to become a federated country. They have Palestine and Israel as one country. They have separate rules and whatever, separate government, but they live as one country, one armed forces. They live together. That's what I hope. But the thing is, whether this federation will ever happens, it requires so much political will in Israel. It's not in Palestine. Palestine have no options. They have no choice. The only thing they can do is not to fight. As long as they fight, Israel will always fight back, and then you will never end. This is why I'm always against fighting back, because if you can fight back, but the thing is, you fight back. That's Gaza Strip is what's happening now. It's flattened. Fight more. Then more people will just die. What's the point? You don't have the guns to fight. If Palestine
There's
now
no
has
fighting.
the backing of,
There's no fighting.
No.
There's no fighting.
They fought.
There's only massacre.
You know how many
There's no
Israeli
fighting.
soldiers?
It's
How
not
many
a war.
Israeli
It's not a
soldiers died?
conflict.
No.
It's a massacre.
No. They fought.
Several.
They just don't have the firepower to kill more. That's all.
You have the right to
many-
resist.
Hamas-
you have the right to
Hamas
resist and the right to face the consequences.
May I
Both of them are
respect
true. You have the right to
respect
resist
the
and the
finish.
right to face the consequences.
Hamas
Just
keep
more.
putting out
Okay.
videos
free
about
to
the
think what you
snipers, the rocket attacks. Israeli soldiers are dying. They are dying.
Yeah.
This is the reality. They is dying. You cannot take one part of the propaganda and don't accept the other part of the propaganda. They are all coming from Hamas. Hamas showed that dead children, that dead babies. True. They also show that they kill Israeli soldiers. So they are fighting. It's not a one-sided thing.
No, it's
So
true.
it's just that the war is one-sided because they are fighting uphill. They don't have the military to fight Israel. They chose to fight. So now this is the result. Gaza is flattened.
Okay, why?
You're talking about Mars.
Good
You're
point.
talking
Hold
about Martians. It doesn't make sense.
Hold on, Brian.
I don't know what
Just
you're talking about. That's not what's going on. That's not what Israel is doing. That's not what it's like over there. That's not the history. That's not the problem. It's like you're talking about Martians.
Okay.
No.
Again,
you have a different appreciation of the problem.
Hold on.
It's not that I'm wrong.
Why? Okay. Why your point? I do understand your point here. That definitely you do have some point there. The reason they keep fighting is when they're not fighting, this new settlement keep encroaching onto their land. Most of the land they want back is not what they lost in 1948, 1967, but the land that they lost yesterday. When they're not fighting, they
So it's in West Bank, right? No, wait. That is West Bank, right?
Even
Not
Gaza
Strip, right?
The reason why Gaza stopped because of Hamas. That's why they cannot encroach onto Gaza anymore.
Correct.
Yeah.
So stop. So the problem you're talking about is in West Bank. So Gaza Strip has already gone. It's gone. Is Hamas taken? Israel actually said that they will withdraw from the Gaza Strip entirely to allow the Palestinians to run it. Then Hamas took over and by force.
No.
After they have the disagreement with the PA, right?
Hamas won the election. Hamas won a true election.
Yes, they won the election. Correct. They won the election. Then they have a breakdown with the PA. So they took over power. They took over entire Gaza Strip. So the encroaching settlements,
because the PA left. Yeah.
Correct.
Again,
they left. They got kicked out. They got kicked out. And whoever that was still around, they got killed.
Okay, that's my point. My point is basically that's Hamas war. My point
correct.
is
the settlement encroaching, right? So wait, let me finish. The Gaza Strip so was already entirely under Hamas control. There is no encroachment over there. The encroachment is in West Bank. So my question is then, what is the West Bank's authority, the Palestinian Authority, what are they doing? Every time there is this encroachment, this government of Palestine, how do they react? What did they do? Did they raise
They don't do anything.
did they raise the question in UN?
They don't do anything. Every now and then, hold on. I'm on the floor.
I don't want to laugh at you, Wyatt, but I can only laugh at you.
Every now and then, there's clashes between the West Bank forces and Israel. Of course, the same response: bombing, and more bombing. So that's all. So that one, again, what you say, the federation thing, that kind of makes sense. For me, the how Israel can save itself going forward is two things: either that federation you mentioned, or to create a two-state solution. That will save them a better headache or easier out of this mess than trying to any other maneuver they can do. The next thing they also about South Africa. South Africa was not just a bunch of good leaders, was sanctioned that forced South Africa into negotiations. It wasn't because they had some good leader that had a change of mind. No, they got sanctioned almost to bankruptcy. They said they couldn't win the global forces against them anymore. Then they agreed to this new referendum and they stepped down. Even they stepped down from image, but most of the agreement that was entered to this day have not been implemented. So again, they just stepped down from the apartheid statehood, but when it comes down to the core of governance, it is still almost run by the apartheid rules and regulations in South Africa.
But isn't it already mostly the black controlling the government? No,
okay.
I don't know. I don't know South African politics.
Okay,
I'm just quoting an example.
Yeah, and this is to best understand what's happening. Listen to some of what's his name, Malema's complaint. Don't listen to his rhetoric, his bunch of warmongering. No. Look at some of his complaints. You will see exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, the government say black rule, but the financial infrastructures, the administrative infrastructure, all these things, the core thing that make the country move forward are still run by the same apartheid rules that was imposed. So again, they didn't get a good leader that had a change of heart. Oh, let's leave. Let's go to some missions. Also, I'm gonna leave South Africa and go back to what I said earlier about the Arab not wanting the Israelis. I don't know. They don't want the posture Israel is imposing on them. If there's a bunch of Jews in these areas, a bunch of Jews that live peacefully in these countries, you're talking about some of them willingly leave these countries and go to Israel. Again, this 67 war you keep mentioning, it was Israel that initiated the war. They didn't go attacking Israel. Almost all the war you're talking about, it was Israel that initiated the war and they fought in return. Of course, they got defeated. That is true. But all this way mentioning, Israel is not always aggressive towards them and they respond. If Israel can get can give them some deal either to the Palestinians or to just as a federation, like they both can move around easily among that two places, that will basically solve this problem. Because the Arabs know they don't want to fight, as you said, they don't want to amp up Hamas anymore because that's a threat to them, and also they don't want to publicly support Israel against them because that will also trigger another shit against them. Yeah. So
what's my criticism is that you see the problem is like, okay, Hamas took over Gaza Strip. That's one thing. That's one thing altogether. But then when you look at West Bank, the West Bank Palestinian leaders did not do a re-election. They didn't, or never again. There's no more re-elections. They never negotiate with Israel. They never advance further. No, despite whatever happened in Gaza Strip, they did not advance further the negotiation, the relationship with Israel. Everything just stayed exactly the same, no change. And I think so. That's why I criticize both sides. No, Israel is causing a problem they cannot solve them. They just made it difficult for themselves. And then the West Bank, the Palestinian leaders are also not doing anything. They're just enjoying their life because the status quo is perfect. It's perfect for them. And Hamas also they are happy with whatever it is.
Hamas actually want to help. I remember for a few weeks ago, and this is even new. This has always been their point. Either Israel or create a state, or they fight until every one of them wipe off. That's almost like Hamas.
But they never asked the Gaza people to vote on it. There's no referendum. They just decided to fight.
To vote on what?
Yeah, they just decided to fight. Like now, if Zelensky never put on the referendum, do we want to continue to fight on? He just decided, okay, let's fight. Let's just keep mobilizing, force mobilizing.
Yes, like coups. There's a thing called a self-coup. When you get in legitimately, but then you stay in power without further going on the legitimate way to, no further elections, right? So Hamas was elected, but then they stopped all election, and that is called a self-coup. Right, so that's why it means. It wasn't a vote on initiating a war with Israel; it was Hamas initiating the war. But the consequences befalls on Gaza nonetheless, and of course with the things in the West Bank, the issue in the West Bank, of course, get erupted. And sure, of course, hawks and opportunists in Israel will definitely jump on that, right? But why wouldn't they? And those who are against it, what are they going to do when war happens? Just to quote Goering said, like, how do you get people into war in any nation? You blame the pacifists for lack of patriotism. You shame them for lack of patriotism, right? And then you must force them to believe that there's an imminent threat to your life. After that, most people will tag along to the war. And that's why you see, despite such a disparity in the political elections internal in Israel, when it comes to the war, 80%. Why? Because anything political is actually more or less obsoleted. What they are counting on now is that the military will perform what they perceive now to be, their safety and whatever, or destroying Hamas, whatever, all those kind of things. And just like propaganda in any country, right? Especially during war. Just see what Ukraine did to Europe, which is not even directly involved. You can even imagine if you're directly involved in the conflict, if you're Palestinian or Israeli, right? You are going to have a dead set opinion, which is probably going to be quite much in the bubble as well, right? So, yeah, how are the political sweats going to go? It ties back to the earlier super chats about media, right? They're just, it just goes. But I think Gareth has been having a finger for a long. Sorry for interrupting, by the way. I didn't.
Yeah, but copying is right. Copying, like, he crystallized what I'm trying to say. Is for me, my concern is civilians, the people. But the problem is the leaders never ask the people. There is no democracy. They just decided. It's like a monarchy, dictatorship. They just decided. So I decided you should die so that I can gain the political advantage against my enemy. Both sides are doing the same thing. Netanyahu is doing the same thing. Hamas is doing the same thing. And then the PA, the West Bank leader, he's like keeping quiet, because he cannot say anything. He's happy with whatever is happening. The reality is he's winning. West Bank is winning because his enemy is Hamas. Hamas is weakening, getting destroyed by Israel. He's happy. But then Israel is also getting demonized. So he's happy because he's also getting stronger. So we have to think like, there's way more than just two sides. There is Hamas and there is the PA. It's two different sides. Gareth.
Wouldn't that be?
You're muted.
Thank you. I think these two issues are related. In the first instance, the claims about South Africa being a case of great leaders, I definitely disagree with. The South African border war went on for 24 years. At the time that apartheid fell, we'd been driven out of Angola, and we definitely felt that we had been defeated, and that therefore a reappraisal of the offer made to the revolutionary forces needed to be considered. And it didn't actually command a lot of popularity among whites, although again, voting was not opened up to anyone else before apartheid fell. It was the whites only who voted on the decision to dismantle apartheid. And it was done for self-serving reasons, not for a sense of, out of a sense of charitable democratic sympathy, but only in the sense that this was such a dangerous scenario that the safest course was to back down, basically. And on that grounds, I cannot ever criticize the militant resistance in the occupied territories. I mean, let's not forget that Israel is the illegal occupier of these territories, and that the United States has used its veto to protect Israel from censure more than 60 times. So this isn't like a normal dispute. This is already one that is heavily framed by geopolitical interests, specifically those of the USA. The Palestinian Authority is, Wyatt criticizes them for being inactive, but there's very little that they can say or do, because they made huge concessions to Israel during the Oslo Accords, essentially conceding all the territory that Israel had conquered in exchange for peace. And all that Israel had to do was stop expanding its settlements and stop killing Palestinians indiscriminately. And the United States was supposed to police that arrangement. And of course, it did nothing of the sort. It patted Israel on the back and said, in the words of George W. Bush Jr., these are facts on the ground, meaning that once an Israeli settlement was planted on the soil, they would not support its removal. So every single day, the Palestinians were seeing their land stolen away from them, and the Palestinian Authority, despite having made these massive concessions, was clearly unable to get anything from Israel for those concessions. So nobody cares what they have to say, and that's why they are irrelevant, and that is why Hamas has grown in popularity. And in fact, there is more support for Hamas now, after this particular bout of fighting began, than there was before it did. And finally, something over 300 Palestinians were killed in the last year before October the 7th. That's what Israel means by peace. It means that it gets to kill Palestinians and the Palestinians don't get to shoot back. Now, the fact is there is simply no reason that the Palestinians should accept that offer. It is not logical. Thank you. I'm done. I think Vaughn's the next finger up.
I was just going to say, in relation to the Palestinian Authority, I think I saw some stories recently about how they're basically collaborating with the Israelis to target political opponents of theirs and Hamas and whoever's running around. So I can see why people don't trust them and don't want to work with them and don't respect them, because they're basically collaborators in their minds. So that's all I had. That's all I had on that.
So
Those are the good Palestinians.
The best
the good Palestinians.
So the best deal that Israel ever offered is through the assassinated Prime Minister Ehud Barak, I think. So, but then of course that was like, it's behind closed door. There is no written agreements and whatnot. It was offered that Israel will withdraw out of all those territory. There were some lines being drawn, and then there is some exchange of land, some bit of land. Then it was rejected, and then it was according to this the stories, they say that they said this is the best deal you will ever get, and then that if you reject, you will regret it. Then he rejected, because during those days it was very different. Palestine have a very good negotiating power. The world is behind them. Everybody's hoping for a good result, and I think so. That was then. And after that, immediately the second Intifada happened. So that was Hamas. So who knows who funded and helped or wanted Hamas to attack, or Hamas themselves decided to do so? We do not know, because the reality is during those days, or even now, Israel have a lot of political powers. Even maybe they have certain kind of deep states that's operating, all going in different directions. So when there was there's a deal. When Palestine don't take it, it's always a risk, because there will be another faction probably within Israel that will push war. And this what happened a few years ago. Just Trump was president, there was a peace deal. It was rejected. Then now war. Every time there's a peace deal rejected, there's a war. And you can shake your head, but this is the reality.
No, you just have it factually wrong, Wyatt. You're just factually wrong. These are not deals; they're deceptions.
Wyatt, man.
Every last one of these so-called deals has been a front for the real intention, which has always been very well advertised. And if you look it up, you can see it, especially on look up the name Daniela Weiss. Look up the political parties that Ben Gvir and Smotrich belong to. They'll show you their maps. Their maps of Greater Israel go from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's their objective.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt
Their
you, but
intention is to conquer that entire territory. It's never been any different. It's not a fringe. They do a
I know.
genocide.
China also have 9-dash line, and they also draw their borders into Mongolia and not. I know.
Yeah, but you don't have actual Chinese people in Mongolia shooting Mongolians every day and being covered for it by superpowers.
Yeah, but you don't have Israeli in the Euphrates, right?
You've got people sitting in the middle of historical Palestinian neighborhoods shooting them. Slow genocide, and it's a plan.
And laughing about it. It's sadistic.
You guys have a projection.
It's
All of
sadism.
the so-called, we don't need to
Sadistic for
talk about
decades.
the
Decades
we don't
of
need to talk about
sadism.
the intention. It's stupid to talk about intention. We're talking about the fact is they do it with impunity. The government lets them. The United States backs it. Zionism is an Euphrates claim backed up by genocide and nuclear threat. It is nothing else. No other definition applies. When we talk about Nazis, we talk about a genocidal expansion movement that intended to conquer and genocide everybody to the Urals.
Well, it's global terrorism. It's global terrorism too.
But it's also
matter.
protection. It's also
You're
protection.
using abstractions. I'm talking actual observable facts, not abstractions, not
You
judgments.
refer to Smotrich with his Greater Israel, and that is just like you want the biggest one. You aim for as much as you can, because then you will at least get some, right?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Nazis were identical. When we talk about Nazis today, we do not talk about an infrastructure building movement to revive Germany in the 30s. We talk about a movement to gain Lebensraum by genocide in the 40s. That's what Zionism is now. It is only that. That's what the word means. It doesn't matter what it meant in 1897 or 1948. Although if you go back and read what Ben-Gurion said, he said, we will have to kill these people to take this land. It's very clearly the intention. So while I don't
it is the
disagree
same
with these
argument.
abstract definitions,
So this is the same argument for against Russia. No, because everybody is convinced Russia is going to invade into Europe. It's exactly
the same argument, but all the evidence is that with Israel they do intend that, and all the evidence with Russia is they don't. They did conquer
Russia
Finland
invaded Ukraine.
and they left.
No.
They conquered Finland and they left. They conquered Austria and they left. If Israel had conquered Jordan, they wouldn't leave.
Nobody argues
Russia
that the Ukrainians don't have a right to resist.
Russia invaded Ukraine right now.
I am arguing that the Ukrainians don't have a right to resist.
Now.
The government of Ukraine does not represent the Donbass at all.
And before that, in post-World War II, Soviet Unions have controlled the entire of Eastern Europe. There is no reason to just...
And they
not left. They collapsed. Yeah, they control the government. Well, why? Yeah, they
voluntarily left Austria. They voluntarily left Finland. There is no evidence that Russians want to conquer anything, including Poland. In fact, Putin's been out there offering them Lvov over and over again. There's no evidence that that's the
I think
case.
Carlos
I
is
agree
leaving.
with-
I think Carlos is saying bye. Bye, Carlos.
Well, yeah, maybe because he's claiming
They tried
like
not to
most
conquer
people in Israel
Ukraine.
do. They tried very hard not to. So I agree, though, with Wyatt that that's the argument used against Russia. And I'm saying with Israel, it's true.
You're missing, Craig. I think
Russia
you're missing
is
the
false.
point.
Is it true?
Craig,
It's
you're
exactly
missing
the
the
same
point.
right now.
Wyatt's point is not that you're missing the point. Wyatt is trying to say that there's the picture and the nuance of these issues. It doesn't matter if you say, well, there's a world of difference between how the Russians are fighting the war and how the Israelis are fighting the war. Does that matter in real life? Does it matter to the Ukrainians? Does it matter to the Palestinians? Of course it does. But
It doesn't matter to the tactical situation, no.
But does it matter? But does it matter to a public image of Israel in the West? Like, think about all of the hard work that Israel does to put in to maintain a certain image, right? Yeah. That is a huge problem for that image. Now, there's the real issue is nuanced, of course. There's you could say Hamas uses terror tactics. You could say that the Russians aren't genocidal towards Ukrainians, but that's not the narrative that Americans tend to have in their brains. And that the issue that Israel has isn't that they're not popular in Palestine. They're not going to be. It's not that they're not popular in the Muslim world. It's that their public relations machine is breaking down over this issue. For the Israelis, you got to look at this in real politic terms, right? It's not about morals. It's about the image. In that image, I think it can be salvaged, but it's taken a huge beating. And if Israel,
we weren't talking about American perception at all. I appreciate you might be right, but that wasn't at all what I heard Wyatt saying. He wasn't talking about perception. He was talking about the actual on the ground balance of power.
So for example, Israel conquered the whole of Sinai. They also gave it up back to Egypt. No, you cannot go by this direction, and you just simply claim that Israel have a certain grand plan to conquer to a certain place. The reality is they could already do it now. Right now, they don't.
They did in '56. They took to the Suez, but they did that with the help of Britain and France, right? Then they gave it up.
I'm not sure.
Yes, they did it with the help of Britain and
No,
France.
yes. Then after that, they conquered again in the Yom Kippur War, right? I mean, before the Yom Kippur, the 6-day war, right? Yeah. They conquered it.
Their strategic sponsor changed, though. Where I'm agreeing with Bradley is the U.S. is a third player in this balance game, and public perception and diplomacy is the critical part of it.
There is always a balance of power.
What you're missing, Wyatt, is you're talking about the tactical situation without realizing that it basically doesn't matter. If you sacrificed half the population of Gaza, but you achieved diplomatic recognition of Palestine, most of the people of Palestine would think that was an acceptable, although tragic, outcome. And that's what you're missing. The tactical losses are
that's not what I'm
compared
missing.
to the strategic gain.
For me, I said many times, I don't give a damn about the line in the sand. So I only care about the civilians, that they don't die. So if people think that it's okay to kill off 2 million people to get the recognition of Palestine,
I'm not saying it's okay.
Then I'm not with you guys. No, I'm not with you.
I'm not saying
100%.
It's okay, and there is no you guys. I'm saying this is how indigenous people
Israel thinks it's okay to kill 2 million people.
This is how indigenous people fight.
So it's simple. You can just ask on Twitter, if 2 million Palestinians die, okay, but Palestine get their state, would you accept this deal? I can tell you many people say yes. So for me is I'm just saying that I'm not the kind of people. I don't give a damn about the line in the sand. If I'm Palestinian, I'm happily go to USA and start a new life. That's me. Those people want to the line in the sand. They can
very
go.
Asian approach.
Yeah, there is this kind of, I know people are very emotional about these issues. People are happily willing to
in a concrete box, you can't.
Just to show that Israel is an evil country. Sure, go ahead. It's not my country. I'm not involved. I'm totally neutral about these things. I'm just saying that.
Who's willing to kill those people for that purpose? Who is happy to do that?
We even have this conversation before on the open mic.
Nobody's talking about happiness at all. I'm saying that there are people with the mentality that you continue to resist down to the last person. You see some of that mentality in Ukraine, but I'm saying it's a characteristic of indigenous peoples in general that they fight.
Yeah, so they can. That's why they can do whatever they want to do. Then the people die. No, for me, I always feel that Ukraine should surrender. That's me. But Mandy,
if I may,
I agree with that.
Okay, if I may, though, but it really comes down to just raw, basic human nature. The strong will survive. We're going to be in this continuous loop of battle until they either learn to coexist without any outside influence, or one overtakes the other.
Happen.
There are hold on. Oh yeah, I think the people of Silesia probably thought that once. Prussian Empire. You can say Roman Empire. You can say that, but patterns in history are eventually one will either take over the other, or they learn to coexist, because humanity can't continue with this just brewing and waiting to kick off the world into whatever is going to happen. Eventually it's got to settle itself down. But anyway, whatever. I just threw it out there. If I just if I may continue, is that countries have come and gone. Lines in the sand have always come and gone. It's about the people that cohabit the area. If they don't learn to get along, eventually one side will take over the other, because the friction cannot last forever. And that's my point. Sometime in history, at some point, one will overbalance the other, and it's either they get along or the other one gets subsumed by the other. That's just, the pattern of history.
According to a quite famous book, though, I'm going to one easy to verify point. According to a very famous book, some people came out of Egypt and attacked Jericho in 3,000 years ago. It probably didn't happen quite this way, but the rest of the story lays out that they kept attacking for another several hundred years, and they're still fighting the same people on the same land. So there's 2,500 years at least of history to say that they didn't stop.
I want to address Craig directly. I think that Craig and then the other guy that was here earlier that is gone.
Carlos.
Carlos. Oh no, not him. The other one. The genocide of Palestine, or maybe ethnic cleansing, whatever term you want to use, of Palestinians has been an ongoing issue for a long time, right? It's one of those things that you're going to have certain parts of the population that are going to latch onto this issue. Israel's problem with public relations didn't start until after the October 7th. So for Israel, the issue is, from their perspective, the biggest problem is the public relations problem. That's why we see this crackdown on protesters, right? That's why we see senators and House members go out of their way to reaffirm their commitment to Israel, right? It's a perception issue to the West. We're not getting killed out there. It's not our soldiers and our population. So we don't care, and Israel doesn't really care either. You got to look at this in real politic terms. I think you got to look at it in terms of what's the phrase? The strong do what they will, and the weak do what they must. Okay, and Israel, there's legitimate concerns, probably that they are in a hostile neighborhood, right? That there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, and you can convince a sufficient majority or a sufficient plurality of Israel that they are really under threat of Israelis, that the Jews are under threat from their hostile neighborhood. That's going to be something that they can do, but what they're losing is not just the war on the ground. They're losing the battle for public perception in the West, and that's what they're concerned about. That's their number one concern. Their concern is not that they're losing however many Israeli soldiers. Their concern is not that they're destroying however many Palestinian lives, or that they're starving the Palestinians. They're concerned that that's what we think about. So for the Israelis, that's the big problem here. And for them to rescue the situation, I'm not speaking morally. I have personal perspective on this as well. I think that Israelis are committing the ultimate crime. I think that they have genocidal intent towards the Palestinians. I believe that, but that's not a productive way of addressing the issue to, for example, the Israel lobby, or to the actual Israelis themselves, because they're concerned with losing the public relations battle. And when it comes to that, it's the morals, they have no place almost, right? It's only people's perceptions, and Israel has to regain the good guy image and the winner's image. They have to be able to do that, because if they lose that, they lose sufficient enough portion of the American population, and eventually that's going to play out in the in the Senate and in the House. It's going to eventually bear fruits.
Eventually.
So that's what they're concerned about, and addressing that issue, addressing Israel's concern, which is not, are we really committing a genocide? That's not really what they're concerned about. If you address their concern, you got to say that there's a way, I think, that you can claw back some of the lost ground, some of the damage. You can get some Americans to view the Israelis as the good guys after all. And for them, that's the most productive course of action, right?
Who replaces Netanyahu then? Who could do that redemption?
I don't know or care. It's got to be, it probably doesn't even really matter. It could be somebody really hardcore that you just have to have a fall guy. You just have to have a bad guy. You have to make him the scapegoat, or fall guys, make them the scapegoats. And if Israel can accomplish that, as far as they're concerned, it's a mission accomplished. If they're willing to pull out of Gaza, right? It's not because they're getting their butts kicked. It's because they're getting their butts kicked in the battle of public perception. And I think that that's the crucial thing to think about. All these other issues, of course, they're important. The survival of Palestinians, the survival of does a Jewish state have a right to exist? All this stuff, how much should we be supporting the Israelis? How much of our tax dollars should be going to develop their anti-aircraft systems? All this other stuff. Yeah, these are important issues, but these aren't the important issues in the minds of casual Americans. And the battle that they're losing and the one that they're concerned about, and we can see that because of the huge just information sphere, war over the information sphere in this issue. They want to win that. They're screwed anyway. But what you
There's
can
one
do is
problem with this perspective, though, Bradley, it's a significant one, which is that if what you were talking about could be confined to Gaza, that would be true. But I think every single person who've decided they're on the Palestinian river to the sea one state side, maybe not everybody, but most of them, believe fervently that if Hamas were to surrender tomorrow, then the slow genocide in the West Bank would become a fast one as well, and that Lebanon would be attacked, and that the Russians who are sitting in Syria would make a move on Golan, which is legally part of Syria, and that the Jordanian population would finally revolt against their monarchy, and that this would be a larger war. In other words, Hamas winning on the ground and forcing Israel to admit a defeat is the most peaceful outcome, because if Israel were to succeed, then all of these other fronts open up and you have a larger war by definition. From
But
that
you're right,
perspective,
but
let me finish this. From that perspective, Hamas are being quite sacrificially heroic in defeating the IDF on the ground in Gaza in the rubble and causing them unacceptable losses diplomatically and tactically. And they're saving the West Bank, they're saving Lebanon, they're even saving the Houthis from another attack. And essentially all of these fronts can only cease to flare up if Hamas wins. In other words, the only possible outcome to this is literally the surrender of Israel and the writing of a new one-state constitution, which isn't that far off from the demand people were making when they were battling with Roll the Court a few months ago. So, this is the way that people look at it who look at the whole history and the whole tactical situation. American public opinion would be largely determined by if those other fronts get active, right? If it becomes a larger regional war.
That sounds like the Ukrainian plan, right? That's basically the Ukrainian plan, right? Yeah. It's a stupid plan, no. So it's never going to work. It's like the Ukrainian plan.
I agree. The United States is boxed because the larger regional war will happen in the Mideast, but if they were to surrender in Russia, the larger regional war would not happen. All the Russians want is ethnic Russians under their control and a quiet Ukraine.
So I'm viewing this from a point of view of the pro-Palestinian view, then a wider regional war is the right way to go, because a wider regional war will destroy Israel 100%.
It will.
You want to
destroy it militarily, which is
expect Hamas to win is just not possible.
Years. It'll be 20
In fact, what you want is Hamas to collapse, Israel to show their colors, and then and then attack into Lebanon, into Syria, and then to start a regional war, and then you have the whole of the Arab world and the Muslim world going against, they have no choice. It's like World War, like World War I, World War II, we have no choice, we have to fight. And they have this final battle and destroy Israel. If I am pro-Palestinian, I want that to happen. But if to expect
not
Hamas
necessarily,
to do
because there's a lot of losses in that fight scenario. You really want them to recognize that's about to happen and to agree to the one-state solution.
But Hamas can't win. This scenario is like what Ukraine is hoping for. We want to inflict enough damage on Russia to the point where Russia will withdraw. It will never happen, because Israel and Russia both is in the same mindset that this is a war they must win. They will destroy that. They will destroy Hamas. They will destroy the Ukrainian military. Both are in the same mindset.
Except Russia does not rely on a third-party supply line to keep itself running. Or if it does,
your problem, Craig, is that you are informed, and the issue is that most people are not informed, and Israel isn't going to try to change your mind. They're not going to try to change my mind. They're going to try to change the minds of the people who are less informed.
Certainly,
and that's what their quote unquote what their problem is. That's what they think their problem is. You're looking at this in a very kind of like a realistic sense, right? You're looking at this in terms of how can this issue be solved and all this moral stuff, but that's not how it's going to happen. It's going to happen like this: the strong do what they will, the weak do what they must. And Israel has a problem with the public perception, not with the fact that they are trying to ethnically cleanse the Gazans in their minds. That's mine and your problem. Mine and your problem is that the Israelis are trying to do that, but they're not concerned with yours or my opinion.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing that you've correctly characterized how the Israelis think and how the Americans think. But the entire rest of the planet is coming around to a consensus that that's not a valid way to think about the conflict or about human rights. Here's the numbers that I see that matter the most. If you think that the only way to solve this problem is either 5.2 down from 5.3, tragically, million Palestinians have to be disrupted and ejected from lands where they are provably indigenous in DNA terms, or you think that 1 million settlers, about 750,000 in the West Bank and about 250,000 elsewhere, mostly in East Jerusalem, have to be ejected, then that's a bit over 5-1 in favor of it should be the settlers getting lost. And there's a huge pile of documents at the UN that says they're completely illegal and they knew what they were getting into. So that's kind of an Algeria type situation where they get kicked out. That could be done today as a two-state solution immediately, and actually I believe that all parties would accept that, except the settlers and accept the government that is actually aligned with them. Now the problem we have here is that one Palestinian life is not in the Western calculus worth one settler life. The settlers' lives are worth either 15 times more in the conventional accounting, or 100 times more in the reprisal accounting, or the 500 times more in the Nazi type accounting that the present government seems to use. And so they can't accept that these million people are worth less than the 5 million. They're just going to wipe out the 5 million. And they're really angry that these other countries won't accept that 5 million people in and accept their calculus. But these other countries are refusing that. They won't go along with that ethnic cleansing. And they say, no, you get rid of your 1 million settlers and let these people live alone in the West Bank and in Gaza. And we'll solve the whole problem that way. So this is ultimately about the value, the actual value that is placed on the human lives of these people. And we have the wildly overvalued lives of these sadistic settlers. I agree with that characterization of them. I just don't think it matters in this calculus. And this growing sympathy for the 5 million people targeted. If it was up to me, if I'm the president of the United States, I basically advertise that Iran can hit any settlement in the West Bank they want, and there will be no response, no weapons going to Israel to deal with it, and they'll all be scared out tomorrow. And that would pretty much get us to the 67 borders and back to Oslo. It was always the Israeli side sabotaging Oslo. Always, it was an extremist that assassinated Rabin. It was Netanyahu that said he was going to subvert Oslo by creating these settlements and these fake security zones. In my mind, if the world is going to solve this by decree, it's going to solve it by ejecting those 1 million people who are in those illegal settlements. Now, that will never be accepted by the Israeli government or constitution as it's presently constituted, which is why I think that state has to go away and be replaced with a new constitution.
Okay, and also just to add to that point, the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah said something a few weeks back, maybe some time ago, but a video just came out a few weeks ago. He said eventually the West is going to pack up and leave the Middle East, and when that happens, and that's when Israel will be forced to negotiate. And I think that's the long war they are fighting. It's basically because America is going to leave the Middle East eventually. They're going to leave, no matter how long it takes. And the day America leave the Middle East, Israel have two options: either negotiate from that angle, or fight and lose a very serious war and lose very horribly.
Some people would argue with that, but I wouldn't. I think the West does leave because although Suez, the Persian Gulf, and the Dardanelles and the oil supply are all very important, they are not so important that you can risk them. Like you can't risk all of the Arab countries being against you by you supported Israel too far. So there is a limit and a point at which the relations with all these other countries' populations, not just their current leaders, but their populations, starts to really, really matter more. And there's a technological element to this too in both Ukraine and Israel, which is oil is worth less and less, and rare earth minerals worth less and less over time. which means that you essentially have
no
need for the choke points.
Yeah, and also whenever you get over negotiation, you forget to know that Palestinians, there's actually outside of that whole region that still considered refugees that have to be included, and those are the agreement Israel almost always refused to accept. Is for those Palestinians that consider refugees in other countries to return back home, because if they return back home, they almost overnight double, not double, but almost becomes a majority in that whole region immediately, and that's something Israel does not want to happen. And this is some of the times when this agreement fall apart. Most often, again, it's always in that area, the refusal for the refugees to return back home. And people keep saying, oh, they should just let go, just move to other countries. Israel said, according to that book, according to a religious book, they were here 2,000 years ago. What makes you believe this guy that was there 70 years ago is going to give it up? If you can come back 2,000 years and say it's yours, this guy was here 70 years ago, he's not going to give it up. So eventually, either that federation thing that I was talking about, or again, the two-state solution. The two-state solution, it can happen tomorrow if only the puppets in the West are willing to basically say, hey, Master Israel, it's time we do something reasonable, something realistic here. But until then, I believe the West is not holding on to that two-state solution. They claim they believe in the two-state solution, but they don't really practically do anything in that regard. Everything they do is basically whatever Israel says is what's going to happen. And about the settlement you mentioned earlier, those settlements, America says illegal. Every American president tried to condemn them. Is the more they condemn that, the more Israelis build into the settlement. And America tomorrow can say, as you say, can tell Iran, those places we don't count them as part of Israel, but that's not going to happen. All America have to do is threaten sanction. America just threatened a sanction of some military group in Israel. You see that rockers that happen. Also huge rockers, that's this, or damage control all of a sudden. But what do they do on that? All America have to do is threaten Israel with sanction or some form of reaction to some of these things. Whenever, Trump, this is why sometimes people Trump is kind of crazy in some way or form. Trump, when Israel wanted to do something crazy, I think it was also another settlement nonsense they wanted to do. And Trump threatened them and they back off. The moment they had the Zionists Biden for president, or they went full force. It was a settlement, it was some dispute over some land over some highway that Trump actually told them not to continue, and they actually refused to. They actually backed down from Trump. But the moment Biden becomes president, less than 3 months, that project was executed, and that's also started by all the tension that eventually lead to this Auto 7 incident that we'll have today. So yeah,
there's a story told by Alistair Cook who says that Obama ordered the settlements to stop. And Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State at the time, was conveying that to Netanyahu. Netanyahu called Biden, who was the vice president, and Biden personally intervened to get Obama not to make settlement stopping conditional on Israel aid. So Biden personally is directly involved as vice president also in the continuation of the settlement. So he is quite tainted with this. You're right. And you can very much tell in the Biden's personal interventions in both Ukraine and Israel that he's got both files on his record. Now, I guess I should ask Bradley, do you think that the Democrats can flush Biden, put somebody else like Whitmer or Newsom in and somehow evade responsibility for all this? Because I don't, but maybe they think they can.
I don't think so. I think that it has to be somebody. Somebody has got to take the fall, and we don't have accountability here. Nobody ever takes a fall for anything, right? The failure in Afghanistan, the failure in Ukraine. So I don't think so. But Americans will buy it. Will buy it if Netanyahu goes down and goes down hard and goes down in flames. A lot of Americans will buy that. Gareth, go ahead.
It's all his fault only.
Yo, Gareth.
Yeah, Gareth, you've been having your finger up for a while.
Yeah.
You're still muted.
He's muted. Does he know?
Yeah, I did have my finger up for a while, but I've kind of forgotten what I was going to say. So I'll just say one thing, which is that a lot of the framing of the previous discussion, a lot of which I agreed with, I have to say. I heard a lot of things which I thought were true and accurate descriptions of how things are going and how history has been going over the last several decades. But I think that this whole thing illustrates the degree to which Israel does what it does because it has the support and backing of the United States. And I mean, it gets away with all sorts of things for which it has been reprimanded in the United Nations because the United States runs cover for it. And a lot of what we talked about earlier about the public perception about how the American public are introduced to these topics and how it's framed them, and how the fact that October the 7th is seen as something that comes out of nowhere, and all the daily crimes that Israel commits against Palestinians are just ignored and nobody hears about them. They only hear about the grand atrocity that suddenly sets the region aflame. All of that kind of stuff has to be considered when we're talking about who the real agents are. And I would push back against the idea that Israel is capable of controlling the United States. I think the United States has its interests, and those may be irrational and mistaken interests, but it has a very clear idea that it wants to support Israel, that Israel is its regional ally for its own strategic reasons, and that the messaging and opinion shaping is done with that purpose in mind. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to wind this one down because I think we're starting to go in circles. It's kind of becoming a black hole a little bit, but it just
I've gone for an hour and still the same.
Yeah. So, but just to put up kind of a pin in it, or to conclude, Israel doesn't think that they have a genocide problem. That's what we think. They think they have a public perception problem. And if they're going to address this issue, they're going to address it on the public perception level. And that's just the bottom line. And, it's up to us to continue to pressure and to protest and all this other stuff. And I think it has its effect, but it's not realistic to look at these terms in realistic terms. It's realistic to look at them in terms of realpolitik. That's kind of my conclusion.
I don't know that I can agree with that, because I saw in Canada that 3 different weapons plants were blockaded by the public. Arms exports to Israel were banned in the parliament, and the parliament has declared that they will abide completely by the ICJ ruling. So absolutely material results in G7 NATO countries are being achieved by popular action, and that has a material effect. At some point, Israel will run out of supplies and spare parts. That would work in the US too, I think.
I hope you're right.
But how much Israel buy from Canada in terms of weaponry? I actually do not know.
Not a lot, but it's high tech parts. I'm sure they're possibly substitutable. But the point is, it's a G7 and a NATO country and a very close and necessary ally. So if that's happening in Canada, it could happen in France, it could happen in UK, it could happen in Colombia, which is also a US ally, just totally ejected the ambassador and cut off trade with Israel. It's not really the total quantity that matters. It's the closeness of these countries to the US that matters. They're sending
Colombia got different power now. Now they have
check your mic. Can't really understand what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it cuts off easily. I just have one question regarding the thing you said about sanctions and it breaking off, because as far as I understand it, you also have multiple corporations owning various industries, and then a lot of trade, so to speak, are intercorporate rather than cross. Like if they go cross countries, yeah, but it's basically corporations moving their assets between countries, right? So like in terms of sanctions, for example, because we have already seen sanctions being bypassed in terms of Ukraine-Russia war, right? And I can easily see a lot of similar paths being done regarding with Israel as well. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. This arms industry are not going to send now directly to Israel. We're just going to send it to the holding spot of the corporation that owns 20% here and 30% there and whatever, who are still having their own interests tied to, because the arms industry, right? What do they want to do? Because Israel and whatever conflict going down there, any conflict anywhere is good business for them. So, if weapon sanctions against them, well, they're definitely going to be wanting to do whatever they can to make sure that, well, okay, let them have that perception that is happening. Let the politics and those that can go in circles and make the musical chairs, while we are making the actual movements and we get our business actually done. Still, no matter what goes on. Like that's how does that pan out? Would you say I'm mistaken? That they
You're not
would easily
mistaken, but remember that the key resource is that everybody is short of is manpower. South Africa declared that anybody leaving South Africa to join the IDF when they came back would be facing potential war crimes charges. Ukraine has run out of manpower and is having to scour unwilling people in Europe. And if you tried to hold a war tomorrow and put boots on the ground in Ukraine or Israel from the US, there would be a battle against the draft in the US. So manpower is something you can't just go around and scrounge up wherever you want, unlike spare parts. So I would look at that as maybe the limiting factor on
But
ability to extend project power.
the conflict is very small, though. Like, I mean, it takes a lot of attention, of course, but in grand scheme of things, I don't imagine the U.S. needing to put a lot of troops there. They basically just need to put troops there to substitute, and I would assume the Israelis would need some sort of enhancement for special forces and assault forces, especially if they get worn out. Maybe there will be some, I don't know, some other ways and schemes that can go around it. But the point is that it would not be as problematic as, say, Ukraine, which is a pretty huge country by comparison. Here, if NATO would come on and try, like, they've already gotten NATO troops in one way or the other as mercenaries, right? Why wouldn't Israel be able to do that? Sure, they may have some rules against it, but laws, they can easily be changed out of expediency. Israel has done that before, and if the situation is dire enough, like most countries, I don't see why Israel wouldn't just simply say, well, you know what, we are also open for PMCs. And
Well, the West thought this about Donbass. They thought they could, supply Ukraine to go and shell people in Donbass, and it would stay confined to Donbass, but it didn't. I mean, ultimately, it grew out into the bigger war we have now. So you may be right if the war stayed confined to Gaza, but if it spreads out to Lebanon, to Syria, involves Iran, involves the Houthis, there's some kind of event in Jordan or Saudi or Egypt that forces their government to do more what the people want, then you might be talking about a theater-wide war that is similar in scope to Ukraine and equally difficult to supply and to sustain politically. So yeah, if it stayed small, they could keep the boots on the ground. But if it gets bigger, they can't.
So to dig us out of this black hole, because we have been doing a lot of ifs and buts and whatever, and then we have perceptions, and perceptions are indeed subjective. So when we go in on that, we are having something inherently interpretive, right? And that, this is the part of the open mic, sharing perspectives. But black holes, we should learn to kind of detect them. A lot of people in the chats are kind of pointing out they're getting bored of the topic. I myself actually caught quite a while ago. So how about we kind of like, I think everyone has done a closing unless there are any endpoints, because that's how we get out of the black hole. We kind of, the best one is to detect it, and then like Dan Castle said, our fellow speaker at Wild Siberia, shout out to the channel, start with the end point, because then you can discuss everything up until that point.
Wait. We got a super chat for Vaughn. But Vaughn is hidden. He's hidden away because he's so bored with Israel. He got this super chat waiting for him to answer. Vaughn, come back. Vaughn, are you around? Not sure he's around or not.
Vaughn wants to join Wagner.
Okay. I want to ask for Vaughn. Enough Bradley to fill, how you call it, the distance from the front line to the station point.
You're gonna need a lot of me, a whole bunch, and I don't cooperate.
Yeah, that's a Bradley right here. So far, DPA has one Bradley. Maybe we can find like 6 more.
That's right. DPA Army is gonna have to be populated with Bradleys, a whole bunch.
I haven't been following about the Houthis thing. I only know vaguely about Houthis saying that they're going to hit every single ship that is heading towards Israel. Anyone got any other info about that? Like, have they started, or is just still a threat?
I think they've hit it. I think they've hit several ships. I think that it's really impacted.
They've only hit in that region. They have not hit nothing yet in the military.
The Red Sea region, right?
Yeah,
I saw a little bit on Twitter, but I haven't went to dig on it, so I'm not sure what's the impact. I know China came out and went on a super rant. They talk about United States overthrowing 50 countries and whatnot. Then after that they came out and a statement saying that whatever the October 7th is a legitimate attack. No, it's not a war crime and whatnot. And also Russia also came. I'm not sure if that is real, but I saw on Twitter that Russia says that Houthis are now a major player in the geopolitics because they are able to shut down the Red Sea and everything. So I thought those are interesting as well. Like suddenly everybody just comes together and start to do something. Like Turkey, I also saw that Turkey stopped exporting to Israel. So and then at the same time, Houthis decided to say that they going for round 4. So all happening all at the same time. I thought that is interesting.
Yeah, I think the big issue with the Red Sea is that it's the insurance issue. You just got to provide enough of a credible threat to where insurance companies don't want to, or it's too expensive to pay for the insurance to go through there, and they've done 90% of their job. So
yeah, the Houthis are a great example of how U.S. public opinion and firepower just cannot lead or resolve a situation. As soon as they started firing the missiles, the insurance thing was real, and probably no amount of naval power will actually get them to stop short of the situation.
Yeah, we don't hear anything about Yemen because they won a naval battle against us. They won a
yeah, right.
What I'm thinking
so we don't hear about it.
There's a threat about the Mediterranean Sea, which is made a threat as well. I'm thinking the only way that's possible, since Libya is so unstable, they can basically get some men in Libya and basically start assaulting those ships, like a suicide mission. Basically, any ship heading to Israel, just go assault it. I can see that happening, but apart from that, I don't see them having any way to control the Mediterranean Sea as
well.
Controlling.
What they do is it's kind of cool, it's kind of interesting, very clever, and probably Iranians probably help them with this. Is that they're taking these ancient Soviet anti-aircraft missiles that, like for example, the S-200 and stuff like that, and they're turning them into anti-shipping missiles. And it doesn't have to be super accurate; it just has to be a credible enough threat, and they've done half their job.
They don't even have to sink the ships; they just need to hit the ships.
Yeah, or get close enough to scare.
But then again, right? Then again, the profit in shipping is so high. I think they can accord these losses. So it's like anyway. That's a different transaction.
But it's important, it's important though that because shipping is a really sensitive business to prices and inflation, right? So inflation in the West is definitely caused by shipping disruption.
So Bradley is correct as well about even the missile don't hit, even it hits nearby, soon you'll see the ships reported that we have mechanical problem, we need to go back to port to repair. Even though they actually have no problems, they just want to escape. They say, we have some mechanical problems. Like so many of these NATO ships, right? They like, we have some problems, we need to go back. But maybe actually there's no problem. They just want to make an excuse and get out of there.
And never came back. They want to repair and never came back.
SCS, guess who's going to be paying for it? Because like Craig was saying, the shipping and all these kind of things, like you're saying, there's going to be thank you for the super chat, Brian. There's going to be a profit for the shipping companies, otherwise they will not run. Plain and simple. Even if it's through subsidies. But where is this going to be taken from? Well, generally, in the Western world, the part of the Western world who is affected is going to be the consumer. So that basically means the inflation and price rises that Craig was referring to. I thought I heard you say that. Maybe you didn't. I'm not sure. But, then that's definitely going to be something we will notice on the shelves as well. Of course, those who are not affected by any shipping in that regard, probably not. It may even be, I'm not sure, are shipping lanes kind of like, because I know like you see ports, there you see chokeholds, but out in the ocean, this is not much of a problem. So I wonder, like, would it be more like would it be countries that would be benefiting, for example, on the southern part of Africa, on the expanding their ports and stuff like that, which in turn may be more advantageous for countries in the eastern part of Latin America? I mean, I'm not sure if this is actually beneficial in transport way, because I know these transports aren't necessarily as direct as they may seem. But you seem to know a little bit more about it, Craig. So if you
there's a good YouTube channel I think it's called What's Going On with Shipping, and they have got great coverage of all these kinds of issues. I think there has been attention, like if you look at the base in the very south of Argentina, which would be an intercept base for traffic between basically the Cape and Antarctica, or if you look at the strategic positioning of the of Diego Garcia base in Indian Ocean, or you look at the Andaman Islands, which are owned by India and which kind of blockade the way out of the Strait of Malacca, you can see that more attention by far has been paid to all of these places because of this like shore interception issue that has been raised largely by the Red Sea. So I'd say there's significant military activity now in this question of interceptions. And depending on who wins the South African elections, you may see some attention paid by South Africa to being able to intercept or harry the traffic that comes around the south of Africa. So nobody's really going to challenge the US Navy on the high seas yet. But I think we definitely are seeing the idea of a regional toll bridge, potentially. Don't offend us existentially, politically, or your traffic could get blocked, is become a strategic consideration.
For me, I think that would be the worst move if they're going to try to do a chokehold on the sea for global commerce. That's going to be some serious World War III level disruption. Some countries.
Or we go back to the colonial eras where the pirates sail the sea, right? Like the Caribbean is full of pirates, and you do not know whether you ever get to a destination.
Now, I don't want to overstate the risk of that, because otherwise you risk. I have already looked too much like Peter Zeihan, and I don't want to be mistaken for him. But his critics, who I agree 100% with all Peter Zeihan critics, by the way, point out that the only two places where there was substantial piracy in the Red Sea was where the United States messed around and messed with Somalia and messed with Yemen on the other side. So the US is creating much more piracy than it is stopping in the world. It is not a guarantor of global peace or shipping, and the Red Sea situation just shows it. They create or enable the Israel-Palestine conflict, and when the Houthis try to stop it, they attack them. So that's chaos making. That is not in any sense guarding the seas. So if other powers want to do a little bit of interception, interdiction, shore defense threat, or piracy, who are we to say they shouldn't? Because the number one power is actually doing the most of it now in the world. But if we look at the numbers, though, shipping is really important, and there's three numbers you should keep in mind. One is approximately half of all shipping in the world is fossil fuels moving around, about half. And keep that number in mind, because over the next years, it's going to decrease. And it's going to decrease because having a secure on-continent local supply and radically reducing your use of anything you can't get near enough from a friend is a very high industrial and strategic priority. So the idea that you just buy the cheapest possible oil and gas from whoever across the planet, that's going away. People aren't going to do that. China isn't going to want to buy from the Mideast if they can get most of what they want from Russia and even their own coal bed methane or whatever, and make their economy go green faster and get rid of the need for the imported oil and gas. So over time, that 50% will be decreasing significantly, and shipping as a business will decrease because of that. The second thing to keep in mind about shipping is the creation of very large container ships that have like 20,000 plus containers on them. They actually have a global oversupply of these ships. Like, they keep replacing smaller ships and replacing them with bigger ones. It got to the point where it was absurdly cheap to send shipping across the oceans. And the maintenance costs caught up, and companies went out of business, and that's largely, reversed itself. But shipping is going to be in a position of oversupply for a while. It's not a particularly profitable business. They're also being hit with the pressure of replacing their fuel supplies, going away from the dirty bunker oil they used to burn and towards using ammonia, which is a much cleaner fuel, especially if utilized in fuel cells. It ends up being quite green. It's not so green if you burn it. But fundamentally, they're shifting their fuel sources. They're even working on large-scale airfoil sales, which are about 2/3 the speed, but cost you obviously nothing to ply sea routes with. So there are very significant changes going on in the shipping industry, and a really, really unwelcome change is to get hit with, weird possibilities like I might have to go 2,000 kilometers out of my way, or I might get hit with a missile. These are just total ringers that really throw the whole shipping industry into lots of economic doubt.
Okay, can I please respond to that? Because you said a few things there which interesting as they are, they kind of seem to be. If you see two curves heading towards each other, the first thing you mentioned was this, which presupposed the United States guarding the sea lanes, which is in their own interest, and them creating chaos. Well, that's kind of a contradiction, I would say, right? And so if they were to lose it, right? But this kind of brings back to, what is the best and easiest, simplest way to kind of get your trade access? Is it by having these very expensive naval vessels, or would it be diplomatically? Look again at Russia and China. They are able to go through, and, even if they're going to Israel, they can just use loopholes. Plain and simple. That's how a lot of countries actually go and buy that. Because if Israel were actually totally cut off by the Red Sea, it would, if it is actually affected Israel also, because most of it's
hearing nothing. I'm hearing a broken up.
Okay.
It's fine. It's clear.
Okay.
I can't hear a word.
I think your is it correct connection?
Yeah,
Are you guys here?
probably, because I could hear just fine.
I can hear just fine.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
So it's on your end, CH. It's on your end.
And that's why I kind of like the effect of Yemen, right? Because right now this seems like, wow, this is novel. Is this going to change everything in the future? Well, maybe it does, but maybe it just makes sure that, okay, now you're not going to be relying on some deep water navy. Now you're just going to have a lot more influencing on the countries more directly. I'm pretty sure that the Houthis, they're probably cashing in some pretty sweet deals here by just like, you just give us a pass, right? Because if you are a strong enough power to enforce your position at the Straits there, think about Britain, right? They could just as well have done the same and say, like, we're just going to start firing at everyone who doesn't pay our taxes over here. The Sweden and Danes, they used to do exactly the same thing. Like, you pay our taxes here and our taxes here, and if you do not do so, well, you're going to face the consequences if we catch you, right? And this may be perhaps more closely to what develops, but how are you actually going to make this? You cannot take this on everyone at the same time. So the Houthis might be, in the long term, this may actually be one way they can get like internally an upper hand over the more royalist faction, because they will have now a lot more revenue, even though it's through coercion. But guess what? This is geopolitics. It's both the carrot and the stick, right? So yeah, I didn't want to go too far out on it, but I just like I felt that money of the thing economic, they kind of brought back into like, what? Okay, then these missiles are going to be like on an occasion. We're not going to see this being the norm. It may be like, what? We are the ones in charge here. Sorry, Wyatt.
It will happen because as USA get weaker and weaker, they're going to employ the same tactic as Iran do. Because if Iran can weaponize Houthis to blockade a channel, why can't the United States do the same thing to any other country if they want to? So, for example, Philippines, they start to give them anti-ship missiles, and then then one day they decided that China is now getting sanctioned or whatever. Then they gave the permission for Philippines to fire at any single ship that goes to China. It will create the same problem for China as per how Houthis are to Israel. Okay. Then more and more countries will do this kind of thing.
Why would Philippines do something like that?
Wow.
Because I do not know. I'm just saying that.
I know they don't like China.
Why?
They don't like China? They're going to be our proxy.
I know you're being hypothetical, but if Philippines ever dreamed to do that, the Yemen response would be a complete different result. I can see it.
China will militarily act. So for sure, 100%. The only reason why Houthis are still around doing all these things is because the Americans have no way to do it, because they have run out of. The Marines have no equipment. The Marines can't go and fight because they have no artillery. They gave it all to Ukraine. All the M777 are given to Ukraine, because we have previously on Open Mic someone, or is it someone else, who told me that they have friends who are in the Marines and they have no more artilleries to train on. They have artillery men but have no artillery. All the M777s was just packed up and go to Ukraine. That is what's happening to United States right now.
So I think that us cutting off us using our proxy, like for example in the Philippines or something, to restrict access to the to the sea shipping lanes, it'd be a little bit of a cell phone. American industrial base isn't there yet to be able to completely supplement China.
Yeah, I'm just saying that in the future, I'm just saying that one day when things get very bad, you see, whatever Iran can do, United States can easily do it.
Can do and do
they can
more.
also supply cheap rockets, and you don't need to be accurate, just like what we discussed just now. You don't have to be accurate. You don't have to actually hit the ships.
Why?
You just need the drones to hit very near.
Why?
Your insurance all go up.
The difference between what Iran is doing and what US cannot do is the Iran is not using an entire state. Iran is using little manpower in small, just little factions in those states. US is almost impossible to go down a route. They have to use the entire state. And go the entire state, that's going to be like, that's a very suicidal move. Example, I see your scenario. Tell Philippines to shoot even the craziest Philippine president going to be like, that's a suicide move. I'm going to think about that. But if you tell a bunch of ragtag militias in Philippines to shoot at it, they will shoot at it. But
it's hard to say because US like to create new rebels and militant groups, right? They can create one in the northern part of Philippines and start something. I'm just saying that it's a bad precedent, just as what was mentioned by Bradley, right? Is Houthis having this much power and then no one can stop them, or no one willing or dare to stop them, it's a bad precedent.
Oh, by the way,
as you said, they don't have the weapons to do that.
There's a new rebel faction
try.
Ivory Coast.
Okay, try.
Burkina Faso, just so you know.
Sorry again?
There's a new rebel faction. I think it's too early news, but it's coming up. So there's a new rebel factions in the north of Ivory Coast fighting against the Burkina Faso. Yeah.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Sounds
very American, right?
Oh, it's very okay. I'm not gonna call names, but Uncle Sam is around the corner. All of a sudden, there's a new faction, and this faction is not fighting against the Ivorian government. They're fighting against the Burkina Faso government in the north. All of a sudden, the U.S. government want a base in Ivory Coast, but that's just for DPA Open Mic coming up in the next episode of Africa and its chaos.
Yeah, and in the U.S., we don't know how to take a step back. What we know how to do is we know how to do 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We don't back down. We've doubled down on everything. We don't know how to do it otherwise.
So that's a scary thing, you see, because let's say in the future, for 100%, I'm quite sure US is going to go into decline, because even if Trump comes into power, it feels a bit too late for him because the damage is so bad. But no, if we go into this multipolar world, and then whatever Houthis is doing right now, if it's proven effective to cause a lot of pain for the opponent, then we'll start to go back to the colonial eras where Spain, England, France, everybody is just sinking each other's ship, sacking each other's treasure, cargo ships. The pirate era. A lot of these pirates are actually funded by the countries, the various countries. Yeah. So I think that if we go into that route, it's going to be a horrible era for us.
Guess what? There was a French, I think it's a military guy, some retired military guy, and say, I think it's time for them to reconquer Africa. So again, it's possible. Africa can get maybe in the next 20 years, we can see the colonization of Africa. Because if you can get what you want from the Middle East, why not just get from African? They can defend themselves.
I think you guys they might be conquered by Africans in Europe first. There's so many immigrants there. They first need to conquer themselves first, then they can go and conquer Africa. If not, it's going to be hard.
The funny thing, right? The easiest thing they have to do is adopt those Africans, brainwash them, train them, and send them back, and have Africa on a platter. Simple. Most of them
sounds like the French Foreign Legion, right? Almost every single military junta was a former Foreign Legion.
Of course, even the current one in Guinea. Even the current one in Guinea is one of them. It's easy.
The Africans in Europe, they got different eyes now,
The Africans ready to fight are very little. The ones ready to bend backward for European interests are plenty. So,
you guys
there is a lot of people who do it for money.
Exactly.
But the people fighting, there is not a lot, because there is not a lot of money for these people. There's like 1 billionaire willing to pay, but how much? People always think every African would be happy with $10 in their pocket. Times have changed. You want me to fight? Pay me thousands, hundreds of thousands.
That's why the time of the pirates will return, you see.
They can.
I'll give you one destroyer. Go and sing to other ship. We're going to raid those ships.
The pirates.
They can see that in Ukraine, people asking if you want to fight for Ukraine, they pay $2,000 for a month or something. Now every African gonna say, okay, you want me to fight? Pay me the same money. You pay these people in Ukraine. I'm not gonna do it for $100.
I don't even think they're able to hire people to fight for Ukraine, man. Everybody knows that you go there, you're just going to die. You're never going to receive even your first paycheck.
Yeah,
okay, let me. Wait! Don't forget, we're having some changes in politics on the European continent, and also, for that matter, in Norway. And they're not very, very harsh or anything. But I want to take one specific example, which is very notable, and that is the Prime Minister of the Netherlands and its current government, Geert Wilders. I forgot the name of the party, but they have made like pretty overt targeting specifically Muslims and all these kind of stuff, and they want to have much stricter conditions on welfare, which is somewhat reasonable because they have a disproportionate amount of Muslims or Moroccans specifically. I think it was maybe more. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but the point is, like Vaughn was saying, like you can get Africans. If not Africans, you can perhaps even get the Europeans. They've got a whole bunch of Ukrainians that don't want to go back, because they got accustomed to it. But maybe they are not on welfare. Maybe they're actually working. I don't know. And then and if not, then send them back too. Send them to the meat grinder. If the war is going on, and if anything is war with NATO going actually on, then these things are going to be quite, not necessarily plausible and feasible and likely, but they're definitely optional. You're going to be like, okay, if you do not want to comply to our rules and doing exactly what we say and so forth, whatever, you are to be sent over there. You are going to be paid, but you're still going to fight. Failure to comply, well, then you're going to be left on the streets or something like that, or forcefully deported or what have you, sent into the ocean. That's very simple. Just sent to the ocean, dump them over there. It's, oh, maybe that's too much fuel. It's very cheap ways to get rid of a bunch of people if you start to get particularly drastic. And I'm just saying that if we're just normalizing genocide, for example, which is actually already done. I mean, Darfur genocide has been much bigger than what this is going on right now. So I mean, 10 times bigger, right? So this has to be much bigger.
No, it's not.
If you consider the population, the Muslim, then the amount of the destruction by comparison to how many of the people in Gaza, just Gaza alone, it's not even comparable. It's a walk in the park. So this is if Israel escalates, and this can result in mass starvation. Now, if you have mass starvation and you start getting up to like 500,000 to 1 million, yeah, sure, whatever, right? But without going back to that topic, the point is that if we are seeing increasingly more and more conflict and more brutality. You can see in Sudan, this is also being increasingly more violent there too. And so, if this basically is a breakdown of norms, we are seeing radical shifts in norms already. We saw that just like barely 10 years ago, Trump unilaterally pulled the United States out of the INF treaty, which is precisely the reason there was a discussion even on tactical nukes when the Ukraine war broke out, because both sides started developing on them, both the Russians and the Americans, right? So, like, I mean, this is the path we're going, right? And so the question maybe pertaining most of us who are more likely to get caught in between all of this, one way or the other, how do you want to kind of chill down a little bit? I have my ways. You should find your coping too.
I want to hit an issue that dovetails with the super chat that we just got and that I was discussing, and that was you don't have to bribe the everyday soldier, the meat grinder, right? I mean, how many reports have we had of Ukrainian soldiers not being paid at all? You just have to bribe enough people in the political elite, and they're going to take care of that for you. So if you can get your NGOs to create like a personal interest, it doesn't have not even a national interest, just a personal interest for sufficient people that have the rest of the country, by the chokehold, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage. It's hard to mobilize Ukrainians, right? And I think that this is similar with what's going on with Georgia. I think that what we want to do with Georgia is we want to, exactly what the super chat was suggesting, is we want to do another Maidan there. We want to throw Georgians into the Russian meat grinder now. That's what, and in order to do that, look how confused a lot of the Georgians are, right? They're calling the foreign agent law, which U.S. has a version of that, right? Russians can't just have a think tank that influences politics in the United States. We'd call that election meddling. Our hairs would stand up on end, right? So what the Georgians are doing is it's a battle, I think, for like the soul of Georgia, battle for the lives of tens of not hundreds of thousands of Georgians. What they're doing is they're trying to keep their foot in the door, right, with the NGOs. And it's not that the non-governmental organizations are not going to be allowed in Georgia, right? It's just that it's going to be out in the open. You can see it. You can point a finger to it. And that alone is such a big deal that people are extremely upset and extremely up in arms about it, calling it the Russian law. Who calls it Russian? Like, where does that come from? It comes from us, right? That's our framing, because that's an American law as well.
CIA framing, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, it's basically these with Georgians. I think we're trying to do the same thing. We're trying to get a sufficient portion of the political elite in our pocket to get a chokehold on the population, and at that point in time, it doesn't matter. There's no democracy, nothing matters. So we're just going to say it's a democracy, right? Ukraine is not a democracy, obviously, right? We're just going to say it's a democracy. This is a fight of good versus evil.
They're fighting for democracy. Come on, Bradley.
Yeah. Oh man, how could I not? How could I not see it? I guess I looked up democracy in the dictionary, and it didn't seem to fit. It didn't seem to fit what's going on. But yeah, so I think that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to do with Georgia as well. And the Georgians are getting ahead of it. They're saying, nope, we're not on our watch. You're not going to destroy our country the way that you guys are shoving Ukraine into the meat grinder.
It's kind of getting to the point where those words, freedom, democracy, and independence, like as soon as you hear them, you want to like track down whoever's saying them and get them out of your country.
I wonder how many of these people on the street, how many of these people on the street.
Wait, FCS, go. But you should go because you had your finger up first. FCS.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is basically, in the context of what you're saying about Georgia, the West have a playbook. It's like the same system. Like you can almost predict it where it's going to. Every time it works, no, it will never work again. And guess what? Give it a few more years again, and some idiot of a country will get it. People rally behind the same nonsense, the same blueprint. It's like copy and paste. The same nonsense happening right now in Georgia, a very similar incident happening in Ukraine. And that's what I've read now. And again, this run may not succeed, but eventually they're going to get Georgia destroyed again. And
it didn't happen in Kazakhstan. It didn't happen in Belarus. I think that our ability is starting to slow down. We're starting to find that this is why we're so mad at the Russians.
They tried Kazakhstan again. They just went to Kyrgyzstan. They are still trying in all those countries.
Yeah, we don't know how to take a step back. That's what let's discuss that. We only go forward. We only ever. It's like a ratchet,
To be honest, I'm happy what happened.
The ones that win those phases, they have that round to win. The West have endless round to try, and that's where they succeeded. They may have tried this 10 times and failed. They got 1,000 more times to go, and that is where that one strategies always work. Again, they're not looking for one try, two try, second and third. No. They may have failed this leader. Okay, no problem. We'll try the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Most of their successes in Africa, it was now done in one term or 1 year or 5 years time frame. Some of the successes, even with Ghana, for America to get as close to Ghana, is recently. For the longest part, Ghana and Nigeria have been the one basically telling Nigeria get the hell out of West Africa. But guess what? Ghana is actually inviting America now to West Africa, because again, with the American process, it's not overnight, it's not next year. Let's see who can outlive one another in this fight against the battle of will. And the West will always win when it comes to that.
Yeah, but people.
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to disagree that the West is always going to win, because there's another factor here. even if you left everything else aside, the quality of the deal, the trustworthiness of the counterparty, there's a critical factor that makes China a much more logical partner for Africa, and I've raised it before, and that is speed. China is capable of building something like a railway in like months,
I'm talking
whereas
about chaos
nothing
and
done by the
location.
United States is.
I'm talking about
Yeah, well,
chaos and destruction. I'm not talking about development or anything. I'm talking about the U.S. wanting its whale or puppet state under its control. That
yeah, it'll wait forever for that. Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
build up like a little
It will.
office in Langley that is the freedom of whatever ethnic group they can get, and
Of
you know,
course.
fighting for independence, whatever nonsense. There's like a
LGBT,
Dagestan
feminist rights,
independence.
whatever.
Yeah, whatever they get. It's actually sad for the people they target, the minorities that they target, because those end up being perceived as enemies of the country as a whole.
And persecuted.
And yeah, well, look what just happened in Iraq, right? They signed a deal with Turkey for an alternative trade route and immediately outlawed homosexuality. Like, they're doing those things together because it's a way of single fingering the West and signaling to other states that they're turning off the American path. And that's actually sad for people who get identified. It's happening to Christians in China too. They're kind of all perceived as CIA agents. You know, it's not helping the people that they're supposedly claiming to help. Just the same way that Israel doesn't really help Jews.
Yeah.
So it's the similar kind of general distaste for all of these Euromaidan type tactics that they've pulled. So I agree with
Color
Super Chat, it
revolution
is a
tactics.
Maidan. Color revolution. And so Putin has said all there is to say about color revolutions and external things that aren't in your own interest. I think a little while back, Wyatt was struggling for a word. The word is privateer, Wyatt. That's a pirate who works for a government. It's called a privateer. And the way privateering works is you come back with your loot, and if you don't share it with the government, they hang you as a pirate. If you give the government half, they call you a privateer and give you a post facto
And a
license.
patriot.
They're going to
And tell
explore.
you, yeah,
You discovered a
yeah.
new land.
Yep, and there are entire towns here in Nova Scotia that are very proud of having been privateers in the War of 1812, and it's a quite honorable thing. So it's not even perceived as negatively as a mercenary, unfortunately. So that's the form of privateer pirating we will see happen, I think, as in that future where we get deterioration. But now, in terms of the overall CIA tactic, the really good book you want to read on this is called The Jakarta Method, or you can watch a couple of good documentaries that explain it. All about how the CIA basically perfected its method of doing long-term patient coups, and they're still doing it. Like, they just have the same playbook from 1953 to now. They've just improved it.
Yeah, I always point out that whenever the Americans accuse people of saying, this is the typical Russian playbook, right? You know that we have a playbook, because that's how we view the world. We have a playbook. They must have a playbook. This pattern must fit their playbook. It's kind of like a self-own, it's like
it's a confession, right? Self-confession.
Yeah, exactly.
All the great powers, all the nuclear powers have a playbook. That is true. It's just that some of them are ones that where there is some mutual benefit, and others are ones with very little mutual benefit.
Yeah, China's playbook is less violent, right? Maybe that's not by choice. Maybe that's because that's what they have, the options they have to play. But
I would like to say a thing about China, because China's case is a little bit peculiar. China hasn't typically been, we talk Russia, take your France, UK, even Germany to a very lesser extent, of course, but the United States in particular. All these countries have something in common. Also Japan to a lesser extent. And what is that? They have a global grand strategy, right? So if you take the Russians, for example, they may not be the Soviet Union or USSR, but they still have a handbook that was made, doctrines and stuff like that on how to act on different theaters on the planet, which is vitally different from where you are, right? And, maybe much of it is obsolete, but it gives you something to work on. So if you look at the Russians, as soon as they decided, like, okay, this Ukraine war is happening, they're sanctioning us, well, okay, we're going to just move on forward. How are they able to react that rapidly? Well, I mean, Russia isn't really that big, sure, by landmass, but they're not really that big of a power if you think about it, but compared to like China, for example.
population and economy-wise, yeah.
But if you look at China, on the other hand, which has generally not had such a grand strategy, it's been regional. It hasn't really given a shit about what's outside. Its global grand strategy has almost exclusively been economical, because it then ties back into what? The center of the earth, the center of the world, basically. So they don't have any need for boots on the ground. What's that shit? No, you are the foreigners who are going to be just giving us what we want, and we give you what you want, or one way or the other, you're going to serve our interest here in this world. This is the real world, the middle world. The rest of you are like, barbarians. Like, no offense. Maybe some of you are cleaner than others, but most of you are barbarians. But this is the good. And so this is like, the Chinese are never going to be coming to you with, oh, I love you, or anything like that. They will be like, it seems like we have overproduced something and now it is not profitable. Let's dump it in this country here as a gift and get some political capital at the same time, because, we were going to throw it away anyways, right? And this is happening in like, for example, even in conflict zone, you see plenty of vehicles and stuff like that, and come into West Sudan, where of course the CSIS will be saying like, this is possibly the Chinese supporting the RSF, but this is just simply the production might of China just leaking over, because really sell it. We didn't really have a lot of buyers. The economy in the African countries, which would otherwise buy it, is not really up to par with what we're producing. So let's just dump it here, and then some other countries just basically pass it over, or in the case of Sudan, just took it also through various forms of trade. Yes, Effie, I actually know he is. It's astonishing how rapidly things deteriorated as soon as this guy got his second term in. And I don't want to be ranting too much unless God, the thing we're going to be talking about. I mean, there's a super chat there.
I kind of want to do it. Countries are fucked up, They think they going somewhere with that bullshit from the West, especially Ghana and Nigeria. But they not going anywhere. They just fucking up the people.
No, in the context of Ghana, Ghana is getting something in return, but of course, eventually, then the West does what the West does best, and Ghana say, "You know what? I've got so much in return. Now I want to capitalize it and make it even better." Go like, "Oh no, we don't want that." They're gonna have a color revolution, and that's how the West always deal with you.
Don't forget Kenya. In East Africa,
No,
they're going the same direction.
Kenya is crumbling. Kenya is going down because
they.
But anyway, I was going to comment on what Copy was saying earlier. Now I'm distracted. But anyway, but sorry. But okay, just adjust the super chat quick. I don't know what that person was. Effie, what she said earlier. Yes, the guy they have, the current person they have, the Ghanaian person they have currently, that guy, his father, I think his father was the one that actually was responsible for the coup that removed the Pan-Africanist leader. This guy, this current president. So it's basically it was a breed from a Western puppet fatherhood. So of course, like father like son, it continued the same old process. Since his father left office, yes, they have been close to the West, but they've always said the West to kind of, especially America, to do us, but don't bring military installations around West Africa. They've always objected to it. Only Liberia being the only one been welcome to U.S. bases. But for Ghana to actually say, please bring your bases here to protect us from Wagner, it was again this guy, the same way his father helped overthrow the Pan-African leader. He's welcoming the West again into Ghana. So yeah, but in the context of China, I'll say, back to comment what Kopi was saying in China. The reason I think China is not being military aggressive because they don't have a reason to it yet, because America is busy fighting the Middle East things and Africa, and saying the China have not had the reason to really go bombing nobody yet. I think if you push China to get there, I think they will really show how destructive they can be, and I think they have no remorse for that. They could invest $1 billion in your country or $1 trillion in your country, but if given opportunity to use hostility against you, they will use it. But so far, I don't think they have any reason to do so, and that's why they've been kind of reserved. Yeah. So, why? Go ahead.
So, just now we were talking about the CIA and the color revolution and whatnot. So, I just want to share that they do it to everyone. like they do it to Singapore as well. So we have Singapore is very, very sensitive to foreign agents and foreign interference and espionage. Like we are super scared of it. And then the CIA tried, and not just that, Soros also tried, and they also tried to groom some of these, those more AG, anti-government people. And then one of them was pretty infamous in Singapore, who was getting grilled in a hearing, and then after that, he tried to start a company, and then he was entirely banned from starting the company because his funding is coming from a certain Soros-backed NGO, and then because we detected it, so he was totally banned. Like he cannot start a company at all in Singapore. Like he cannot start the bank account and everything. So this kind of shit happens in Singapore as well, because Singapore is a very difficult government to deal with, because we are too calculative, we are too good at catching shit, and then we have a lot of money, and then we hug it like, we're not going to give anyone, like China like this, we hug all the money. So US also wants to weaken us, to control us, because we cannot be controlled, because we are so close with China as well. So this kind of shit happens like everywhere, even with allegedly an ally of the United States. So I just want to share this as well. So it's kind of shitty, but that's the reality, we have coping.
I just want to add a good example where this backfires. Because if you look at Ghana, this backfired pretty bad, because this current prime minister, which our previous super chatter was referring to, is basically just like apart from the partisans, he's generally kind of like he's acknowledged that he is messed up and been tremendously corrupt and a whole bunch of shit, and that he's a stooge. Like he sold out the lithium mine, where Ghana gets 0%, but only 10% carried interest, which I suspect, I don't know if someone could answer that would be cool, but I suspect it enables through a slush fund those who are in ministerial positions or somewhat tied to it and whatever to be transforming their assets then over to, let's say, the United States or whichever country that has been primarily invested, because that's how they generally move out the country. But back to this prime minister, now he was getting this color revolution thing as well. And this actually turned out to be a good thing for him, because he was so unpopular that by resisting it, he got actually quite a lot of support, for two reasons. The World Bank and the IMF threatened to not provide them loans, further loans, if they didn't adopt a certain legalize homosexuality, because it's illegal in Ghana. And they said, like, no, we're not going to follow you. We're instead going to criminalize homosexuality even further. Just double down on it. And this actually, people don't really care about homosexuality in Ghana much, except for like they don't want that stuff to come over or anything like that. But it's a very turbulent society, which is ironically in part because of the Westerners having been there before. And it's the Christians are very outspoken, and of course you have to have the rest of the half on the northern part of Ghana. They're mostly Muslim, so they're also pretty staunchly against it. So it's basically like political suicide. So when the West tried to say, like, or World Bank and IMF say, like, you are to be adopting some further legalization of homosexuality and whatnot, and they say, like, if we don't do it, and that's exactly what they did. They don't and double down on not doing it, because it actually made them more popular. Now, eventually, they will probably yield anyways, because they benefit tremendously from these loans. The reason I think they are actually doing it is for the political theater, but because they know that it is, if they immediately adopt it, then there will be a bunch of people on the streets against them. Instead, now they have like some support. I mean, it's not tremendous, but at least because it wasn't any support, right? But now actually some people and say, like, yeah, okay, cool, like you've done something good. So I just want to, like, the color revolutions, like it depending on where you put it. In Europe, apparently this worked fairly well for a while, at least. I'm not sure how it's going now, but in Africa, especially in the way they're going with, like, oh, we're not going to give you these predatory loans. Yeah, that didn't work too well. I mean, none of the people, because that's what made him popular, none of the people generally recognize the IMF loans as a big problem, right? And this guy, he promised, no, his election, like, I will not go on to the IMF or anything like the previous one did. And then as soon as he got his second term, he went to the IMF at least like 3, maybe 4 times. I lost my count now, right? And it's been complete bullshit. Just to kind of restructure, and he expands his bureaucracy and ministerial positions with family, friends, and cronies, and it's like blatant and obvious. But he even went so far, like we know the coups in Africa tend to be because of the military taking over. How did this guy try to safeguard himself? Well, he made a lot of legislations to shift the power from the military to the police, and subsequently militarize the police, which means, of course, who can then coup them? The police. It doesn't change really. The military and the police are also having families one way or the other. So, yeah, Ghana is going to probably be like a funny place soon.
The IMF, it seems to me, needs a pretty major overhaul because, I mean, given the position it's in, the transformative position it's in with respect to economies, I could see them attaching conditions like, whatever, ban incandescent light bulbs and open charcoal burning or something objectively, measurably unnecessary and that have excellent substitutes that should be adopted. They could put that kind of discipline on an economy, save everybody money and pollution. But instead, they're putting these social conditions on. And that seems, although I'm not saying those things aren't in the long run important, shoving societies faster than they're ready into social change tends to have a backlash effect, especially in democracies. So it seems really, really wrong-headed. It's kind of like the way I sometimes characterize the so-called the so-called ESG measures in the Western world, the environmental and social governments. It's like the environmental always gets traded off for the social. Like, you want to destroy a rainforest? Fine, just put a disabled lesbian on your board, and then you can destroy the rainforest. Like these things absolutely should not be trade-offable. And if the objective is to, adopt new technologies that are efficient faster, get obsolete and wasteful ones out of production, and make overall economies more efficient so that we're spending more time doing what we want to do as human beings, then you should focus 100% on the energy efficiency ecology side of that ledger and let the social change happen when people feel like they're freer and have more recreation time and more time to think about issues like equality. So the IMF just seems to be really on a very strange, very odd shit-lib kind of track, it's called, where they have this kind of woke concern about social issues, but they've let the actual infrastructural concerns or ecological concerns, which are very measurable and very real, take a back seat. So the IMF needs a massive overhaul, and it's going to need even more of one under competition from China and from BRICS itself as a alternate means of financing projects.
Cool. You're muted, FCS.
The IMF is not designed to solve any problem. They're designed to generate profit for their bankers. Most of the loans they give to these African countries, some of the stipulations on these loans is very funny. Basically, you cannot fund. Example, Africans have issues, or let's say they have food shortages issues. Okay, we'll give you loan for food, but you cannot plant the food you want. You cannot farm the food you want. You have to buy this food from the creditor country that credits you this money. So they're not there to solve the problem. So most of this money, that's why the money go back to where it came from. Now you have an interest to pay a money that didn't solve your problem initially. So the IMF system is not they know how it's set up. They have no issues with it. It works in their favor, so they're never going to change it. If it was designed to show me one country that have ever say, okay, because of IMF loans or IMF or structuring, we're able to come from our financial problems. The IMF, there's not a single country that can say, okay, we had an example of what can happen with an IMF loan. It doesn't exist. If anything, they either destroy your economy or basically they bring in mercenaries to destroy your government. So that's what the IMF goes. So no, they're fully aware of the burden out to the population. In the context of the African side of it, it's never going to get right. It's never going to get right. So because they're giving money to somebody, they're going to take the money, put it in his pocket, what the country pay the interest. Once he leave office, he run to the West and sit among them and spend most of the money in the West. So yeah, and so that issue is far from resolution. The IMF cannot help Africa. The BRICS cannot help Africa. G7 cannot help Africa. None of these agencies can help Africa. The African problems are African themselves. We ourselves are the problems in Africa. And until we recognize that, until we try to fix that, and fixing that does not mean that we have to go chanting on the streets. No, we have to basically start hanging people on the pole again, like back in the day. And until that happens, we're not ready yet. So,
well, anti-corruption criteria matter too, right? You could definitely put those as criteria at the IMF.
Every one of them have anti-corruption criteria. They all have them, but it does not work. The same people that put this criteria in place, simple look away and see the president all of a sudden owns a mansion in Paris, owns another mansion in London, owns another mansion in Washington. It's like the same people know that money was probably money they just give him, but since it's coming back to their home countries, reinvesting into their economy, they look the other way completely. Take that money and try to do something locally in your country. All of a sudden, you have a color revolution going against you.
Can I do my closing really quickly before I log off?
We can.
Awesome. So I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but I just want to kind of recap the stuff that I was here for, and that started with the Israel conversation. So I want to say that Israel's issue isn't that we now know that they are committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. It's the fact that we're not shutting up about it. We have to think about these issues from the perspective of the belligerents. Wyatt is spot on about that. My feelings don't impact foreign policy. The issue going on in Georgia it's an attempt at taking not a step back from our ability to cause a color revolution. And I think that our end goal or fantasy, whatever you want to say, is to eventually shove Georgians into the Russian meat grinder and take some of the pressure off of Ukraine, because we don't want to take this L, we don't want to take a loss. That's how the whole Ukraine war started in the first place, is Russia's proxy beat America's proxy. We got Minsk 1. Then the America's proxy said, oh, psych, we lied. And they started the war again. Russia's proxy beat America's proxy a second time. We got Minsk 2. After Minsk 2, the Ukrainians basically said, psych, y'all are suckers for believing us. They restarted the war again. And we didn't want to take the L. And now Russia is in there with their actual boots on the ground. And we are going to take a bigger L than we had to. So we want to see if we can do whatever we can, pull a rabbit out of a hat to fix the situation, and throwing Georgia into a Russian meat grinder would be perfect. And I think that if you think about these issues from an emotional perspective, you're going to run the risk of ending up like the Georgians, who are themselves thinking emotionally about this issue. Somebody says it's the Russian law, and you get your emotions up in a bunch because you don't like the Russians, or you have a historical grievance or what have you. And it leads a lot of people to be confused and not advocate for the interests of their own country. Besides that, I'd like to say thanks to Wyatt and thanks to the audience. Thank you for everybody who did the super chats. I got to go. But yes, have a great rest of the chat.
Thanks, Bradley. Do you guys want to continue, or do you guys want to do closing?
Well, I was just saying about the IMF. Well, some countries are trying to create a kind of an alternative with the new developing bank. The new developing bank from the BRICS hasn't yet made that role. Well, haven't yet played that role that was thought to be done from the beginning, but it might come in the future. That's also one of the reasons so many countries are trying to go to BRICS, is in order to have some financial background that will help them in a situation of dangers, no? Because the thing is that the IMF, especially after the pandemic, hasn't played the role they should be playing, which is helping countries in the occasional difficulty. And we, like FCS just said, they try to play identity politics with it, saying that countries that don't have gay protection laws, or that won't get any funds and things like that. And that just drove more countries for an alternative. Now we are seeing everybody trying to look for alternatives. It's not bad. It doesn't mean that will be an alternative, but it's there in case you need it. The IMF needs to be reformed. The United States has been trying to block any type of reforms inside of the IMF. Nevertheless, China is there now and has a big role as well. But China also doesn't help much in the IMF, although they do have a big saying in it, because they actually want to be outside and solve their debt problems in a different way, the way they think they see better. But that's because they want to do opposition, and so the thing about the IMF, it's because there are so many actors inside, like you were saying, to make money. It's true, but at the same time, these actors are actually fighting each other in that same organization with hidden agendas. Everybody somewhere one way around. No, so sorry.
If I could respond to that, another thing the IMF did with breaking the kind of rules, like, and I'm not sure if they're breaking the rules with the LGBTQ thing. I think that's kind of like optional, since there's a lot of private lenders, unless that is political, because the United States can use veto power, and then just behind closed doors they have found out, like, okay, like we want to actually make this affecting push on these countries for whatever reason. So you are to be now the instrument for that as well. If you wanted to be investing here and getting the predatory loans or whatever, then you have to kind of be one part of it. You have no choice, actually. But you also have Ukraine, right? The IMF here they clearly broke the rules, because here they actually had they have already a very clear established policy of not providing loans to a country that is at war, and that's precisely what they did. Right? I'm not sure if they did it more than once, but they did it, right? And so, to me, that kind of like we see also these other, like the what is it called, the New Development Bank from the that is more tied to the Shanghai and the BRICS coalition and all that kind of stuff, trade coalition, I should say, whatever, right? It's if they are to be kind of setting up actually their own human rights institution, then we're basically that basically means the end of the UN, as far as I can tell, right? Like then everything had to do with the UN, and then we have like clear spheres. Like here we do these rules, here we do these rules, and what are the rules? Well, the biggest player in this sphere here has kind of like it's kind of privileges, and it's going to be that rule. You know what I mean? And like, do you see like this thing here? I'm going to kind of give it to you if you don't comply, right? So. I'm not sure. You kind of view the IMF. To me, that's kind of what it seems to be like. The IMF breaks, all the G7, all these kind of things. They're just going to be pushed over to their own little side, and unless there is, and then there's going to be middlemen. There are going to be middlemen. Where are they? Oh,
so the things about the BRICS is that they don't intend to be the new United Nations whatsoever. And they have a policy, because it's not even an organization, it's just a forum. They might become, actually, there is some talks about the Russians saying that they should get a secretariat. So that would mean they would turn into an organization. We still don't know if that's going to happen, but their policy is consensus. Everybody needs to agree whatever they agree. So it needs to be unanimous. So that's already something different from the UN in terms of decision making. But that's not even into the case, because most countries in the BRICS actually want the United Nations to keep rolling. They want to reform it, like at least India and Brazil. They want to reform the United Nations, especially the Security Council. They don't want to disappear. At least this is what we have. Now we have something different coming from the Western countries. And it's about this peace deal. We know that most of the international structure and architecture has been constructed always after a big war. The Ukrainian war is not a big war, but it's being portrayed as one. And it is interesting how to see this peace deal they are trying to do. They invited 160 countries, which is pretty much almost all the world, to come to that peace conference, where Russia is not going to be, where they're actually going to something they already discussed and decided how it looks like. and they are going to present to most countries around the world a new security architecture to the world without United Nations, completely outside of everything. And it will be a new world order where the United States, of course, has the primacy. It has the Germany as well, and the decision making in all the process is also controlled by them, in which configuration and so on. So actually, they want to officialize a version of unipolar world. Even if we are already gone, the unipolar world, they are trying to do it now. So it's a bit strange. So I think it's the United Nations, it's the United States, and its Western allies. They are putting into danger the United Nations. Whatever all the failures of the United Nations, it's still the organization we have. But they are the ones putting into question its existence into a new, different architecture. And the thing about it is that I find it very difficult for it to go further. Let's see what happens. But yeah.
I have a name for that entity. I think it has an obvious name, and we know why BRICS is called BRICS. I think that should be called the Allied Nations to the United States, with the obvious acronym.
Guess what? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit slow. I was spelling it out in my brain, you know.
I mean, it's gonna spew an awful lot of shit. So, that is quite a succinct summary of what they're doing with that conference. Maybe they're trying to codify things like, you know, who really protects the sea lanes and what are the rules for space and so on. And you know, I'm not saying those conversations shouldn't happen and that they couldn't happen outside the UN. They can. But obviously, they're going to try to impose on Russia things like you can't unilaterally withdraw use of your airspace and stuff like that. So it's going to be nothing but a set of proposals in the end. And I don't think a whole lot of countries want to tie themselves to the idea of permanently tie themselves to the idea of the U.S. as the world power. They're at least going to want to hear what BRICS comes up with. But you're right, Prada, that the limit on BRICS is they're being very minimalist. And even if they were to move to a rational, you can do a unanimity model with just the 5 countries. But when you start to talk about BRICS plus and more, you're going to talk about some kind of at least unanimity -1 or something, like you stay involved and you can be overridden by all the rest, or otherwise your whole participation is at stake. So they would need some real work on consensus protocol per issue to sort that out. But as I understand it, all that BRICS really has to do, we talk about these parallel institutions to replace UN ones that aren't working, like maybe a sort of an ICC that works. But I think they just need a standard of deferred payment. They just need a way to denominate loans that is not the US dollar and is not gold. That's all they need. I mean, those are the 2 things that the Bank of International Settlements calls a Tier 1 asset. They call US Treasury bonds and gold the 2 Tier 1 assets. If some kind of instrument of the 5 R's, the Rial, the Renminbi, the Ruble, the Rupee, and the Rand, the 5 currencies of the BRICS nations all start with R, some basket of the 5 R's could also become a Tier 1 reserve asset at the BIS. And that would be competition. It would probably be good. I'm not sure they'll go any further than that. I don't really believe commodity baskets or baskets of metals or whatever has that much utility. I think economies as a whole are good balanced instruments, and a basket of fiat currencies is good enough as a standard of alternate standard of deferred payment. You don't have to go to Bitcoin or anything to make that work. So it'll be real interesting watching this. The reason that the central banks acquired all the gold they did over the last couple of years, it was to get it out of the United States and in anticipation of it becoming recognized, as it was only recently, 2017, I think, as a Tier 1 asset. So you can have a gold-backed currency. There's just real problems with it that we won't get into. So I think a fiat currency basket is most likely outcome from BRICS. And security architecture, I think they would respond to this thing coming out of the 160 country meeting.
Okay.
Well, the thing is that about China, they are really preoccupied that China doesn't come. So it's like it's okay for Russia not to come, but if China is not inside, then they really have a problem of legitimacy. So they somehow need to convince China to come, otherwise it won't work. It's becoming ridiculous. Sorry.
Well, why should China come to something where the premise is the United States remains the unipolar? I think Russia is more open to going back to that world than China is.
Yeah, and also in a same context, if you see Russia and China is acting also pushing to really protect the UN from complete dissolution, because the US could care less about UN anymore. I don't think the US even care about the UN structure or anything. I think because to get a multipolar world, the UN have to be very functional and very active, and that can protect. It's a better vision of protecting the union or the multipolar world that Russia and China want. And because the UN, as it is currently in that structure, in a multipolar world, it becomes the Red Cross, useless to solve any problem. As it is right now, it is freaking useless. So the Russian and China trying to make the UN some kind of authority that can have that they can exist with some little power to at least question it, because as Roya said, a multipolar world is a chaotic world, and the only balance that will be there will be the United Nations. And I think that's why Russia and China is pushing to make sure the UN does not completely disintegrate into pieces as America wants to make it to be. So that's just
Russia especially, because if the UN were replaced tomorrow, certainly neither Britain nor France would have a Security Council veto, and quite likely Russia wouldn't either. There are quite a few countries more populous than it and more important in the world economy and in world trade. So, I mean, for that reason alone, Russia should do everything in its power to make the UN work, because it's a venue that it understands, where it has friends, where it has relationships. But the UK and France have to wake up and realize that they have to make the UN work, or any other structure will give them less power than the UN does.
Yeah, then again, there are those countries, like those other countries, the EU, the France, most of their presence is just to vote on US interest and Israel's interest. That's why I said I'm voting for mainly over there. I don't, so far I've not seen the UN or the UK or France put in any UN agenda that really means any change to anybody. They are only voting on these two people, either always supporting the US side or always supporting the Israeli side. Every other thing, the veto, they're against.
Well, that's what it's become. But historically, if you look back, France used to use its UN veto on behalf of African countries, and the UK used to use its on behalf of the Muslim world sometimes. It was like they actually kept good relations with those important parts of the world by using their UN position strategically. The recent governments have been so stupid, they've rubber stamped what the US has said to do and totally alienated Africa and Arabia.
Okay, I know. The reason was because back then they had this bunch of puppet government that was 100% aligned with them and do what they say. So to protect their puppet government, they use these veto powers. But the moment they lose those 100%, those almost like inept leaders, they just abandon the whole of the Middle East, because again, when Iran was on their side, they protected Iran many times. When the French or even Sekou in Guinea, when Sekou in Guinea wanted to invade Liberia, France wanted to support that invasion. But luckily, it just get quiet down because of they stuck it out and it went down. But yeah, France. But now, recently, in 2000, when the Guinean President General Lassana Conte wanted to invade Liberia again for the same misbehaving, it was France this time around saying, "If you try, we'll invade Guinea in return." Again, so when they had their puppets, they will support you all the way, even up to the UN. And if they're no longer in your team, they just completely ignore you and just vote for their next master.
So the loss of influence, it played out both ways. It played out in making the UN relationship less important and making it less solid. So basically, it's no longer the case that there's a proxy veto even for these proxy countries. They can't count on any help. So why should they want the UN to continue? Why wouldn't they want BRICS Plus to represent them? So yeah, I really think this looks like a good reason to short Britain and France, because they will have less power by far in any kind of reorganized world.
Sure. Yeah, and for in the context of Africa, Africa does not benefit anywhere from the UN, in any way from the UN. Whether it's the voting in the African, actually, they just go there every year to vote either for Americas or whatever Americas have on the plate or France have on the plate. Whatever these 5 countries have on the plate is what they go there to vote on. That's what
we
they
can
agree.
reform, but the Security Council has been reformed before. It didn't have at the beginning so many members. They change it. They can also change now how many, and they have these talks almost every month now. We have talks about it, the reform of the institutions in the United Nations. And many countries there want to enlarge the Security Council and want to have more permanent members, with or without veto. That's another discussion. Some countries like India wants to completely abolish the veto for everybody.
I agree.
So, but of course, some countries are against, and I also agree. I think the veto power allows the big powers not to go into confront against each other. So that's a very intelligent measure in itself. Of course, when we have the behavior like now, about considering Palestinian as a member state of the United Nations, and every country was saying yes, and it was just United States with the most stupid excuse ever that actually made the veto. That's when something that it's not working, but that's another story. Go on, wait.
But I want to add on about the United Nations voting. There's a problem with that, is that if you look at EU, is a lot of countries, a lot of European countries, all as one block, but they are all separate votes. So you have 20 over 30 over votes representing one region. Then you have Russia, which have a lot of states under the federation, but they only get one vote. Same thing for United States. They have 50 over states, they only have one vote. But Europe, they have like 20, 30 over votes. That's a problem. And all the different countries have different amount of population. That is not it's not equivalent. Like when China vote, they are voting for 1 billion people's interest, but then they only have one vote. you know how bizarre this concept is.
Yeah,
I would at least like to see it reported by population weight. Just report us how many people voted. Population weight.
So India will dominate the UN. India vote 1 billion vote. Then Singapore will become pointless. Singapore is like, I forget it. What's the point of voting?
Not that the decision has to be made by population weight, but I would just like to see every vote have simultaneously a report by population weight to give us a much better idea of how many really are on which side.
But Craig,
assuming governments support people.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be kind of easily considered as woke imperialism, where you are imposing democratic measures for people to actually be for the countries to have their votes validated in the UN? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of countries are going to be say like, no, we don't operate by democracy or whatever thing that you have there. Why should we be listening? And if there are any countries who mention that, they already set a precedence, right? So you will get the block. Just like you easily find that within a General Assembly with several things, you will have blocks that are...
Yeah, I don't mean structurally. I just mean that you can report, when you report that it was 75 to 22 countries at the UN, you can report the total population of those countries in a different total. That's all. I don't mean the structure changes.
You folks in the audience heard it here. If you want Wyatt, DPA, to be able to do such investigative thing, you have to just throw a lot of money at Wyatt, and he will just be throwing it to professionals, and voila, we will have accurate stuff to be talking about in this.
Example concerning those population numbers, the vote for Palestinian statehood, I can say majority of the world voted for the Palestinian statehood. India voted, China voted. That's like that. The two alone is almost like we're going to half of the world population already, and almost every African country voted. So more than 50% of the world population voted for Palestinian statehood. There are a country that's probably like 0.4% or maybe 4% of the world population says no, and they got shut down. So
every nuclear weapon you have, and every nuclear bomb you have equals to 1 billion votes.
That's a good point.
So, yeah, if not, then Russia will always lose, right?
That's a good point.
At least that's a way to do it. And then you have actually got a really positive reason to eliminate nuclear weapons in a round robin, right? There'd be some pressure to do that if they were actually counted.
I refuse to get rid of nuclear weapons. They should keep, every country should get nuclear weapons.
Then the world is gone. There's no way to avoid an accident in that scenario.
The way that
or we'll have some form of deterrence.
And then you've given countries rights. That's a fascist world where every country has the right to exist regardless of what it does. That's fascism.
Everyone has the right to exist.
Countries don't. Well, we're all dead in that world.
So it is still funny to see how countries are elected for those non-permanent seats, and we see also manipulation to bring some countries to the table that are independently almost represent anything. So I'm talking about Guyana with around 10,000 inhabitants. We're talking about Malta or even Albania, and you see that they don't represent anything from them countries. They always representing someone else. So it's like some countries always try to put their chihuahuas into the table. I don't want to be mean to Albania. Well, Albania was a chihuahua in the Security Council, but it's like they were saying the same words that the United States was saying. They were never in the Security Council to represent their really country, or at least the area of representation, because each country also represents an area in the world, actually. So, and that is very sad. Otherwise, you have countries that have been showing around for every time they came to the Security Council that they really understand what it represents to sit at that council. I'm talking about Algeria now, for instance. It's making a wonderful job. If you look at what the way he talks, he represents his country, but he also represents the interests of the Northern African countries in a way. But many countries are just like chihuahuas there, cheerleaders. They what are they doing there? It's quite repulsive to see their.
Oh,
yeah.
I want to ask you something. What country has no borders?
There are three. The United States has no borders. It seems to think it can charge people with treason against the United States no matter where they're from, Julian Assange being an example. Israel has its ruling parties claim land all the way around it from Nile to Euphrates, and Ukraine's ruling parties regularly publish maps showing them owning chunks of Belgorod and Rostov, and even sometimes chunks of Romania and even up into Belarus. So those are three countries that have no clear borders.
Israel has no border, so I think Israel must not be recognized as a country because he has no border.
And also, I agree. On the map, like I said, the one that have no really defined border is Africa. The borders design you see on these maps doesn't even align to what's on the ground in Africa, to be honest. I've traveled these places many times, and the border markings, based on my own GPS coordinates, it does not even match. What they have their border line drawn, it does not even match what is on the map. Some of them are almost 50, 60 miles away from what's on the map. So
it's a different problem. It's that problem can be fixed. Israel problem cannot be fixed because they want to conquer on other lands. This is the problem. What I spoke about. Israel has no border. So
they don't just want to. They're holding Golan, which is legally in Syria, and they're holding to Gaza and West Bank, which are legally a state of Palestine, according to most of the world and the UN.
Gaza and the West Bank. It's the same claim they have towards Golan. It's the same wall. All of those things end up in their coffers. So this settlement, even West Bank, when I say 1967 borders, is the same UN borderline that goes out to the Golan Heights to Syria, and those 1967 border of Palestinians to the Palestinians. It's the same UN quote unquote rule. The
UN never ceded Golan to Israel in any deal. It's still legally part of Syria.
It never did. What I'm trying to say is, It's the same UN that told Israel 1967 border lines are your boundary, and Israel have gone miles and miles past that border. So it's the same UN that tells Israel Golan Heights belongs to Syria. So Israel could care less what the UN says, so long America says do what you want. So yeah, so Golan Heights, again, as the guy was saying, Paul was saying, Israel is free to do what it wants to do. In the words of the week, you suffered. So if they sit there and Israel conquer them, Israel conquer them. If they fight to protect their border, they fight to protect their borders. The same thing with Golan Heights. If Syria say, you know what, enough of this nonsense, I want it back, Israel should go fight for it. If you can't fight for it, then shut up.
Well, they're Russians. They're Russians sitting right beside Golan right now, and if they move in with Syria's permission and take Golan, that is an authorized, already pre-authorized action by the entire UN. Like, there's just this talk about what bullies can do is actually just stupid. There's no point talking about it because they'll try it, but the reaction of the rest of the world is not nothing. They can boycott them. They can eject ambassadors. They can sabotage. They can arm somebody who is going to do something about it. The cost of these things is not free, and everybody has got an account and they're running it out. Israel got away with a lot, but it's run out. Ukraine is not as despised as Israel because it's a relatively recent player in this abusive game. But Israel has done this for 75 years and the time is up. That's a whole human lifetime. Everybody the people that there was sympathy for, like the Holocaust survivors, they're all pretty much dead. And the ones that are alive are literally all on the Palestinian side, from what I can tell.
The thing too is that Israel is a colonial project. And the world we live in can't stand that idea anymore. Or most countries around the world can't stand that idea anymore. So Israel has lost the opportunity to stop being a colonial project when they signed the Oslo Accords. But the problem is that they didn't want to respect the Oslo Accords. But the Oslo Accords was in 1991, if I'm not mistaken. We are in 2024, so many years, and Israel is still that type of what can I say, that fossil of colonialism there, when most of the world is trying to get away from all colonial leftovers. And that's how Israel is getting more and more difficulty to be accepted within the world we live in. Well, this is a lecture. Many people have another lecture. I do believe Israel has the right to exist, obviously. But
no, it's not obvious. States do not have rights. I will never accept anyone saying any state has any rights at all.
Everyone, my opinion.
It's not an opinion. That's a legal position, and it's the legal position.
I believe Israel has the legal.
You're breaking up. Copy, you're breaking up.
I am finishing, and I let you speak.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
All hours of the open mic have been spent talking about this Israel-Palestine thing, and we have passed 6 hours right now. So if you guys are going to spend another hour on the talking about it, I'm going to say my closing then and then leave. I just want to say my closing.
And that's it.
It's 3 a.m. here. It's 3 a.m. I just want to say my closing. 3 a.m.
Coping, that's not fair.
No, it's 3 a.m.
They want to do closing and go.
I just want to do closing. It goes 3 a.m. I have to wake up very soon. So just like, I don't want to just sit here and listen to the conversation that's been going for several hours already. You guys can continue. I just want to have my closing and go. Okay. So here's my closing. Like and subscribe with the notification bell on so you can be updated whenever the live stream is going on. Thank you for those of you who super chatted. That's a Effie for having coming in with some topical changes sometimes. And we even got to go over these global stuff using Ghana as a pinpoint example, and even Singapore, like a small country. So that's pretty cool. We don't usually get that. And there's been a lot of talks about stuff that I don't care to get into. So because that's, you guys have already heard it, those of you have paid attention. So great panel, great, I love having you guys over here. I like getting on the open mic, and I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you very much, Wyatt. And to those of you in the audience, thanks for watching. Bye-bye now.
Thanks, Coping.
All right,
so if I may finish the idea I was having. It's just that I do believe that Israel has the right to exist. It was created within one resolution of the United Nations, The problem is that it's not the concept as it exists today needs to profoundly change in order to be normal nations like all the other nations around the world. Well, each nation is an entity. It's different from all other ones, but in a way they're all similar because they coexist all together. And in that sense, Israel needs to coexist with the other countries. I think it's very intelligent from the United States that in order to bring normality, that Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries recognize the existence of Israel. But if Israel keeps being this colonial project, expansionist colonial project, how can these relations ever be really normalized? It is not. So it's again the United States not always working with little bits instead of understanding the whole problem as it is. But if you guys already talked about Israel all the time, let's go to another topic. I'm sorry if I picked it up. Go on, Paul.
All I wanted to say, any country who do not define his border don't have right to exist, because Israel do not define his border. His politics is clear, to expand the border of Israel. This is all I'm saying on this subject, and I want to close this subject.
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to do closing because I cannot go on for much longer. Later, I got something else I need to be at. So can we do closing? Although I just want to read out the super chat. Assuming that it's a fact, what's the basis for Israel's right to exist? This one is a black hole. So I just saying it's a black hole. You guys can answer it in your closing.
All right.
But
So
anyway,
I'll close.
yeah, FCS first.
Okay, for me, if I can define it, I am anti-Israel. But in the same context, the people are already there. They've been there for almost 50, 60 years now. So 75 year plus. Yeah, give and take, they can fucking stay. So yeah, they are based on the premises that human being, you can't say again, they also have to uproot them also, and they should go somewhere else again. So those that have second passport can definitely go. Some of them over there don't have, some of them completely from the Middle East, from Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, other places that moved there, they have completely lost those properties over there. Those that have second residence in America and Europe, they should get the fuck back home. But those are really those because of the ones that live there have nowhere else to go. For those reasons, this state of Israel should exist. 100%. Though it's fuck to say this, but yeah, that's a fact. On this basis, they should exist. The human beings, they're already there. They should exist based on the basis. But to go to my closing again, we discuss so many random things in this group, and it's always funny. Sometimes I'm watching the background. I don't come on until, you know what, let me join this conversation and just get some little rage going on and just piss people off and go and get offline. But anyway, in conclusion, Effie, your questions are very good. If you're listening, thanks for that little comments right there. I had the same discussion with my friend of mine earlier. Israel, I don't like them based on their own policy and how they're fucking misbehaving, but they should exist. But to go forward, if you're watching this this part of this the closing, again, this is 6 hours of conversation of random people from around the world. As I'm from Africa, some of these guys from all around the world, so you hear some different voices or different opinions on different things. Nobody here is an expert in anything. I don't believe so. If they are, they have not made the claim yet. Me personally, I just love to talk shit and take names. Till then, you have a good day.
All right. Thank you, FCS. Prata, closing.
Yes, so we had another amazing week with Ukraine and then Russia changing facts on the ground to an extent that nobody expected to, or everybody already got used to, so nobody is reporting it in both ways. Anyways, so the big news for the next week is actually that Xi Jinping is coming to Europe, and everybody is very nervous about it. So Xi Jinping is going to Paris. He's going to meet Macron, which lately has become very vocal and belligerent. Poor guy. He keeps saying everybody that he's going to send people to Ukraine. Then sounds like in the following up of the university, the Italians say no, we can't send anybody to Ukraine. We don't understand what he's doing. He's making panic. Why he's making panic? Yeah, so the thing is that Xi Jinping is coming to Europe. He's going to meet Macron, probably to put him a bit into a bit more calmed. Then he's going to Budapest, and finally he goes to Belgrade to commemorate the 25 years of the bombardment of Belgrade, where the Chinese embassy was also bombarded and killed 3 diplomats back then. The thing is that Xi Jinping is coming to Europe and is probably going to be massacred with all types of attempting to assure that he's sending a delegation to the peace conference that's going to happen in a few weeks in Switzerland. I talked about a little bit before. I think this is one of the biggest dangers for the world we live in. The United States is clearly, with this big event, trying to change the configuration. We know how the world is made and how decisions are taken. They invited 160 countries. Russia is not included, as we know, but they are really nervous about the fact that China might not send anybody. I'm wondering, I've been watching many things about India, and they themselves don't think they should go, which is also quite interesting. Because why? Because what they are trying to do is they decided a few countries were having meeting, like if they were really representatives, they were trying to discuss any kind of peace deal with Ukraine, which is much bigger than just Ukraine, actually, what they talk about. And now they are going to present to the whole world, this is what we decide, this is how you guys have to manage from now on in this globalist dream empire of rules-based order that nobody really knows the rules, but at least we already know how the rules are going to be imposed, which is some illuminated, enlightened guys will first make in a very democratic way write all the laws, and then they will present it to everybody, and everybody just have to say yes, because there is just an American future, and whoever doesn't have an American future has no future at all. That's the world we'll live in these demented people that call themselves globalists.
Sunrise is on the east. I mean, on the west now. The new gods are on the west. The mini gods, they call them. The small gods. That's who we pray to, the green gods. You know? But anyway, I wanted to talk about the charade with the CH, United Nations, the biggest charade on the planet. The only thing that counts over there is the Security Council. Basically, if they do not talk, if they do not communicate, the biggest powers, everybody else, it doesn't matter. You know, it's going to be a world war. So that's what it counts over there. Everybody else in the UN nations is well, how should we call them? Puppet states. Everybody who had a colored revolution, like in Macedonia, they're occupied by puppeteers and the puppet masters, and they gotta do what they're told. Otherwise, the IMF through the United Nations. Anyway, I mean, who is the biggest founder of United Nations? Is United States, is the government, meaning USAID gives the most money to United Nations and around the world to IMF. So they control the strings. Basically, like Prata said, if you don't do what you're told, they're going to send you the economic hitman and he will take care of you. You have no sovereignty. Yeah, so that's what it is. It should be about human rights, the United Nations, but apparently is the last thing on the agenda. Back in the days, we had pro-Western, pro-Eastern, let's say, and we had the independent group of nations in the United Nations. I don't think they exist anymore, the independent group of nations in the United Nations. So if you're against the puppet master, you will be replaced Plus, they're gonna default on your. They're gonna freeze your assets, man. You're in debt basically. Your country owes more money than your GDP per year. So basically, you work to cover the interest rates. Otherwise, you're gonna bankrupt, and that means revolution. So you don't want that. So you gotta play as they play the music, but you don't like the music, but you still gotta dance. So basically, that's what it comes down to. The first chapter in one of the first laws in United Nations was the right of human rights and to self-identify, and the right of Israel to exist. I mean, they already exist. How do you solve that problem? You kill them? You make another Holocaust? That's not a solution. So people should find a way forward to. We call ourselves civilized. The power, the force is a method of the uncivilized, uneducated. So we as civilized, we should find a method to continue and wrestle the bigger threats than each other, like AI or aliens or something else, man, except me and you. Because if we start fighting each other, let's go back to the cave instead of to Mars, you know? Let's go back and get the spears. That's what's going to happen. So thank you, Wad, for this opportunity to speak free to all these people participating, having courage. And I wish everybody the best. Today is Easter in Macedonia. I want to show you something. Here. Red egg, guys. 13th century tradition written by the Crusaders in Macedonia. So,
what's
happy
that?
Easter, all.
Thank you.
Red
Thank
egg,
you,
man.
Jose.
Very old.
It-
You dye
we
the eggs,
doing
Happy
and
Easter,
then
my
you.
brother. Happy Easter, my brother.
Happy Easter.
we have red eggs during lunar birthdays. The Chinese calendar birthday. Also, we have red eggs. Paul,
I like traditions,
closing.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, first time, thanks for the invitation, and I want to say happy Easter for all the Christian in this channel. And yeah, I want to clarify my position about Israel. I'm not against the Israel state. All I want to say, if they do not define their borders, there will be conflict because this is their purpose to expand their state. So they cannot say we go in another state. This is all I wanted to say. And I think after in 2024 will be an economic war between the West and China. After the election in the UE, that election will be in the June month. So we will see. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. So I'm gonna pull you off. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 77. And it's my turn to do closing. So I mean we there's a significant part of the open mic we talk about Israel, and so I just want to reiterate my position about Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I'm grateful for what Israel has done for Singapore, but no, I don't appreciate at all whatever the hell they are doing with Palestine is stupid, because they have conquered the whole of Palestine. That is a historical fact. They conquered it, but they did not absorb the population, and they create this stupid situation where it's not here, not there. You conquered the land, but you don't want the people, and the people can't go anywhere. Then they got stuck. So, and then they themselves get stuck. So it is a stupid situation that shouldn't have happened. Either they give them a state, or they absorb them and or create a federation of two states. Whatever is happening right now is just pointless. It's useless. It's a meaningless war. And it's just like the Ukrainian war. It's just a stupid war. The whatever situation between Palestine and Israel is a stupid thing. This just not necessary. And the reality is they could have given Palestine a state and regardless what threat they think Palestine will be, and if they as a country decided to fight Israel and then they got wiped out by Israel, no one in United Nations can say anything, because it's a country versus country war, right? So, but the fact that they did not even give them a country, they just let it hang, created all these stupid problems, then they are the bad guys. So there's no defending what Israel is doing, but Palestine need to do better as well, because it's not a solution. It's just hit upwards. It's just you. But anyway, like I said, no. If people think that a few million or 1 million, 2 million Palestinians dying in a struggle worth having a state, then I mean, up to you guys. It's not my stand. I don't want, just like I don't want the Ukraine war. I think it's a stupid war. But no, it is what it is. People want to struggle, they struggle. Just like in Myanmar, they feel that the only way is to struggle and fight back against the junta. They will do it. Then they will do it. No, if under different circumstances, I may also make the same decision. So just that I'm not in that situation, I'm far away, so I will not make the decision. So it's just what it is. No, so and it's a very good open mic, but I think some people are very disappointed. We never talk much about the Ukraine war. So yeah, it happens because if we talk about it, it might be very similar to last week because it's not that much difference in terms of the situation. Russia is pushing forward, they are conquering more land. Israel still do not have an answer. So the big news are all geopolitical. And so I think we covered literally almost all the big things. Like even I forgot about the Xi Jinping going to come to going to go to Serbia and stuff like that. I've forgotten about it, and yeah, everything is covered. So it's brilliant. But imagine we take 6 hours to cover all these things. So it's impossible for the normal people out there to keep up with the world. So yeah, I think which is why there is a beauty about the DPA Open Mic. Like for me, I can't even read so much things that is happening around the world. It's true DPA Open Mic, we discuss, and then I think it's like, I think through the DPA Open Mic you can get all the biggest news once a week, and you don't even need to read the news. You just listen, you probably know what's happening. So yeah, so thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, do share this. DPA Open Mic again, I would say is a ground up thing. It's you guys. You guys are the it's for you guys. For those that uses the DPA Discord, join the Discord. The link is in the description. And also if and what else? I was talking about DPA Open Mic. So Open Mic channel is the people's channel. So it's less about me. Actually, I prefer to hide in the background and let you guys talk. So, but yeah, it's your channel. It's a place where you can have a voice, and hopefully one day we're big enough that we can make a difference. So it's a bit different from whatever podcast that's out there. The Duran, Teamcast IRL, whatever. It's different. I'm not that into the celebrities or the big names, because it can be difficult to deal with people, and it's very hard to arrange because all these famous people are all super busy. And it's like if you want to listen to their views, you probably just go to their YouTube channels. It's the same. I think I'm more interested about the views and of normal people all across the world, because ultimately over time I also realized all these famous people is just no difference from us normal people. They just happen to do YouTube or have a Twitter account or something that over time they become popular and famous, then they become somebody, but otherwise they are not that different from normal people like us. So yeah, this is what it is. So thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and past week I didn't manage to do much geopolitical or news videos, so I try to do better the coming week. Focusing more on the Ukraine war, because I just busy. Coming week is likely to be busy as well. I just try my best. I see how it goes, and I'm gonna put the outro and do do, of course, spread the words. Like I said, this is your channel, so I'll drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
They grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice inside invading the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world convenes. Every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. So let us gather from far and near to share, to challenge, to hear